It's happening. It's something we can't control. One is being called to a higher power, to a higher place. And there's nothing any of us can really do about stopping that process. I mean, we try to sometimes, but there is also a way of honoring that process, so it's a change in thinking. It's a change in culture.
That change in thinking, when everything possible has been done from a curative standpoint, honors the process of life and death.
When you think about it, one is going on a certain journey, may it be a very difficult, burdensome journey with a serious illness or an end-of-life journey, the journey's happening. They can walk this walk with us or walk it without us. And luckily at UMC, they have the option to walk it with us. And if we do our jobs well, and we work so hard to do that, under our watch, they will not suffer. So because we can alleviate suffering and enhance one's quality of life, no matter what the situation is, it makes it the best job in the world.
When we come back, we'll take you to UMC's newest primary care location, where you can have your own personal physician. That's coming up on the other side of this break.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Find a dock in my neighborhood.
The nearest dock is the Port of Long Beach, 284 miles away.
Find a dock. Doc!
Calling Doug.
Finding a family doctor in your neighborhood is as easy as visiting a UMC Primary Care. Locations valley-wide, there's one near you.
Find nearest Thai food.
Typhoons occur in the North Pacific Ocean.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. We're glad you're with us. UMC offers the full range of health care for your family, from our quick care locations where you can get in, get out, and get better quick, to our main hospital and primary care, your own personalized physician to take care of you even when you're feeling well.
Hi, Kim. Hi, good afternoon.
Dr. Tan has been Kim's primary care physician for 5 years.
So you sit here? Right here.
Primary care physicians serve as the overall director for your health.
The primary care is the one who would treat the patient as a person rather than a disease.
And preventative maintenance, just like you do with your car, is key to your overall function and health.
Let's give an example about the 50 years old and above. So everybody, as in everybody, when they reach 50 years of age, needs colonoscopy. All female, when they reach the age of 40, they should have a screening mammogram.
Blood pressure screenings and cholesterol checks can help catch the signs of cardiovascular disease before it's too late.
They are making a gamble in their health. That's certainly. If you are not seeing your primary care, then you are missing the benefits of a health screening.
Sharing your medical history, having up-to-date screenings, and yearly visits with your primary care physician helps build a meaningful partnership in your overall well-being.
Patients can feel when they can trust their provider. Their demeanor, the way they interact with you. When you say things to your provider and then they pull through with their promises that I'm going to do this for you, I'm going to help you get to your goal in terms of your health. When everything gets fulfilled, I think that's how you build that bond.
A bond that has helped keep Kim healthy for years.
Dr. Tan always sits with you, always, make sure that before you leave the door that we both understand that this is our goal, we're both going to reach it. And you agreed, you put your opinion, I put my opinion, and then it's a collaboration between the patient and the doctor.
UMC's new electronic medical record called UMC Connect helps you further stay connected with your health. You can easily view lab results and upcoming appointments. Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC is the only children's hospital of its kind in Nevada. We're home to Nevada's only designated pediatric trauma center, offering the highest level of care available anywhere in Nevada. Last year, we saw a devastating rise in child abuse deaths, children coming to us with fatal injuries at the hands of a caregiver. So now we're reaching out and speaking out, educating our community on how to prevent child abuse. Dr. Jay Fisher is the medical director for Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC's Pediatric Emergency Department. He cares for the sickest of sick, those with life-threatening illnesses. But the most heartbreaking patients for him are the ones who suffered their injuries at the hands of someone else.
These young children are defenseless and at the most vulnerable part of their lives. They deserve the right to grow up.
Shockingly, child abuse rates have doubled from 2016 to 2017.
Any number above zero, of course, is too many, but we cannot stand by idly as a community or at the Children's Hospital of Nevada and see this number continue to rise. So we're calling upon all of you to help us to address this difficult problem.
Oftentimes, it's a little-known caregiver creating a pattern of abuse.
You should know that child abuse fatalities typically aren't an isolated incident. It isn't usually just one event. There's typically numerous events that have antedated these fatalities.
Signs of abuse include malnutrition, poor hygiene, unexplained or odd bruises or burns, delayed development, or when a child appears frightened of a parent or caregiver. Be very careful who you ask or hire to watch your children.
I would say specifically, obviously, that anyone with a substance abuse issue should not be caring for children or babies. That substance abuse can be alcohol or any of the other substances that you see abused in your community today.
And all parents can always use a reminder about the importance of a timeout for themselves.
We also ask caregivers to take a moment when they individually feel overwhelmed in their role as a child caregiver. We all here at UMC are mothers and fathers and aunts and uncles of young children. And we know that raising children is a 24/7, 365 enterprise. And that these stresses can make each and every one of us, no matter how strong, have points of weakness. We ask you to pause during those times and step away so that you don't become embroiled in a situation that could lead to a child death.
When we come back, we'll head inside the OR for an up-close look at the Da Vinci robot. That's coming up on UMC Digest next.
You never know when you can't really see whoops, coming. And sometimes you just can't avoid the old. Life is full of surprises. So when life pulls up, get to UMC Quick Care. For life's bumps and breaks, sneezes and wheezes, one of our Valley locations is ready and waiting to save the day. So you can get in, get out, get better, quick. UMC Quick Care.
Mom, we're out of cereal. Can I go to Jennifer's tonight? No, you said you were going to take me to dance.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Mom!
Welcome back to UMC Digest. UMC is home to the most advanced surgical technology with robotic surgery that allows for faster recoveries and better outcomes. Now UMC is one of the only places in the West to offer robotic surgery for children. This is the Da Vinci robot, capable of performing surgical procedures at the hands of a skilled surgeon actually sitting steps away from the patient.
One of the nice things is when you put your head into the console is actually when the robot gets activated. So if I'm out here talking, the robot's not going to do anything, even if my hands are here.
And when a surgeon is at the helm, surgical procedures can be done with shorter hospitalizations, less pain, and less pain medication for adults and pediatric patients alike.
The Da Vinci system translates the surgeon's hands at the console to very precise and fine movements on the patient. And by doing so, that decreases the tremor, decreases any abnormal manipulation, kind of increases the efficiency of a surgery.
Which all leads to decreased complications.
So we're less bleeding, less inadvertent injuries to other structures, the ability to do more complex surgeries with the robot in more precise fashion.
Removing pancreatic and lung masses and kidney transplants can all be done robotically.
Compared to open surgery, there's no comparison. Open surgery, you have big scars.
And UMC is one of the only hospitals offering this caliber of surgical care for younger patients. 2 local Las Vegas families have gone above and beyond, donating so generously to Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC. Jerry and Jenny Shear know too well what it's like to have premature babies in the neonatal intensive care unit, and it was important for them to give back. Over the past 2 years, Jerry and Jenny Shear have donated more than $500,000 to Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC. Part of that donation was used to buy state-of-the-art incubators called giraffes for our tiniest patients. The critical care beds support healthy neonatal growth while protecting neurodevelopment.
This is really used for resuscitation, so it's all integrated in one. You don't have to have any extra equipment.
That very kind donation helped us to purchase 3 of the giraffe care stations.
You see now that they have state-of-the-art equipment to help care for children in the NICU, in the emergency room. It really does our heart good to know that other parents are going to have the best opportunity to see that positive outcome for their own children.
In addition to that equipment, another donation from the Shear Family Foundation helped buy infant car seats for our babies going home for the first time and treated our patients, families, and staff to a big holiday celebration.
My wife Jenny and I could not be happier to see this equipment here at Children's Hospital at UMC being put to good use. The team here is so amazing. The doctors, the nurses, the entire staff, the outcomes that they have with the children is just excellent.
Since then, the Shears have donated several $100,000 more to providing more innovative equipment and recently donated the funds to create an important video message about child abuse prevention.
I'm glad to see it, but thank you so much because we've been wanting new stuff for our hospital for so long. We provide excellent care here, but we were somehow not having the funding to be able to get the latest and do the best for our children in Nevada, and with you guys coming on board and becoming our partners, it has really helped us a lot.
Today is a very happy day for us, but it's a happier day for the hospital in the Las Vegas Valley, and that's what's important to us.
The Shear family donation is entirely appreciated by UMC staff and our patients and their families who benefit from your generosity. Thank you. Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC hosts a stuffed animal clinic at local schools to help give children an inside and very fun look into the world of healthcare. Take a look at how Jeffrey the giraffe became our patient and how these students might become the next generation of doctors and nurses.
Can you hear that? Yeah? Now let's listen to your giraffe start. Do you hear that? Does he sound okay? All right, you're my expert.
A first look inside healthcare for these students is a bit less intimidating thanks to Children's Hospital of Nevada's team who takes the stuffed animal clinic on the road.
So we get the penny, we put it in a bag, and we send it to the lab. Alright? So now he's fine. He's good to go.
In this particular case, Jeffrey has swallowed a penny, which sends him to the hospital. Then all is well. Well, until he snaps his giraffe limb.
So I took the picture. Now we come over here and that sends it to my computer so we get to look it up. And let's see if it's really broken. What do you think? Where's the break? Yep, that's it. That's a broken leg, all right.
No worries though, Jeffrey gets a quick cast and he's on his way.
Probably feels better now, huh? There's that, and then you're going to go over to the pharmacy.
Toys R Us generously donated the giraffes for our clinic, and this little guy sure seems to get into a lot of mischief.
He was really hungry, and his mother accidentally put a penny in his dinner plate, and he accidentally swallowed it, and now he needs to go to the hospital.
We're hoping to introduce the kids in their own little atmosphere to the healthcare. So they'll be going through different departments, for instance, triage, respiratory, radiology, to kind of get them the feel of what a hospital visit would be like. And at the same time, these kids are our future. So hopefully we could get them into our healthcare and get them into being future nurses, doctors, respiratory therapists.
Thank you for joining us for this edition of UMC Digest. For more information on all of the stories you've watched, please head to our websites. We have two of them, umcsn.com and childrenshospitalofnevada.org. You can also find us on social media. We'll see you next time right here on Clark County Television. Until then, take care.
Welcome to Club Ride. Club Ride is a free employee benefits program that encourages and rewards the employees that would like to or currently carpooling, walking, biking, taking transit, or even motorcycling to and from work.
Club Ride has excellent programs and services for commuters,
Such as Guaranteed Ride Home, Club Ride Discounts, Easy Rider, and the monthly price drawings.
Club Ride Rewards is a program that rewards commuters every month for clean green commutes to and from work. As a Club Ride member, you can win cash and prizes every month. It's a great thing.
Oh, we love winning the awards. We've been carpooling over 11 years now.
We were doing it before it was the thing to do.
I think I'm a better driver.
No, I'm the better driver.
Carpooling was just kind of a natural thing. We could ride to work, we could talk to one another on our way, and saved us time and gas. But that extra prize makes it extra fun.
I was carpooling before it was cool. And before we got the Rockstar parking for carpooling. Club Ride has this really cool website. You go in and you log your trips each week, and it calculates for you how much money you've saved, how much of an impact you've had on the environment in terms of less emissions and so on. So I know for a fact I've saved $300 each year carpooling.
After 20 years of driving in Las Vegas traffic, I think I'd had enough and I was ready for a change. I currently commute by taking the new transit buses. There's a new park and ride in my neighborhood, so I just drive over there and hop on the bus.
I commute with this bad boy right here. My employer not only supports it, she lets me park my bicycle right in my closet at work. I love the Club Ride discount program because I get to use it at Jason's Deli, Cold Stone Creamery, and then I'm even able to use it at my bike shop, Bicycle World. I wish I would have learned about it earlier.
One of the great benefits for employers is the outreach that we do. We set up a table, we give away free t-shirts, we talk to them, we educate them about the program, and then of course the incentives that are available to them. Once employers realize what we do for them, they love it.
Club Ride is extremely successful at Bellagio. We've been a partner with Club Ride since 1999, and currently we have about 1,200 employees enrolled. We provide our employees with reserved parking, bike racks, motorcycle area, as well as pre-tax payroll deduction for the passes.
I think the Club Ride program is very well thought out, very well engineered. Cox is really committed to being a Club Ride partner. We have swipe machines at every entrance where employees can log their commutes. We also have bicycle racks. We have the ability for employees to work compressed work weeks and flexible schedules. And we have pool vehicles that are available for those employees that commute who need a vehicle to use to visit a customer or to go to another office.
Having a strong commute options program is really important to the city of Henderson. Currently, we have over 400 of our employees that are enrolled in the Club Ride program. We have lots of prize winners every month, and I really make a big deal about it. I hand deliver all the prizes. They're just really excited, especially if one of the other employees sees that they're getting this prize. That kind of motivates them and they want to be part of that.
I'm Joan with Cox Communications. I'm proud to be a carpooler, and I think you should be too.
Less traffic and cleaner air, and that's a good thing.
Less traffic, cleaner air. Carpooling is a good thing.
I'm Joey over at the Rio, and I love being a Club Ride member.
I'm Bill with Cox Communications, and we're a proud partner with Club Ride.
Commute options are a good thing. Partner with Club Ride today.
To find out more, visit the Club Ride website.
Or call 228-RIDE or go to your HR office and speak to your transportation coordinator.
That's a wrap. That sounds good. That's a wrap.
Or can I do like Janis Joplin? That's all, folks.
Find a dock in my neighborhood.
The nearest dock is the Port of Long Beach, 284 miles away.
Find a dock. Doc!
Calling Doug.
Finding a family doctor in your neighborhood is as easy as visiting a UMC Primary Care. Locations valley-wide, there's one near you.
Find nearest Thai food.
Typhoons occur in the North Pacific Ocean.
You never know when you can't really see whoops, coming. And sometimes you just can't avoid the old. Life is full of surprises. So when life pulls up, get to UMC Quick Care. For life's bumps and breaks, sneezes and wheezes, one of our Valley locations is ready and waiting to save the day. So you can get in, get out, get better, quick. UMC Quick Care.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
Hello and welcome to Flight Path. I'm Chris Jones, the Chief Marketing Officer at McCarran International Airport. We hosted more than 48 million passengers in 2017, besting a 10-year-old record and marking the busiest year ever in the airport's 70-year history. Here's a breakdown of the numbers.
McCarran International, the nation's 8th busiest airport, hosted 48.5 million passengers in 2017, breaking the previous high of 47.7 million annual passengers set back in 2007. McCarran posted multiple all-time high months, including the best December.
In fact, 8 out of the 12 months last year topped over 4 million passengers a month, which was unprecedented.
October was the busiest month ever in the history of McCarran, with 4.3 million travelers flying into or out of McCarran, up 2.2% compared to the same time last year. Ground transportation set a new milestone of 5.4 million airport pickups by taxis, Uber, and Lyft providers, an increase of 11.7% from the prior year.
We are really thrilled that we broke our all-time passenger high record in 2017. That's 10 years ago since our last all-time high. And what we're really happy about is that it shows the strength of Las Vegas as a destination. You know, almost 50% of our visitors come through the air, and just shows the economic strength and benefits that we have for all of Nevada.
Significant growth in service from low-cost carriers Frontier, Spirit, and Sun Country boosted domestic traffic totals at McCarran by 2.4%. Spirit added more than 230,000 seats to Las Vegas, a 7% increase compared to 2016, while Frontier was up 23% with 432,000 additional seats to the market.
So overall this past year, we had new or increased service from 26 domestic destinations and new international service from Munich and Cologne.
More than 3.5 million international passengers traveled through McCarran, led by Canadian carriers WestJet Airlines and Air Canada, which served a combined total of 1.8 million. UK carriers British Airways and Virgin Atlantic carried nearly 605,000 passengers, while Mexico was the third largest source of international passengers at McCarran last year. Passenger volume is forecasted to remain steady throughout 2018. And with a renewed focus on providing the best customer service possible, travelers visiting McCarran this year can expect to be treated like VIPs, very important passengers.
Did you know the Department of Aviation operates an integrated system of airports to meet the aviation needs of a variety of customers? Gene Sport Aviation Center supports recreational activity better suited for airspace outside of busy Las Vegas. After more than 20 years, it's getting a few upgrades.
Located 20 miles south of Las Vegas on I-15,
Jean Sport Aviation Center is ideally suited for fly-ins and recreational aviation including aerobatics, ultralights, gliders, and skydiving. The facility features 2 paved runways, a 6,000 square foot special event center, paved ramp, a self-service fuel island, and a grassy area with 2 gas barbecue pits. The airport has been a haven for sports aviation enthusiasts since 1996, when the Department of Aviation paved the gravel runway and made other improvements. But as air traffic in the Las Vegas Valley has increased, Jean has become an even more popular alternative for flight schools and sport aircraft operations.
We've had a lot of increase in Jean of the commercial operators that do flight training down here, so that alleviates both Henderson and North Las Vegas of that type of traffic. Jean's attractive to them because it enables them to do a lot of touch-and-go type maneuvers without tower control, and it's a lot less congested here. So for a student pilot, for instance, that is money well spent because they get a lot more of those maneuvers in a shorter period of time.
To enhance pilot safety and improve the customer experience, several upgrades are currently underway. 177,000 square feet of existing ramp space will be completely rebuilt, and construction of additional apron area will add 234,000 square feet and bring the transient customer area up to current FAA design criteria.
And with that comes new hardware for tie-down, 6 rows of tie-down space for aircraft, and new lines for ingress and egress into the ramp area.
In addition to improvements on the ramp, new edge lighting for the connecting taxiways and reflective edge markers for the apron will be added. Upgraded apron floodlighting and cable tie-downs for aircraft parking for both the existing and new apron areas round out the list of improvements.
I think the customer service improvements that we'll see in Jean after construction are we're installing LED lighting, brand new state-of-the-art lighting. That'll provide a very bright ramp surface. That'll enable pilots to do pre-flight at any hour of the day. They can see oil dipsticks, for instance, something as simple as that they would have to use a flashlight for in the past. They don't have to do that now. Also, customer service is provided by the fact that they can more safely ingress and egress the ramp area and navigate to and from the movement areas from the ramp area with that lighting. And then lastly, the fuel service area. We're increasing the space around that area by reconfiguring the way the ramp is painted.
Construction on the $2.3 million project began in January, with substantial completion scheduled for sometime in April. For more information, visit McCarran.com and search the keyword Jean.
Viva Aerobus returned to McCarran in December, launching daily nonstop service between Las Vegas and Mexico City. Here's a look at the celebration marking the occasion.
1, 2, 3. All right.
With the snip of a ribbon, airport management, airline partners, and the LVCVA celebrated the return of Viva Aerobus to McCarran and Las Vegas. The non-stop flight provides passengers connectivity from Mexico's largest city and is expected to transport more than 100,000 passengers per year.
Las Vegas is a very popular destination in Mexicans. Second most important tourism generator in Las Vegas comes from Mexico. 1.2 million passengers come every year. And Mexico City particularly is a very popular destination where a lot of Mexicans come from leisure, travel, and of course a lot of business.
Mexico annually ranks as the second largest source of international visitors to Las Vegas. International travelers stay longer and spend an average of 80% more per trip. The new daily service from Viva Aerobus will provide passengers more travel options from this valuable market.
McCarran has invested heavily in getting that process for the international passenger to have capacity, to have the amenities, and to have a very smooth, efficient type of experience once they get here.
This service by one of Mexico's low-cost airlines provides customers an affordable way to visit, while helping Las Vegas achieve its goal of increasing international visits over the next decade.
You know, we're very fortunate that we have a very good and hard-working airline development team, and working with McCarran Airport and looking at opportunities and markets around. And they had conversations with Viva Aerobus for the opportunity to expand service for a unique segment in Mexico. And I think it just worked very well together, being the destination that the Mexicans love to be at, but it just worked out perfect.
The LVCVA estimates this route will have a $78 million annual economic impact on Southern Nevada, making the service a win-win for passengers and our community. For a list of other airlines serving this important market, visit McCarran.com.
In today's digital world, getting information is just a click away on a smartphone, tablet, or computer. To make that process as simple as possible for airport customers, McCarran's website recently got a makeover. Let's take a look.
Creating an attractive, user-friendly website is important. In the consumer's eyes, a website is a reflection of the business itself. Many consumers form first impressions of McCarran online before they even set foot in the airport. Having a good website is one of the most important tools in helping travelers prepare for their trip before coming to the airport. In addition to new features and improved navigation, the look of the website was updated to reflect current design trends and improve ease of use. In addition, what we like is the use of promotional space as well as icons for user navigation. Website metrics reveal most online visitors are seeking flight data. The new design puts arrival and departure information front and center with an easy-to-use tool that allows visitors to search for flights by city, airline, or flight number from the homepage. Once the flight has been selected, the site automatically provides flight-specific information including which terminal to use, where to park, the gate information, and what amenities are located nearby. One of my favorite parts about McCarran's redesign is enhanced airline pages. Not only does it have information about the airlines themselves, but it has information specific to the customers that are flying on these airlines. As a digital representation of our physical facilities, the new website makes finding essential information quick and easy in order to provide the best customer service possible, online and in person. Site navigation has been enhanced with multiple paths and additional pages to help travelers find what they need. Dining and shopping options are presented in multiple formats, from an alphabetical listing that can be filtered by gate location to easy-to-read concourse maps. Comprehensive parking information, rates, and driving directions are just a few additional enhancements. The new design offers travelers a more mobile-friendly experience. It automatically adjusts its layout to multiple screen sizes to maximize its appearance on the variety of mobile devices used by travelers on the go. The redesign also enhances accessibility for travelers with special needs. More information is provided about the airport's efforts to make its facilities accessible to all travelers, and website content is available to visitors who use translator and text-to-speak features. And to assist international customers, website content is available in 10 different languages with just a click of the button. The web design team, comprised of members from the Department of Aviation's Information Systems and Public Affairs and Marketing divisions, also recently overhauled websites for other airports owned and operated by Clark County, such as North Las Vegas Airport and Henderson Executive Airport. To see the improvements and prepare for your next trip, visit McCarran.com.
To reach out to our growing number of Hispanic customers, each episode of Flight Path features a segment in Spanish with English subtitles. Here's Gabrielle Muro to tell us more about Wi-Fi.
En el año 2005, el Departamento de Aviación lanzó a través del aeropuerto McCarran el servicio gratis de Wi-Fi, conexión inalámbrica a Internet, la cual ha resultado ser una de las redes más grandes de Wi-Fi gratis en el aeropuerto de Estados Unidos. Desde entonces, dicho servicio ha demostrado ser muy popular con los clientes del aeropuerto.
Wi-Fi está disponible en todas las zonas públicas del aeropuerto, permitiendo que los clientes con teléfonos inteligentes, tabletas y ordenadores tengan acceso ilimitado a la Internet con alta velocidad.
Wi-Fi también está disponible en las zonas de embarque. Los pasajeros tendrán acceso a Internet mientras que el avión está estacionado. Una vez que el avión comience a moverse, los pasajeros deben seguir las reglas de la aerolínea con respecto al uso de dispositivos electrónicos. Al acceder al Wi-Fi es muy sencillo. En su dispositivo electrónico, abra su navegador y selecciona McCarran Wi-Fi y enseguida selecciona el botón Accept. El sistema de Wi-Fi gratuito también es compatible con las aplicaciones empresarias internas de las compañías aéreas y los inquilinos del aeropuerto McCarran.
Esto ayuda a que el aeropuerto sea más eficiente y ayuda a mantener bajos los costos operativos.
Did you know McCarran International Airport is the gateway to Las Vegas for nearly half of all visitors to Southern Nevada? That means the airport is often the first and last impression a visitor has of the destination. To make that impression the best one possible, we have a team of dedicated passenger service representatives who are at your service.
Where did you come from? Phoenix, Chicago, O'Hare? You want carousel 13. Just going to be right down the way.
Passenger Service Representatives, or PSRs for short, are easy to identify in their bright blue uniforms and have been providing great customer service at McCarran for more than 25 years.
If you go straight ahead, after you pass the
PSRs staff the airport information booths, helping travelers with questions about flight times, gate locations, ground transportation, and shopping and dining options.
You go out, across, and up, we'll take you right to it. You're welcome. Have a good day.
For travelers who do not speak English, our PSRs can still assist.
Most of us are bilingual. We do have various languages we speak here, but we also have a phone bank we can call a language bank.
And what it is we also grab a sheet, we hand it to the passenger, and if they recognize their native language, they can point to it, and we could tell the language line that, and they'll actually get an interpreter to help us out with any type of directions, instructions, things like that.
These valuable employees also serve as roving ambassadors, assisting passengers throughout the airport as needed.
Our team is amazing. We work extremely great side by side. Any situation that arises, we help each other, right away. If it's in Terminal 3, we can help from here, even if it's by a phone call away, or if we're using our radios to be able to assist in any way that we can, then that's what we do, help out as much as we can.
Well, it's great here working at the airport because you get to meet passengers from all over the world. With Las Vegas being a world destination, capital of entertainment, we get people from all over the world, and it's nice to be able to interact with them and to meet different people. Yeah, it's a great part of working here.
Most of them are certified to administer CPR and use an automated external defibrillator. This life-saving training has proven invaluable during medical emergencies.
Because they are out in the terminal walking around, they oftentimes see passengers who may be in distress. They are able to assist in terms of a quick assessment, calling for help to get the right people rolling. And we actually have had some team members who have saved lives by using the AEDs.
When the airport is busy, PSRs assist with crowd control and help manage the lines in ticketing and at the security checkpoints.
So just so you guys know, whenever you have that TSA pre-check, there's a faster lane you guys can use where you keep your coat, your shoes, or your belt on. Guys, follow me, I'll take you directly to it. Every day I try to put myself in their shoes. I know a lot of times it's their first vacation, they decided Las Vegas is someplace fun they want to visit. So whenever they ask questions or if they're a little unsure or timid, I try to make it easier for them, try to explain things as simply as I can without overcomplicating them. And I kind of like just knowing that they're leaving here with a smile, they know where they're going, and we've serviced them as well as we can.
Working with the public in the terminals, PSRs are often the first resource for passengers when extra help is needed. Their priority is to help the airport provide the best customer experience possible. And that's why passenger service representatives are at your service.
With passenger numbers on the rise, attending to the daily operations at McCarran International Airport is more important than ever. But attending to the needs of the community we serve is also a top priority. Here's how the Community Enrichment Team contributes to locals in need of a helping hand.
In 2014, the Department of Aviation created the Community Enrichment Team to give staff the opportunity to get more involved locally through philanthropic activities and to make Clark County a better place to live by helping those in need.
The team gives employees who don't normally work together the opportunity to participate in activities that positively impact the local community while instilling pride in the airport.
Since the team's inception, Department of Aviation staff have participated in 11 outreach projects and 8 donation drives for a variety of local organizations, including Clark County Family Services, Clean the World, Miracle League, Opportunity Village, Project 150, Ronald McDonald House, Shade Tree Shelter, Spring Mountain Ranch, the Salvation Army, and USO. The Community Enrichment Team recently spent a Saturday morning volunteering at 3 Square Food Bank where employees helped pack fresh food for families here in Southern Nevada.
3 Square's mission is to provide food for those who are food insecure throughout all of Southern Nevada. So that's 4 counties. And so in order for us to satisfy the need out there, it's essential that we have a large pool of volunteers and help either assemble meals in our community kitchen, bag produce in this room, as the group is today from McCarran Airport. Volunteers basically are the lifeline of our enterprise here.
Most events are open to the entire family, which gives children the opportunity to work with their parents, learn about community service, and get an understanding about the importance of volunteerism.
Community service is really part of our culture at the Department of Aviation. We take great pride in reaching out to the community and assisting different charities that need assistance, and it really gets our employees engaged. Employees take great pride in volunteering for the different causes. And part of the program, we let the families come along and they volunteer with the staff. So it really gets the children working side by side with the parents.
What I'm doing is I'm taking the bags and putting good tomatoes in it, and I think it helps by feeding people.
We like volunteering. We've done these events before. We just like helping out and being part of the community.
Well, I just hope that she gains an understanding of serving her community and just giving of herself, through service so that she can help others.
It's fun, and my brother's here too, so we all get to help.
It's very heartwarming. It's heartwarming that the ones that have a bit more give to the less fortunate, and it's definitely a lesson to my kids, so I'm so grateful to be here.
Because, if other people feel good, then it makes me feel good.
For those unable to attend weekend activities, on-site donation drives are a great way to participate.
In addition to engaging employees outside of work for a great cause, the outreach activities provide a strong platform for leadership, team building, and skills development.
Las Vegas is the venue of choice for some of the world's most popular conventions. The Helicopter Association International recently held its popular HAI Heli Expo in Las Vegas, and our very own North Las Vegas Airport played an important role in the event's success.
Las Vegas hosted the HAI Heli Expo in February, giving the global helicopter industry the opportunity to connect with industry suppliers, build professional relationships, and network with peers. More than 60 helicopters and other multiple rotor aircraft were staged at North Las Vegas Airport as part of the show.
North Las Vegas Airport played an important part in this year's convention. It served as a staging area for nearly every aircraft that was on display at the convention center. The location at North Las Vegas Airport is perfect for this convention. We have a very quick corridor going from North Las Vegas Airport to the convention center with very little impact to other traffic in the valley.
More than 20,000 industry professionals from more than 90 countries attended this year's expo. In addition to earning continuing education credits, participants were able to advance their professional goals and discuss the issues that will shape the future of the industry through workshops, forums, and other special events.
Everybody from around the world will come to this show, and so it's very important for us to be able to show them our products and new things that we have developed, and to meet and greet a lot of the people that use our aircraft. Well, we're based in Torrance, California, a suburb of LA, so we were coming direct here. It's really a one fuel stop that we come here directly, but it's actually fairly easy. We were told to go to North Las Vegas, which actually I prefer. I think it's nice. You can get on the other side of McCarran, so you're not worrying about it. North Las Vegas fits all the needs, and then obviously from North Las Vegas here to the convention center, it's a super easy shot.
Through hands-on demonstrations, including 60-plus helicopters on the show floor, the convention gave attendees the opportunity to experience the latest equipment and technology the industry has to offer.
The expo is such a success, organizers hope to bring the event back to Las Vegas sometime in the future.
And with improvements planned later this year, North Las Vegas Airport will be more than ready.
As people spend more time in airports, unique works of art can provide passengers a moment of quiet reflection or quick respite from the hustle and bustle of air travel. Here's a look at one of the most popular installations gracing the gates of Terminal 3.
Artist Stu Schechter juxtaposes the butterfly's natural instinct to migrate with the human urge to travel in his sculpture Mirari, located just past the security checkpoint in Terminal 3. The artwork features two DC-3 airplanes composed of nearly 3,000 small butterfly sculptures with lead-free pewter bodies and fluttering polymer wings. A rabble of butterflies native to Nevada slowly coalesce into the lead ghost-like aircraft as the onlooker moves around the sculpture. The following plane is more visually literal and displays the tail logos from aircraft that have flown to and from McCarran.
The airplanes are DC-3s, which are iconic airplanes, very recognizable. They date from about World War II, and they were the flagship airline for American Airlines back in the day.
Artist and engineer Schechter worked with students from Newton North High School in his home state of Massachusetts to create the butterflies that make up the piece. The three-phase process involved the research, digital design, and printing of each brightly colored insect, with the students and artists working closely together every step of the way.
When this project came up, I immediately thought of them. This was an ideal project to do research on native species of butterfly, to look at and research what airlines come in and out of McCarran Airport, and then artistically grab the different sections of these airline colors to then imprint on butterfly wings. So they got the entire process from investigatory to doing the artwork on the wings, all the way to the print where we had to find particular materials that are archival and with high longevity. And so they got that part of the equation too. So it was very interesting for them.
2,400 fine stainless steel wires suspended from the ceiling allow the kaleidoscope of colored creatures to gracefully float and flutter with each passing breeze. From conception to completion, it took Schechter months to create his masterpiece that welcomes travelers from around the world to McCarran.
What I really like about this is my artwork does draw people in. They see from the macro image from a distance, they see the large airplanes, they see airplanes kind of facing each other. Well, what are they made of, right? You get a little bit closer, you start seeing that there are butterflies involved. And then you go, well, what's on those butterflies? They don't look like normal wings, right? And what I like about this piece too is that I think it's satisfying for multiple viewings.
Murari, which means to look at thoughtfully or to wonder at, has done just that for thousands of passengers who have passed through Terminal 3 on their way to or from Las Vegas. The Massachusetts-based artist, who describes his sculpture as 3D pointillism, has successfully combined both the mechanical and the natural into a cohesive piece of art that celebrates the magnificence of flight. The suspended sculpture is just one of many unique pieces of art in the McCarran collection that reminds travelers airports are more than just gateways to destinations, they're also gateways to culture.
Non-stop service from Hainan Airlines and Korean Air is bringing visitors from Asia directly to McCarran. To enhance the airport experience for this important market segment, we recently installed hot water dispensers at Terminal 3. Let's take a look at the why and how.
According to ancient Chinese medicine, drinking warm water is better for the digestive system and improves overall health. While Americans prefer ice water, most Chinese find hot water more refreshing.
Having hot water for our Chinese guests is extremely important and an integral part of our China Welcome program. As we were working over the past couple of years of adding Chinese service, we really studied the amenities that the Chinese passenger looks for. And hot water is one of the key amenities.
To accommodate this cultural preference, we installed several hot water dispensers on the east end of Terminal 3 on Level 2.
One is located pre-security near the currency exchange and the other on the secure side across from gate E5.
The water is sent domestically. There is a sediment filter, a 10-micron filter. Then it goes to the heating unit. There's a 2.5 kilowatt heating element at the unit itself. And then from that point, it's pretty basic. We can just program the temperature to whatever we want.
Water is dispensed at 175 degrees, which is a significantly lower temperature than traditional hot water boilers used in commercial service. But several safety precautions have been implemented. Each dispenser includes universal warning and safety signage and a triple trigger safety dispensing handle.
And so it actually takes 3 different actions to dispense the hot water. We really try to be thoughtful in our approach to customer safety. Some of the unique features is that first we can aerate the water. Secondly, that the units themselves were designed by the DOA and we had them fabricated here locally in Las Vegas.
The hot water dispensers are just one more way to make passengers feel welcome at McCarran. And each unit can dispense up to 21.5 gallons per hour, which in turn will serve a minimum of 300 passengers an hour if needed.
So there's plenty of refreshing hot beverage to go around.
Now you're ready to pack your bags and fly the skies, so have a great trip. Remember to check us out on Facebook and follow us on Twitter, and use all the resources of our website, McCarran.com. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time on Flight Path.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
We opened in 1968. We've been able to grow the museum, have places that not just adults, but kids as well can come out and learn and really get a grip on what history is like. History's interesting. It's fun. This is a place you ought to come. I've got a wonderful location. I've got 30 acres out here, 20 restored buildings, a ghost town, walking trails, nature areas, the main museum building, and it's only open 7 days a week.
I hope you'll come down and see us.
If you were at the Route 91 festival during the shooting, you can get assistance to pay for expenses not covered by insurance.
Even if you're not needing assistance today, it's important to file an application with the Victims of Crime program by October 1st of this year to ensure you're covered in the future.
At the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center, you'll find care, compassion, and support among survivors like me.
And me.
And me.
And me.
Just go online to vegasstrongrc.org to file an application today.
Help us here for you and those you love.
I think I'd be locked up right now if it weren't for the harbor.
Fighting drug or alcohol use and changes in behavior are all warning signs that a youth may need help.
I got in a fight and got expelled from school, and my mom took me to the harbor for help.
The harbor is a safe haven for troubled kids and their families. The goal is to give them resources so problems don't escalate. We know kids in crisis can become adults in crisis. Prevention and early intervention work.
They helped me get my life back on track. Sometimes you just need a fresh start.
The harbor offers hope and second chances.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
The weather is great, the setting is spectacular, and the music will move you. The Clark County Parks and Recreation Jazz in the Park series is in its 24th season. This free concert series features many of the biggest names in jazz and talented local musicians. Come enjoy a relaxing night of great music. Bring a lawn chair, bring a picnic, a bottle of wine, or sample any of the fine food and drink vendors that will be on hand. For more information, call 455-8200 or visit www.clarkcountynv.gov. Jazz in the Park at the Clark County Government Center Amphitheater.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television.
morning, Ms. King. I would like to call today's meeting for Tuesday, May 15th, 2018, the Board of County Commissioners to order.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. The first item we have is the invocation by Pastor Will Rucker from the intersection.
Pastor, welcome.
Let us pray. God in heaven, we thank you for this day and each day that we have been granted. We ask that you guide this meeting with the spirit of passion and also with compassion. Allow us to communicate clearly with insight and allow us to listen with an open heart. Let each matter brought before you today be judged rightly and allow us to work for the betterment of our entire community and yes, even our entire nation. Allow patience to reign. Allow understanding to reign. Allow your spirit of love and joy and yes, even peace to be present in this place today. We thank you for this and all that you have blessed us with. And so we pray. Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Chairman, the first item on your agenda is public comment.
This is the first time set aside for public comment. Anyone wishing to address the board on any items currently on today's agenda, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing no one, I'll close the public comment. Before we move on to the first agenda item, I want to take a personal privilege here and congratulate Tina Frias is in the audience, if you see Tina here. Passed her bar exam, and we want to congratulate her. Want to stand up? Have you stand up. Thank you. Congratulations. So Director Vasiliadis is another in-house counsel, so good for her. So thank you very much.
Item 2 is approval of minutes of the regular meeting on April 3rd, 2018.
We have a motion for approval from Commissioner Giuliani. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, please cast your votes. Commissioner Weekly is an aye. Can we get IT, please? Thank you. It's going to be a long day, so stay by, guys. Motion passes.
Item 3 is approval of the agenda with the inclusion of any emergency items and deletion of any items. Commissioners, with the inclusion of one item in your addendum, we now have 58 items on your agenda. I also need to read a correction on item number 35. Please note for the record that we will need to delete case number 18M05271X from the recommendation as well as the resolution. And at this point in time, I have no items to be deleted, nor do I have items to be taken separately.
Okay. Do we have a motion? Commissioner Giuliani moves approval. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Section 2 of the agenda is your consent agenda. Please note that items numbers 4 through 35 comprise of your consent agenda. No items have been deleted at this point, nor have any items been taken separately.
Do we have any commissioners want to hear an item separately? Anyone in the audience like to have one of the routine action items heard separately? Seeing no one, do I have a motion? Thank you. We have a motion from Commissioners Brager and Brown. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes.
We can now move to Section 3 of the agenda, which is your Commissioners, County Managers recognition. Item 36 is to receive a presentation from Colonel Murray, recognizing Commissioner Marilyn Kirkpatrick for her work with the Nellis Air Force Base.
And Ms. King, I think item number 41, we're going to have to delay trail till the call of the chair. I'm waiting for several of the recipients to arrive, and it'll probably be 10:30. Thank you. Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
May we have the Colonel come?
Oh, it's the opposite. Oh, apologize.
Okay, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, Nellis Air Force Base over the past several years has experienced a renaissance. During that time, the Air Force has invested over $500 million in military construction, as well as bringing new capabilities to what we call America's crown jewel. Some of those things include over 40 of the new frontline F-35 fighter that will revolutionize air combat. We've also expanded into other domains by bringing a space range to Nellis Air Force Base and into the cyber domain by bringing a virtual test and training range. But none of this was preordained. So this required a willing partner in our community that makes sure that incompatible growth and encroachment does not starve the new capabilities that we are trying to bring here today. And so we'd like to, today we'd like to recognize a commissioner who has spearheaded the entire county's effort in this regard at Nellis Air Force Base and has really helped us also look not just to what we've talked about so far, but even further into the future that will include east side expansion that could bring another $800 million of annual economic development to the valley on top of the $5.5 billion of economic development that we already provide every year to the valley. So with that, I'd like to read a quick proclamation and make a presentation to Ms. Kirkpatrick. Whereas it is the pleasure of the 99th Air Base Wing Commander to recognize and honor those civic organizations and leaders dedicated to supporting the Nellis Air Force Base mission, and whereas Clark County Commission District B, led by Commissioner Marilyn Kirkpatrick, has consistently worked to be a caring community partner in the men and women of Nellis, and whereas Commissioner Kirkpatrick has tirelessly tackled the breakdown and deterioration of some areas near Nellis Air Force Base by establishing the Pathway from Poverty Initiative and soliciting support from businesses and residents along the way, and whereas Commissioner Kirkpatrick championed collaboration between the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department with Nellis and created the opportunity to bring ShotSpotter gunshot detection system to District B to facilitate a decrease in crime statistics in areas around the base, and whereas the direction and leadership of Commissioner Kirkpatrick, Clark County Commission District B is truly a partner with Nellis that is dedicated to make the area surrounding the base a safe and wonderful place to call home. Now, therefore, the Installation Commander for Nellis Air Force Base, Creech Air Force Base, and the Nevada Test and Training Range, and the 99th Air Base Wing Commander, Colonel Paul J. Murray, does hereby honor and recognize Commissioner Marilyn Kirkpatrick with this key to the base for her passion and energy to support the men and women of Nellis Air Force Base.
Commissioner Kirkpatrick, would you like to say a few words?
First and foremost, I do want to thank Colonel Murray. You know, as we all know, we change colonels on a regular basis. But Colonel Murray has come in and really brought back to the community what we all knew that Nellis is and should be for the future. So I look forward to seeing him come back. I think that someday he'll be a Clark County resident. I'm pretty sure of it. But really what they do, the men and women out there, really is phenomenal for the entire country, but for Clark County as a whole. And it's been fun. We've had a lot of good times. He told some of my secrets today, but we, on behalf of Clark County, I wanted to make sure that all of you knew that we were working hard to preserve the jewel that we actually have. So this truly is an honor, so I appreciate it. It's backwards. I'm supposed to give you something, but friendship is what I give you. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Colonel. Thank you, gentlemen, and we appreciate your service. Thank you very much.
Item 37 is to recognize the Clark County Park Police officers for rendering aid to injured citizens at Sunset Park.
I'd like to invite Clark County Police officers Anthony Guerrero and Sergeant Wade Barnett up to the dais. 1 month ago today, Officer Anthony Guerrero was patrolling at Sunset Park when he heard gunshots. He raced toward the scene of what was a Venetian Casino Company picnic. and was flagged down by 3 men who pointed him toward the location of the shooting. Officer Guerrero advised Metro Dispatch. Officer Guerrero approached the scene and assessed it. A large crowd was running, many screaming, many entering their vehicles to escape the area. But some approached Officer Guerrero saying that the shooter had fled in a purple Dodge Charger, and Officer Guerrero relayed that information to Metro. He then approached 2 subjects who were on the ground, both of them having been shot. He immediately rendered aid to the woman who had been shot, Mia Banks, as she was the more critically wounded. He rendered CPR and requested medical assistance. Meanwhile, Sergeant Wade Barnhart, so I probably mispronounced your name.
That's fine, sir. I can help.
Actually, I read what was written. My apologies. Sergeant Wade Barnhart from Clark County Park Police arrived on scene and immediately rendered medical aid to Hector Rodriguez to stop the bleeding from gunshot wounds to the stomach and elsewhere. Numerous medical units and police were soon on the scene and took over. Officer Guerrero and Sergeant Barnhart, I want to thank you, we want to thank you for your service and for the assistance you provided to these shooting victims. What happened was a terrible tragedy, one that must have been a very traumatic event for everyone involved. And we want to present to you Clark County medals for your exemplary service. No, we know that what happened was just kind of in the course of business, because this kind of thing, maybe not that severe and not that critical to life, happens all the time as first responders respond to things where they're needed. But we appreciate what you've done. You've set a worthy example of the kind of service that really makes this an incredible community. So thank you. And I'm going to give you the microphone so you can do maybe what's even tougher. You can speak to us for just a moment.
This is all you, Sergeant. I guess rank has its privileges here. Yes, really just want to thank all the commissioners and thank all of you just for recognizing our department for what it does and what all police officers in the entire valley do every day for all the citizens here in our community. Thank you.
Just going to echo his comments. That's it. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you very much. Good luck to you.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Keep it up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Every day be safe.
So now we're...
Okay, item 38 is to recognize and present proclamations to Nevada Mother of the Year recipients and the winner of the American Mothers National 5th Grade Essay Contest, What My Mother Means to Me.
We're here today to honor extraordinary women who were chosen as Mothers of the Year by the American Mothers, Inc., a non-governmental organization which honors the mission of founders Eleanor Roosevelt, Sarah Delano Roosevelt, and Mamie Eisenhower, J.C. Penney, and Norman Vincent Peale. Since 1931, the organization has been dedicated to improving the lives of mothers and children in the United States and around the world. There are 5 categories of Nevada Mother of the Year awards, and this year all of the recipients are from Southern Nevada. Nevada Mother of the Year is a state and national award. A nominee must be the mother of 1 or more children, embody those traits highly regarded in mothers, and display the ability to strengthen family relationships. She should exemplify in her life and conduct the precepts of the Golden Rule and the power of a mother's inner strength to deal with the successes and challenges in life. She should also exhibit an interest in her community by participation in programs and services that enrich mothers, children, and families. The 2018 Nevada Mother of the Year is Jana Dixon. Would you come forward, Jana? Nevada Mother of Achievement is a state and national award that was established in 2012 to recognize outstanding women who make an impact outside of their own families. A nominee for the Mother of Achievement should be a woman whose efforts and service have made a significant impact and achieved positive outcomes for mothers and children at the local, state, and/or national level. The 2018 Nevada and National Mother of Achievement Award is Sandy Miller. Nevada Young Mother of the Year is an award that honors mothers with children under 18, which embody those traits highly regarded in mothers and display the ability to strengthen family relationships. The young mother should exhibit an interest in her community by participation in programs and services that enrich families and the community at large. The 2018 Nevada Young Mother of the Year is Stephanie Valdez. Nevada Legacy Mother of the Year is an award that honors a past recipient of Nevada Mother of the Year who has remained active in promoting the values of motherhood in her family and in the community. The 2018 Nevada Legacy Mother of the Year is Laura D. Christensen. Nevada Community Mothers of Honor is a state award that honors mothers that have been nominated by letter recommendation. These mothers are from many circumstances, often non-traditional, and have distinguished themselves as embodying those traits highly regarded in mothers and display the ability to strengthen family relationships. The 2018 Nevada Community Mothers of Honor are Valerie Blake and Lydia Clark. American Mothers, Inc. also hosts a 5th grade student essay contest, What My Mother Means to Me. In 150 words, students share what makes their mom extra special. All entries are submitted to their 5th grade teachers, after which the teacher submits the entry to their state's American Mothers chapter. The 2018 Nevada and National Essay winner is Emmy Wade. So you are incredible people. We're so fortunate. We need to hand these to you. So this is Jana. Susan's going to help me do that while I talk. I can't do more than one thing at a time. It's such the impact that these women and so many others, there are thousands in a community that make the community work, is so critical to us. And we appreciate all that you do and what you represent in the community. We know that you don't claim to be the only Mother of the Year. And each of us has a Mother of the Year. We're proud, particularly at this time of year, to recognize motherhood and to celebrate with you your achievements and the way that you set a worthy example to all of us in terms of what it takes to be a good mom and what it takes to lead in a community. That's something that we will never forget. We really appreciate it. And of course, you each have the opportunity to say a few words, and we'll start right here.
Well, did all of you raise your hand if you thought of your mother a few days ago? Okay, then you're all winners. I treasure the opportunity to be a mother. Mothering comes in all different shapes and forms. The thing that links us all together is that we love our children.
Thank you so much for recognizing motherhood. I think it's a poignant time to do that right around Mother's Day, and I hope you all had a wonderful time celebrating your mothers. I hope that as we move forward this year that we can work on celebrating mothers all year round. And as the media and just society sometimes tries to tear down mothers or, makes them not feel like they're enough, that we can speak up and celebrate motherhood and say that we are enough as we are.
Well, I'm grateful for this wonderful opportunity.
And as Abraham Lincoln said, all that I am, or all that I ever hope to be, I owe to my angel mother. And I am honored to be a mother of 6 daughters and a happy family, 73 great-grandchildren. So I'm a very blessed person, and I'm grateful for this honor. Thank you.
Thank you. It is a privilege to be here, and really we are just a small sampling of the amazing and fabulous women in our community, and I hope that you take a moment to just express your gratitude for all the great mothers and women in your lives. Thank you.
Thank you all for being here today.
Is your mom here?
How long did it take you to write that 150 words?
Not very long.
Very long, because you already knew what you were going to say, right? Well, we're proud of you and all of you. Thank you very much, and congratulations to you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, item 39 is to present a proclamation recognizing Clark County Department of Aviation Concessions Analyst Colonel David P. Eclipse for his nearly 30 years of service to the United States military and welcome him home from his 10-month deployment to support Operation Inherent Resolve and Operation Spartan Shield.
David P. Eclipse, come on down. So David Eclipse began his United States military service in 1988 as a second lieutenant in the United States Army and held various positions throughout his nearly 30 years of service, most recently being promoted to colonel in 2014. Last month, Colonel Eclipse returned to us after a year-long tour of duty in the Middle East, where he led a unit that controlled the financial operations in support of Operation Inherent Resolve and Operation Spartan Shield. Much of his mission cannot be discussed because it was classified, but we can share that in performing these duties, the unit often had to enter into the conflict area with large amounts of cash to support operations. Dangerous, to say the least. However, Colonel, I hear one of your more startling events was an encounter with a camel. David was at the bazaar or market. He went to pet a camel and it spit on him. That was one of the classified ones. His financial operations unit was stationed primarily in Qatar, and with the economic sanctions imposed by other Gulf nations, the going was sometimes rough. But as a testament to just how well liked David is by his colleagues and his business associates, he received several care packages from his coworkers and other members of the community that were filled with goodies that he would in turn share with his unit to lift spirits and boost morale. I'm proud to share that in addition to his service to our country, Colonel Eclipse also serves our community here in Southern Nevada as a program liaison for in the business office at McCarran International Airport. David has been a well-respected member of the Clark County team since 2006. None of this is surprising to those who know David and the family from which he came. He's the oldest of 3 Eclipse sons born to a career military man and a former federal employee. Both of his parents retired after more than 30 years of public service. But the call to public service did not end with David. His brothers Alan and Kevin are both Clark County employees as well. At least raise your hand so we can see. While we're here today to recognize David and express our appreciation for his service, I think it is also important to recognize his wife of 23 years, Lupe, and his son, Michael, who is currently a student at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. So, are you here, Mrs. Eclipse? But your son is here. Okay, great. It is truly amazing what our military families sacrifice in support of our servicemen and women, and we can't thank you enough. And we thank you both for that service and for your incredible service here in Clark County. And we present you with a proclamation that recognizes you for your many contributions that benefit the citizens of this county.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Wow. Well, thank you all. Wow, I'm very speechless. I'm very surprised and how tight-lipped this was kept from me. So I'd like to say this on behalf of my family, Michael, Lupe, my brother Kevin, who's here today. Thank you for your support for almost 30 years of Armed Forces Services, and also being there for me when I needed to be. And my McCarran family, Rosemary, Scott, Jim, the business team. You guys supported me while I was gone, and those care packages meant a lot. Rosemary, your letter that you sent to me was very heartfelt, and I needed it that time when you responded to me, so thank you very much. I can't say enough, commissioners, thank you very much for this. This is totally awesome. I can't say enough, and like I said, I'm very surprised. But again, thank you for support, Commissioner. Thank you very much.
So is there, what have we left out, Rosemary?
I think the story tells it all. That is him. I got to know him when he was project coordinator for the department building the USO lounge. So now you know why it came out as great as it did, because his heart and soul was in it. And now he's our DBE coordinator, so you know that program's going to be just as solid as he is. So we are so thrilled to have him as part of the McCarran team and the county family. And we are just so proud of his service and his dedication. So thank you. Ha ha.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
And the Colonel is a huge Golden Knights fan. If you look at his lanyard and his pin here, go Knights go. Thanks, Colonel. Appreciate you.
Okay, item 40 is to present a proclamation to the American Public Works Association proclaiming the week of May 20th through 26, 2018 as National Public Works Week in Clark County, and receive the Project of the Year awards from the APWA.
Thank you, Yolanda. First, Raquel Spears, chair of the Nevada chapter of the APWA, and crew. Please come down. The American Public Works Association has sponsored National Public Works Week since 1960 with a goal of educating the public on the importance of public work projects. And these are the government agencies that do things day in and day out that often we take for granted. It's the engineering, the construction, the design, the maintenance of all our infrastructure, our water, sewer, roads, parks, sidewalks, trails, flood control facilities. And the theme for 2018 is the power of public works, giving voice to the impact public works have on our quality of life. So today, on behalf of the Commission, we salute those public work professionals, not only at Clark County and throughout Clark County, but throughout the country for all the great work they do. So with that.
Thank you, sir. I'm here to present Clark County, the Chamber's here on behalf of the American Public Works Association. Like Commissioner Brown said, we are an organization nationally of about, or over 30,000 now, I believe, and we champion public works projects. We're a group of consultants, obviously public owners, counties, cities, any sort of public agency that basically brings projects to us as a community. These people work tirelessly as owners, as well as the groups that support them, including contractors and consultants, like I said. So we're here, the first award, to recognize Clark County Public Works. Their department has been an amazing supporter of our community, as you know, as well as the commissioners that stand behind them. So, hello, Dennis. This project of the year is recognizing the 215 Northern Beltway from Decatur to North 5th Street. And this was a transportation project awarded for the over $20 million category last fall in Lake Tahoe. It recognizes design intricacies, cost challenges, as I think we're all aware of, funding complexities, of course on time, on budget as a project, and service to its community. So if you could please help us celebrate this for Clark County Public Works, and thank you. So the second, it is heavy. So the second recognition, this award here is from the state. So of those 30,000 members I just mentioned, Clark County Public Works was recognized nationally. Last August in Florida, we were there, the majority of this group, on behalf of our organization here from our beautiful state, to accept this award nationally in front of that membership of 30,000 people. And so this was Project of the Year for environmental. So there's 8 categories, I believe. Environmental, transportation, there are different categories, but this was recognizing the Las Vegas Wash, Phase 1, if any of you are familiar with that large project, very successful for our community. And again, recognizing Clark County Public Works, the commissioners that stand behind them, as well as our community and the service it brings. So again, from a national level, we're very proud as a state to bring a project like this for that kind of recognition. So if you could help us celebrate that on behalf of our Public Works, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. I would like to thank the American Public Works Association for the recognition of these 2 fine projects that Clark County was happy to construct and build. But we owe our thanks to not only the Public Works Department, but the contractors, the engineers, the surveyors, some of the property owners and stakeholders in all these projects that made them the success that they were. So again, thank you for the recognition.
Well, I'd just like to say, you know, we work for a consultant. We provide a lot of services, but the Clark County Public Works is an amazing organization. They're very talented, and they put out amazing projects, and we're very proud to be part of their team. And I think you should be very proud of the accomplishments of Clark County in this situation. So, more engineers. You want it? Are we going back this way?
Yeah. I don't know who.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have one additional proclamation, and this will be from Commissioner Brown. This is to present a proclamation to the Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada proclaiming May 14 through May 21st, 2018 as Infrastructure Week.
Yes, indeed. And the Commission joins the nation in declaring Infrastructure Week as we highlight Las Vegas' reliance on critical transportation infrastructure, such as our roads, highways, transportation systems, and help raise the awareness of the need to continue making investments. And that's what infrastructure is. It's an investment into the community. It is, again, those things that sometimes we take for granted, that our public works and our public infrastructure, they need to get done. And often a community is judged, their quality of life is often judged on the quality of their public infrastructure. We were very fortunate that the community supported the Fuel Revenue Indexing Initiative, which has now given us the ability to fund major projects over the next decade and beyond. And one of the things that came out of all the road construction over the last few years, the famous orange cone. And although we were not only County Public Works, but just about every Public Works department in Southern Nevada were getting a lot of calls and talking about cones and construction and not being able to get anywhere, but that investment equals a lot of jobs that have been created, thousands of jobs over the last few years through our Infrastructure Week. And what we have turned this symbol into is the ability for our community to call into the RTC or the Public Works departments and ask questions. So if the frustration can turn into a question that can be answered by the public agencies, we're all in good shape. And this Seeing Orange program, a collaborative effort among all the local entities. JP is joining us from the RTC, and he is going to make a presentation.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Brown. I appreciate that. Did anybody see that game last night? That was just absolutely incredible. What a treat and a blessing. Incredible. Speaking of treats, we are giving away donuts all day today. And I will get into the details on how you claim your donut in just a second. Yes, as Commissioner Brown mentioned, National Infrastructure Week started yesterday. And we are very pleased to highlight the jobs, growth, and progress that represents. As was said, we tend to take infrastructure for granted, but we live and die with the state of our infrastructure. We have a couple of events, actually 4 events going on this week. It's already started. Right now we are delivering those free donuts not only to the construction workers doing the heavy lifting on the project sites, but also the commuters that are dealing with all those orange cones out there standing in lines at the DMV. So they're getting donuts and water. So we're happy about that, to be able to provide that with our community partners. Tomorrow we've got an event, Careers in Motion. That's out at Texas Station. It's going to be focused on design, construction, and engineering jobs. We also will have some conditional on-site hiring going on with our transit contractors, Keolis, MV Transportation, TransDev, and Allied Universal Security. So Thursday is really exciting. As Commissioner Brown mentioned, the fuel revenue indexing extension passed, and we are very pleased to be able to get the very first large construction project underway. It's Lone Mountain from 215 to Tenaya, which will be featuring new sidewalks, bike lanes, a traffic signal at Fort Apache. So come on out, 10:30, Lone Mountain Regional Park. The first 100 people get free youth bicycle helmets. So that's great. And then finally, we're going to be wrapping it up Friday, Latin Chamber of Commerce Small Business Expo. That will be out at the Suncoast, 10:30 to noon, where people, small businesses will have the opportunity to talk to dozens of vendors in the engineering and construction community to understand how to better get connected to the contracting opportunities. And we're also going to have a panel discussion. The expo is free. We're going to have a panel discussion also. That's $45. You have to pre-register on the LVLCC site. That's $45, and that's going to feature representatives from some of the major construction projects in the valley, and I mean the major ones. I think you know who I'm talking about. So basically, just to wrap it up, we really just want to thank our partners, Clark County Public Works, the support of the commission. I've known Dennis, I've known Joe Yatson, I've known Mike Mamer for many years, and what the APWA folks said is just absolutely spot on. They are not a first-class organization, they're a world-class organization, and it's a pleasure to be able to support them. So, in any event, we would love for the commissioners to sign our traveling cone, just to remind us that the things are frustrating, but they are, in fact, symbols of progress, jobs, and growth. So, thank you very much.
Did you already sign?
That's it. We are going to trail item 41 at the call of the chair. We can now move to section 6 of the agenda, which is introduction of ordinances. Item 46 is to introduce an ordinance amending Title 20 of the Clark County Code, Chapter 20.10, Section 20.10.010 to amend rental fees, amend rentals, fees, and charges McCarran Airport International Airport, and provide for other matters properly related thereto, and set a public hearing or other action at
2018 at 10 a.m.
Item 47 is to introduce an ordinance to add a new chapter 12.30 to Title 12 of the Clark County Code regulating the possession of certain dangerous items that could be used as weapons at protests, provide for other matters relating thereto, and set a public hearing. Staff recommends a public hearing be scheduled for Tuesday, June 5th, 2018 at 10 a.m.
I'll introduce the ordinance and set the public hearing for June 5th, 2018 at 10 a.m.
Item 48 is to introduce an ordinance to amend Title 10, Chapters 10.04, 10.08, 10.40, regulating, permitting the sale of dogs, cats, potbelly pigs, and rabbits, amending definitions, and providing for hearings pertaining to permits, providing for other matters properly related thereto, and set a public hearing. Staff recommends that the public hearing be scheduled for Tuesday, June 5th, 2018 at 10 a.m.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Brown.
Commissioner G, I did not get a chance to talk to you about this one, but are we, Mayor, how about our three-step process? Discussion, introduction, vote. I know that there's been work done as far as I'm assuming work's done on the collaboration, but
I don't believe this board has had the discussion item on the substance of this introduction.
Can we utilize this introduction as a discussion and just discuss it and push the introduction for 2 weeks?
Yes, you could do that. You could have your decision whether or not you want to push it for introduction in 2 weeks today. You could direct staff accordingly.
And Again, I haven't spoken to Commissioner G, but I know that there was work being done with the cities to try to get a regional approach. So if we could get an update, I'd appreciate it.
I'm happy to. I thought we had introduced it previously, and then we set it aside as a discussion item and then as an actual ordinance previously. So that's probably why nobody flagged that it was a problem this time around. We did have meetings with the cities. Councilman Soroka and Fiore came. They decided to go off in a little bit different direction. And so that collaboration, we picked up some of their language that they are looking at, but they went into a different direction of not banning. And this ordinance grandfathers it in, but it go forward as a ban. So that was the difference that was done. We tried to outline, I think staff's put together a 12-point plan of what the new ordinance does based on the meetings that we had with the public, with the breeders, with the other cities. I believe most of your staff sat in on those meetings as well. Could someone clarify? We have, unfortunately, a time or two done this without our 3-point plan. That seems to not always be enforced, but I want to comply with what our rules are. And I believe we had done it as an introduction and discussion item previously. But if it's not, let me know that, and we can.
The minutes from the last time this was brought on indicated that it was going to be sent out for more research regarding USDA inspections, education, promotion to public, solution and practices used in other jurisdictions, licensing and option of listing contacts for purebred rescue on county and animal foundation website. So whatever's being brought back would be a new ordinance that would fall under the rule.
Okay. So how do you want to handle that?
Commissioner, I apologize. Did staff, what's before today, did we do kind of a comparison and indicate a sheet of things that we've revised or amended or changed? Is that?
Yes, Mr. Brown, Commissioner Brown. If you'd like, we could provide those changes to you. It was my understanding that because we had introduced this ordinance as well as talked about it on a couple of occasions, that we did not need to bring it back for discussion because we had already followed the rules and procedures. But I understand because there are changes from the last time we introduced the ordinance that the board would want to hear what those changes are. So if it's your preference, we can go over what those changes are, or if you want us to bring it back at another meeting to have a discussion of those changes, we can do that as well.
I'm comfortable if these, and Commissioner may have sent these out on the amendment.
Yes, staff had. I'm so sorry if you don't have a copy.
But I think if this is out there from the staff perspective, if this could be included in our briefings over the next few weeks, I have no problems bringing it back for the introduction in 2 weeks. I would consider this at least the discussion component of the three-step rule or three-step practice.
And I've got a question. What happened with the city? They passed something, then they deleted something, they removed it, then they brought it back, then they, what does the city of Las Vegas have?
Kind of sums it up. They rescinded, they had put a moratorium in, a prohibition a year ago. They then rescinded that. I think it was Michelle Fiore rescinded it. Then they came to our meeting. We invited them to participate. They made the decision to bring an ordinance back to the city that allowed for the continued sales of puppies, but they did put some restrictions in on what the retail store had. We picked up some of that language because I'm recommending that we do a grandfather in and then move forward, that we don't allow for the sale. And so we picked up some of their language. I think, I'm trying to remember if they voted to adopt that. I think they voted recently on that, but I can check and see. I have to apologize. It's been a little bit busy.
Do we know what the city has in place?
We'll have to get that information for you. We don't have a confirmation of what exactly happened. We do know that there were discussions about it, and it was on the agenda, off the agenda, so I don't know what the final result ended up being.
So then on number 11, in reading this bullet points here, how many pet stores are there that are currently selling?
In Clark County, I believe it's one.
Mr. Chairman, we'll also have to clarify that information as well. I've heard one, I've heard 4, so we'll have to clarify how many of those are in unincorporated Clark County, not necessarily that are in the other cities.
Okay, could that person sell their pet shop under this ordinance?
No, I don't believe so. I think Steve Swikert's here from the DA's office. We didn't allow for a transference so that they could get around the rule.
I believe they could sell it and still be in operation if it's the same business.
So if they chose to sell it to another person or whatever, they could do that?
Yeah, as a matter of statutory interpretation, we have to construe it against forfeitures, so they would be able to sell it.
Okay, and they could move?
Yes, they could move to a new location.
Could they expand or open a second or third location?
Well, no, a second or a third location would be a different pet shop. So they could expand their existing business but not open up a new one.
Okay. Anybody?
So just to be clear on that question, so what you're saying is because it could have been a taking, we could not go forward with that, and that's the answer on the sales of the pet
Not
shop?
necessarily a taking, but a forfeiture. It's similar, but not quite the same thing.
Any other questions on this? So you're going to bring it back and introduce it in 2 weeks?
Yes, and Mr. Chairman, because we're having this conversation, I do want to confirm if a business impact statement needs to be provided or not at this point in time, because we did do one, I believe it was back in maybe November, December of last year. So I need confirmation of if a business impact statement is needed for this introduction of the ordinance.
We don't believe a new one is necessary because the ordinance is similar to the one that was previously done, except it's less restrictive.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll bring back an introduction of the ordinance at the June 5th meeting.
Okay. Next item.
Item 49 is to identify emerging issues to be addressed by staff or by the board at future meetings, to receive updates on activities of the various regional boards and commission, and direct staff accordingly.
Okay, emerging issues. Who wants to go first? Commissioner Weekly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me begin by inviting everyone out on Thursday, May 17th, to the Clark County Community Pearson Center, if you will. It's the 2018 Clark County Small Business Expo. This is going to be a really great event here. It's a golden opportunity to make valuable business and government connections. And the Pearson Center is located at, of course, 1625 West Cary Avenue. The admission is free, and we'll have everyone from Mortensen and McCarthy talking about the Las Vegas Stadium. We will have exhibitors, qualified small suppliers dealing with goods, services, consulting, and construction. We'll have government and private purchasing agents. And then, of course, lots of residents are more than welcome to attend this annual Small Business Expo. And for more information, if anyone out there is interested in knowing more on how to participate or the hours of this event, well, the doors open at 9 a.m. and it will go until 1 p.m. 9 a.m. is the supplier exhibits. That's when they open. Then 10:30 to 11, we have some guest speakers will be there. And then from 11 to 1, the suppliers exhibit continues. And we want you to call 702-455-8547. That's 455-8547, and contact World Alexander in the purchasing department. And we'd like to thank our purchasing director, Ms. Adeline Stidham, and her staff for doing a fantastic job with hosting this event once again. Also, several of us participated in a press conference. May is a time of the year when many locals begin buying illegal fireworks, and working along with Commissioners Marilyn Kirkpatrick and Commissioner June Kiliani, we've been working on a project for a while now, and over a year, on how to get our hands around this particular issue here. Clark County and local police and fire agencies last week announced that this year, police and fire will be cracking down on illegal fireworks. The week of July 4th, a 3-person team will fan out across the valley and cite many people as possible to confiscate illegal fireworks. And, I guess the message we want to put out to the community is that we're not here to put a damper on anyone's celebration. But what we do want to do is promote safety. And with the proliferation of the illegal fireworks that we're seeing in our valley, it's become a huge problem for us. And so I believe, Eric, is there a video? Do we have any video that we'd like to show you today, or we're just giving some? Is this from the press conference that we? Well, here's a video that we will have aired to just kind of give everybody an idea of what we're dealing with. And that's what my dog looks like on 4th of July. He's going absolutely berserk.
Is there any sound to this video?
Eric, Skip, is there any sound to the video?
We will have officers assigned to enforce the laws against illegal fireworks. And we are issuing citations. You could be fined up to $1,000. We can't be everywhere, but don't risk it.
You light it, we ride it. So if you don't mind, Skip, I'd love for you to start that over, please. The you light it, we cited.
Right.
Illegal fireworks cause too many injuries, too many fires, and the noise scares pets and can be disturbing to veterans and those suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. Illegal fireworks also pollute our air. This year, we are cracking down on illegal fireworks.
This 4th of July, we will have officers assigned to enforce the laws against illegal fireworks. And we are issuing citations. You could be fined up to $1,000. We can't be everywhere, but don't risk it.
You light it, we ride it. And we do know in some of our neighborhoods we have some of the best fireworks shows ever, but they're lighting illegal fireworks. Let's keep it real here. Some of us pull our lawn chairs out and we sit right there on the streets and we get our plates of food and our favorite beverages and we enjoy those illegal fireworks. There's a lot of folks do it. Don't get me wrong, I'm not the only one in my neighborhood who have watched. But time is out for that because it's extremely dangerous. And we've seen a lot of fires and a lot of devastation take place in the neighborhoods. And so we're asking everyone to please do your very best to help us spread the word. And what's the campaign again, Chairman Sisolak?
You light it, we write it.
There you go.
I got it.
There you go.
Thank you, sir.
All right, any of you all want to expound on the press conference we had? Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to add just one thing. If you went back to the beginning where you had they asked you not to call 911 or
Yes.
311, use the app. Now, the app's not up yet, right, Eric? The website, or is it, what is it? Want to come forward, Eric? Eric, could you come up to the mic, please? Or Frosty, if we got somebody? Dan, I mean?
As we get closer to July 4th,
Could you identify yourself for the record, sir?
my name is Eric Papa. I'm the Director of Public Communications for the county. As we get closer to July 4th, we'll unveil a website where people can report illegal fireworks. That is strictly to document where the fireworks are being set off, so we can plan our future enforcement activities. But right now, you can go to YouLightIt.Vegas to find out more about the campaign.
What was that? Write it?
You light it. We write it. .Vegas.
Got it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Those are my emergent issues. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to follow up on Commissioner Weekly on the fireworks, what we've asked is that everybody start with their own employees across the Clark County Valley. This is Las Vegas, North Las Vegas, Henderson, Boulder City, State Highway Patrol, BLM, everybody working together to get a better handle on it. So, last year, 911, the system was compromised because there were so many calls for fireworks. That's why we're asking people, please do not call 911 or 311 this year. Report it a different way. But it would be great if our own county employees, and I know there's many of you that go out to the tribe, we're actually working with the tribe to ensure that we are not adding to the problem. So I'm asking all county employees to start with us and be the leaders to make sure that we say. And lastly, what I would say is on this, it's very important. So many nonprofits are losing every year to many of these illegal fireworks that do yourself and the community justice and go support the Safe and Sane. So that's what I wanted to follow up, Commissioner Weekly. Thank you on the fireworks.
Commissioner Gibson, and then Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the 24th of this month, in May, we have a job fair at the Whitney Community Center. There are real opportunities for employment. At last count, we had 16 employers. We're asking people to come dressed for success, as if they were going to a job interview, because we're hoping that they can have that experience at the job fair, and that they bring 30 copies of their resume. And if they're not sure how to do a resume, then we'll help them prepare a resume. It's important for us to keep in mind that there are still people who have difficulty figuring out how to find work. They're willing and able. And so we look at this as a real opportunity to lead people to into the marketplace so that they can begin to sustain themselves in a meaningful way. And we're appreciative very much of the partners who are working with us in planning and carrying out that activity.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. I was just going to say, Highway Patrol was there for the event on the You Ride It, We Light It. They mentioned if this helps a little bit this time around with trying to get rid of fires and people being injured in that time, that the state used to do the patrols, what do we call the stop checkpoints. They are interested in looking at starting that back up again. So they were going to have a conversation for the next time around to see if maybe we could have that as an additional support system to our firefighters.
Thank you. Okay. You got another one?
Yeah, I just had one more.
Commissioner Weekly. No?
Just kind of had some afterthoughts, Mr. Chair. Also, too, I just wanted to say that with graduation season upon us, I know that many of us have a lot we'd like to say to all the graduates out there. A lot of participation in my district with the various baccalaureate ceremonies that's going to take place. Congratulations to the Nevada Systems of Higher Education, UNLV, UNR, CSN, Nevada State College, and of course Truckee Metals. We want to commend all of those schools out there for their graduations. Also to all of our high schools, especially the graduates that we have. I'll be speaking at the Beacon ceremony on Sunday, May 27th at the Orleans Hotel to about 600 to 800 graduates. So that's going to be pretty exciting. Also, too, we're working with the we'll be working with the Las Vegas Aces WNBA basketball team, and we want to commend them so very much for bringing professional basketball to Las Vegas. The opening game will be on May 27th, and we're really excited about that. And one of our very own, Chicoya Holmes, graduate from Western High School, made the team here. So we're really excited about that as well. And then also to had the honor, I'm not sure if you were going to talk about it, Mr. Chairman, we attended the opening of the Billy and Rosemary Faciliatis Elementary School. Commissioner Brager, yeah, we were all there. And congratulations, Rosemary. Beautiful school, beautiful ceremony, and beautiful staff out there, man. Amazing school. Congratulations to you.
Thank you. Can anyone guess what the nickname of the school is?
Yeah, right. Oh, Commissioner Gibson was there also. Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. This Thursday evening, 6:30, at Police Memorial Park is the annual Southern Nevada Law Enforcement Memorial Ceremony, where, if you haven't been, it's an absolute beautiful ceremony. They recognize the fallen officers, and surviving family members are recognized also. But it's just it's an outstanding event, and it reminds us each and every day how fortunate we are, to all the law enforcement agencies, to the men and women that put on the badge every day. So that is Thursday evening, 6:30, Police Memorial Park, which is located up in the West Cheyenne Wallapai, almost to the Beltway. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, it is now past 10 a.m., so we can go to Section 5 of the agenda, which are your public hearing.
Could I, before we do go back to 42, can we do 50, and I can get the airport on their way back to work, home? Not that they're not working here, but on the way back to McCarran. Thank you.
Item 50 is to accept and approve the business impact statement pursuant to NRS 237.090 for the proposed ordinance amending Title 20 of the Clark County Code, Chapter 2.10, Sections 2.10.010, to amend rentals, fees, and charges McCarran International Airport and provide for other matters properly related thereto and take other action as appropriate.
Director Vasiliadis, namesake of the Vasiliadis Elementary School, home of the Cubs. Good morning.
Good morning. Rosemary Vasiliadis, Department of Aviation. Thank you so much for moving up this item. This is the business impact statement for the rates and charges for the airlines that operate out of McCarran. We held a very extensive budget meeting April 25th, and the airlines did approve all rates and charges that will be presented to you in 2 weeks at the public hearing unanimously, and we did not receive any formal comments from them.
Okay. Do we have any comment on item number 50, the business impact statement from McCarran International Airport? Seeing no one, I'm going to turn this over to the board. Commissioner Giuliani has moved approval. Is there any discussion on that item? Seeing none, please cast your votes. My screen's not up. Could I get an aye? I got it up. Okay, thank you. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
So we can now move back to public hearing section of the agenda. Item 42 is to conduct a public hearing to hear any and all complaints, protests, and objections with respect to the assessment roll for Special Improvement District number 97B, the Las Vegas Boulevard beautification maintenance between Sahara Avenue and Mandalay Bay Road, to approve, adopt, and authorize the chairman to sign a resolution confirming the assessment roll and resolving all related protests, introduce an ordinance levying assessments, and set a public hearing to consider the ordinance for Tuesday, June 5th, 2018 at 10 a.m. for Special Improvement District 97B.
This is a public hearing. At this time, I would like to open the public hearing on item number 42. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 42, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Ms. Lake.
Good morning, Commissioners. Cindy Lake. I'm here to voice dissent on behalf of another person. His name is Will Bradley, and he lives at 2700 South Las Vegas Boulevard, number 1507. And he is currently serving in the National Guard and can't be here today, so I'm here on his behalf to voice dissent against the assessment because, specifically, the board has determined that each of such tracts will receive special benefits and corresponding market value increases. I don't know if anybody here can guarantee market value increases. Do you have specific amounts, or how did you determine market value increases based on the assessment?
Okay, I will see if I can have staff answer the question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cedarberg is coming down.
Dennis Cedarberg, Department of Public Works. From my understanding of the SID process, this is a maintenance district that is associated with the original capital improvement program for the installation of the landscaping maintenance. And during the initial formation of the construction component of it, that's when the market value was achieved. And the purpose of the maintenance district is to maintain that market value during the course of the lifetime of the improvements. So the initial benefit was associated with the capital program, the capital assessment A. The SID 97A was the construction component of it, which determined the capital component of it. And this is to maintain that capital improvement value that was increased during the original construction.
Okay. Thank you for your response. Did you have something else?
I do.
Okay.
So is there a specific market value increase
No,
that is
I don't
being
think there's a
promised to
dollar
the
amount that-
residents? So I just want to get on the record and make sure that everybody understands that Mr. Bradley is in dissent and against the assessment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Record so noted. Does the clerk have any written complaints, protests, or objections?
We do not, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Then since we did hear from people on the final assessment roll, I'm going to close the public hearing.
Mr. Chair, I would move for adoption of the resolution.
We have a motion by Commissioner Giancoliani. Any further discussion? Please cast your votes. Motion passes. Then,
Okay.
Wait, I'm sorry, Yolanda. Now I've got to introduce the ordinance levying the assessment. I'll introduce the ordinance levying the assessment, and I'll ask the clerk to read the ordinance by title.
An ordinance concerning Clark County, Nevada Improvement District number 97B, strip maintenance, providing for the payment of the costs and expenses of maintaining certain improvements, assessing the cost of said maintenance against the assessable lots, tracts, and parcels of land benefited by said maintenance, ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken, and prescribing details in connection therewith.
I will set the public hearing for the ordinance for Tuesday, June 5th, 2018 at 10 a.m.
Okay, item 43 is to conduct a public hearing to hear any and all complaints, protests, and objections with respect to the assessment roll for Special Improvement District 114B, Las Vegas Boulevard South Strip, maintenance between Mandalay Bay Road and Russell Road, to approve, adopt, and authorize the chairman to sign the resolution confirming the assessment roll and resolving all related protests, to introduce an ordinance levying assessments, and to set a public hearing to consider the ordinance for Tuesday, June 5th, 2018 at 10 a.m. for Special Improvement District 114B.
This time I'll open the public hearing and ask the clerk if they have any written complaints, protests, or objections.
We do not, Mr. Chair.
Is there anyone present wishing to be heard on the final assessment roll? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing.
Mr. Chair, I move for adoption of the resolution.
Commissioner Giancoliani has moved adoption. Any discussion on that motion? Please cast your votes. Motion passes. Regarding the levying of the assessments, I'll introduce the ordinance and ask the ordinance to be read by title.
An ordinance concerning Clark County, Nevada Improvement District Number 114B, South Strip Maintenance, Mandalay Bay Road to Russell Road, providing for the payment of the costs and expenses of maintaining certain improvements, assessing the cost of said maintenance against the assessable lots, tracts, and parcels of land benefited by said maintenance, ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken, and prescribing details in connection therewith.
I'll set the public hearing for the ordinance for Tuesday, June 5th, 2018 at 10 a.m.
The next item is item 44, which is to conduct a public hearing to hear any and all complaints, protests, or objections with respect to the assessment roll for Special Improvement District 126B, the Boulder Highway Strip Maintenance along Boulder Highway from Interstate 515 to the intersection of Desert Inn Road and Lamb Boulevard, and along Boulder Highway from Flamingo Road to approximately 900 feet south of East Sun Valley Drive, to approve, adopt, and authorize the chairman to sign an ordinance confirming the assessment roll and resolving all related protests, introduce an ordinance levying assessments, and set a public hearing to consider the ordinance for Tuesday, June 5th, 2018 at 10 a.m. for Special Improvement District Number 126B.
At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing and ask the clerk if there are any written complaints, protests, or objections.
There are not, Mr. Chair.
Is there anyone wishing to be present, anyone present wishing to be heard during the public hearing on the final assessment roll? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing.
Mr. Chair, I move for adoption of the resolution.
Commissioner Giuliani has moved for adoption. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. That motion passes. I'll introduce the ordinance and ask that the ordinance be read by title.
An ordinance concerning Clark County, Nevada Improvement District Number 126B, Boulder Strip Maintenance, providing for the payment of the costs and expenses of maintaining certain improvements, assessing the costs of said maintenance against the assessable lots, tracts, and parcels of land benefited by said maintenance, ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken, and prescribing details in connection therewith.
The ordinance being introduced, I will set the public hearing for Tuesday, June 5th, 2018 at 10 a.m.
Item 45 is to conduct a public hearing on the fiscal year 2018 action plan for housing and community development. I believe staff has a brief presentation.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Donna Daniels, and I'm the Principal Planner for Community Resources Management in the Department of Social Service. This public hearing is for the fiscal year 2018 HUD Action Plan, which is required to be eligible to receive U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development grant funding of approximately $12.2 million for fiscal year 2018. The total new funding represented in the plan is approximately $14.8 million, with the addition of state home and low-income housing trust fund monies. The 2018 action plan outlines the projects that will be funded in fiscal year 2018, which begins on July 1st, 2018. The final fiscal year 2018 HUD action plan will be on the consent agenda for submission approval on June 5th and will incorporate public comment and administrative changes. This is a public hearing and no other action is required.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 45. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 45, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Item 45. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 45 and turn this over to the board. We have a question. Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to understand. So we're going to accept this money, and then at some point, are we going to sit down and have a conversation about where our gaps are within some of this housing that we have?
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Kristen Cooper, Manager, Clark County Social Service. The action plan actually is based upon the 5-year consolidated plan, and the 5-year consolidated plan does identify the gaps in housing and assesses where the needs are. The needs are significant, as I know you're aware. And so we are going to be coming up on doing another 5-year plan here, and it will be for years 2020 to 2024. And we'll be doing that in the next year.
Mr. Chairman, if I could follow up. So how is that input, and I'm asking because, for one, on the east side, we have 280 people on the wait list as a whole for seniors. And then we have some other folks that need some of this low income. And so how is the input saw on where that gap analysis is and how that works? Because my concern is this, and if you want to make an appointment with my office and tell me, but my concern is this, is every entity's doing their own thing. So we have places that are overlapping on other places, but then we have miles where there's nothing. So and I know that North Las Vegas went off of this plan and now they're going to do it themselves. So how do we collaborate to ensure that we're getting the best bang for our buck and that we're actually giving people hope that something's coming?
There's all kinds of ways to answer that. Number one is the resources are limited. And so that is always an obstacle for all of the jurisdictions. The jurisdictions, we do meet on a bi-monthly basis for what we call a consortium meeting. And we discuss all of these issues specifically related to the HUD-funded programs. And we do try to work together to figure out where we can place housing. In fact, the county invests its home dollars in projects in other cities in order to ensure that there are housing units available. It really is a matter of a lack of resources. If we had the money, we could build the housing.
I'm just going to encourage you to come visit me because, I mean, maybe staff to staff has those conversations, but electeds as a whole, we're all scratching our heads on how that all works, how we can collaborate. And honestly, I think it's an opportunity for us to bring in some private sector folks to help us stretch those dollars, because the more folks that we have that don't have affordable places to go and are, you know, like the accessible space is amazing what they do for many of our seniors and disabled. I just think that it's time for us to be the leader at the county, to bring everybody together, including the private sector, to start addressing this for the future.
We would be happy to do that.
Commissioner Weekly.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Kirkpatrick, for the questions and comments. And in regards to discussing the gap and talking about the future 5-year plan, you know, I too would like to be included in on that, because the concerns that I've always had is that's always been something that's been mentioned, is that the lack of resources that's available. But then I also look at some of those areas that Commissioner Kirkpatrick is talking about. We experience that as well, and I'm always looking at this committee that's comprised, and how is it that you all are looking at a map, and how is it that some of these folks who've never even ventured on the other side of town, how would they even know or even have any interest in terms of where dollars should be spent and where housing should be built? I mean, these are things that we've been talking about for a number of years, and so I just think that similar to what we do with outside agency grant dollars, where we bring in a staff person, someone who knows the specific area, someone who can sit there and give that particular input to a committee of folks who, for whatever reason, don't have that knowledge of some of these underserved areas, would have a voice there to be able to say, well, wait a minute, here's a specific area right here that could use some housing and would be eligible for these HUD funds. I mean, I know we have need all over Clark County, but in some of these areas here, it's just absolutely gotten ridiculous. And so we need to nip that in the bud and not be after the 5-year plan has already been incorporated, but let's get in on the front end of this discussion. Okay? So I know you and Mr. Pollack have done a great job over the years, but I just think that understanding the county and how the county does this thing with, you guys do this in 5-year increments, which leaves you totally out of the loop until the next cycle comes up. It gets to be to a point where you start to see it become really disparaging, if you will, and then you have those gaps and they start to widen. And by that time, you know, the devastation is major. And so, yeah, I'd love to be included in on that as well.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner June Kiliani.
Thank you. I just do want to say that there is a bright light. I want to thank you for the Boulder Pines project that the staff worked on. It was phenomenal. It was the first time ever. They do this around the United States where we did a collaborative, where it's apartment housing. It's next to a Matter school. We did a Boys and Girls Club, and we had social services, Lutheran social services on one campus. And I think that's a model we should all be talking about and looking at in the future. The one thing missing is child care access. We need to make sure that we plug that in the future. I guess a couple of questions, though. Are we assuming that the CBDG block grant money will still be in play after what the federal government is doing or talking about doing?
Yeah, we're moving forward as if the CDBG money will still be in play, yes.
Okay, so we're working with our congressional delegation and making sure that that's on the radar. Okay, and then I was told that there's 18,000 people waiting on the voucher, the housing with the housing authority list.
Okay.
And I know
would have
we
to
don't
check.
have a say-so on that any longer, but there's something, if they're sitting, the waiting list is just unconscionable as far as making sure that individuals have housing. So something's going on there. So I think they need to come to the table and have a conversation with us. Give us the vouchers and then we'll place the people, because I think that there's something not happening there that needs to while they're being dysfunctional internally. Housing for the homeless transition. Now, we had our Home First, which was for our veterans, correct? Is that the right title?
Housing First is for chronic homeless.
Chronic homelessness. Today, we're going to have an agenda item to talk about homelessness. Mm-hmm. We need transitional housing one way or another for our homeless. And I know we're working on a Crossroads project, but there's so much demand. And with the cities peeling away, if they do that, we risk dumping more people out on the street if we don't do it the right way. And so can dollars be used, as both commissioners said, to maybe repurpose older buildings that could maybe be small apartments for individuals, or the little tiny houses they're doing around the United States, or anything along those lines? That's not reflected in our plan because we did it 5 years ago, but can this be modified for us to take a look at it?
Actually, we can do rehabilitation. That is one of the items that is in our plan, and we have done several of those. And I think going forward, there'll be more of that, actually.
So this current document that's in our backup, can this be modified if we find that there's new needs that are out there, or is this just what's obligated at this point?
This is what's obligated at this point, and we'll have funding again next year, and we can definitely make that the rehabilitation a priority for next year's application for the home funds.
Okay, that's something I would like us to take a look at if everybody's in agreement with that part, because I think it actually helps both with the homeless situation, but it's redirecting our dollars because the needs change from time to time. So unfortunately, sometimes these can't be as fluid as we would like them to be on documents. So what do we have? Can you identify in here, is it just the emergency solutions grant that really goes to the homeless component?
Yes, the emergency solutions grant is the one specific to emergency shelter and rapid rehousing.
But it's usually men that
we
can't
also
get it,
have
right?
the home. I'm sorry.
I'm told that men. It's very difficult for men to get that.
That's actually one of the specific men with small children.
Okay.
That's one of the specific groups that were funded through this year.
But not single men, which is another issue that's another barrier that's there, because that's a lot of the individuals.
Right, single men with children.
Right.
Yes.
And then we have not been hurt as hard as Washoe, but right now, what is our average affordability in Southern Nevada?
I'm not sure what the affordability is right now for apartment rentals, but
yeah, I was told it's about 1,200, 900 to 1,200, depending on the size of the apartment, and that's just another thing that doesn't become affordable in the long run as well. So we have to make sure that as we look at transitional and housing for homeless, we need to make sure that we maintain the affordability component. So, yeah. I'm happy to maybe we do a briefing for the whole East Side and trying to make sure that we've got some, because we don't have the growth that a lot of the other areas have. I think even Commissioner Gibson would say that too. But then you have that coupling with Henderson or the city of Las Vegas or North Las Vegas. We need them to be at the table so we can maybe capitalize on the dollars that are there, so that we're doing it in a more regional approach in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Gibson, you're next.
The Boulder Highway Collaborative project was an amazing experience for me. The campus is really a model for what we ought to be focusing on, because we were able to multiply the effect of the dollars so substantially. And the resources that are available there are not just Clark County resources, but most importantly, there's so many resources there that are community-based, which takes away some of the cost and expense and the burden on government. So kudos to you and everyone who worked on that with the commissioner. So we've identified gaps, and we're more than halfway through a 5-year plan. Is there a way to open up the plan, and how frequently do we think about that if we can? Because the gaps in my mind are really growing. I mean, 3-4 years ago, the gaps were dramatically different, and I don't know if we projected what we've encountered. But it would be interesting to me to know if we were accurate in terms of identifying what we imagined the growth and the gaps would be over the course of time. And if there is a mechanism for opening up that evaluation, then it seems to me it's incumbent upon us to try and keep stride with what's challenging us. Is that something that we can do, or is that something that is not really material?
The 5-year plan actually does a very good job of identifying where the needs are and projecting where we thought things were going to go. The one area I think that we didn't project was just how fast housing prices would increase after the crash, and then we've been recovering. We didn't think it would get so bad so fast. And then on top of it, we've had incredible increases in construction costs for our housing developers. And that also means that our dollars don't go as far, and that's problematic.
So I recognize that that homelessness has exploded on us. And I recognize also that not everyone who is homeless wants to put his or her name on a list and find housing. I mean, that's one of the challenges that we have when we have intersection with homeless people. But as we succeed in bringing services to them, we're going to increase the number from among that group. And that's another area that I think requires constant review. It is taking the resources, we're going to talk about that in a few minutes, but it's consuming police resources, it's social services resources, it's challenging neighborhoods, and it is challenging the sense of quality of life that people have in those neighborhoods. It's something that we need to stay on top of. And of course, to the extent that we and the agencies that work with us are successful in helping people come out of homelessness, there's more of a gap. There's more challenge to us because we're adding these folks that were not necessarily envisioned to be in the numbers that they are today. And I don't think anybody predicted that. We're just adding them to the list of folks who don't have available housing. So I'm interested in getting more detail about the report, and I'll ask you to contact my office and set something up so that we can sit down and talk about its effect. Particularly in the unincorporated portion of my district, it's a serious challenge. Thank you.
We'd be pleased to.
Any other questions? Okay, that's the presentation. This time I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 45. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 45, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Jessica, could you take her microphone, please? A portable, could you, Jessica? Or here, you can take one of these. Randy? Let reach. There you go.
They disabled me, so they don't care.
Listen. Good morning. Okay, it's not on.
City Council, County Commission, and up north. Well, we got to do something about it. Now, when you're talking about the homeless, when I saw this morning. Oh, do you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, you can hear me now. Because see, I'm hyper, And I know I'm hyper. I was born hyper. And everybody here in Las Vegas who know me for quite some time. And if anybody's name who's out there on those boards and who's sending letters and things out in the mail, the only person that I will go to the poll and vote for this year is Sisolak. That's the only somebody that I will vote for. And the reason being, when he said he wasn't afraid, because you can't go nowhere being afraid. And Councilman Weekly, you live in Councilman, Commissioner, whatever. I'm sorry. Right now, I can't think no more because of what you folks done did to me. Because it came from the county, so my doctor said. From the county mostly and up north. The city doesn't have really a lot to do with it. I've been laying in my bed for 3 solid months. Couldn't get out. People had to come and take me to the bathroom. And when I couldn't get nobody to take me to the bathroom, they had to leave me with diapers on and pads in the bed, water and food by the bed. And I'm coming this morning, you talk about the homeless. I came in here in 1953 when Beatrice was, when was you born? 1960. You were born in 1960. I came here in 1953. I came here before the heads, before Larry probably was born. I've seen it grow, I've seen it go, and I've seen it grow again. There have been times when I'd leave and I'd come back, and the same old. Nothing changed in the area where we live in 89106. Then we got to 89101, 89102. You still got no changes made to put up some expensive houses that they knew black people couldn't afford. $250,000 home, $350,000 home in Hidden Canyon. And I had the food and went up there and bought one after I moved off of Helen Street in North Las Vegas. But I was raised at 415 Jefferson Street, right across from KCEP radio station that Mr. Weekly comes on the radio station every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock. I stayed on the station holding on my phone in the bed. I was the first caller that they got. I was the first one. The man told me, just wait a second, Miss Lewis, because you're the first. I stayed on that station for 1 solid hour with people talking a bunch of crap that was out of town from nowhere, didn't mean nothing to our city. I know his thing say straight talk, and straight talk is what I'm all about. But we got to do something about this homeless situation. I just hollered at a boy out of my car when we was coming down here and told him to pull his clothes up, don't disgrace us no more than what we already disgraced. His clothes falling up, but he's crazy. He's mentally ill. We don't have no mental facilities. How long do I have to talk? I know you're going to shut me down.
Yeah, well, because the buzzer went off. Yeah. The 3 minutes are up.
Well, somebody give me another minute. They'll do me that at the school district. Now, give me.
We'll give you another 30 seconds.
Okay, Mr. Sisolak. We need some help with the homeless situation. I went down Christmas and took 4 bags. It was Saturday before Christmas. And took 4 bags of clothes to Las Vegas Boulevard and Main Street where it all comes together there in those homeless shelters. You only do it on Saturday mornings. And I took 4 bags of clothes. The people jumped up off the streets. I never saw nothing like that in my life. And all I could do was sit in the car and cry. And the guy that drove me down there, he said, "Why said, don't do this." He said, because people they've never seen. They never see very few people do this. I'm going to talk some more. So I'll get it in. I'm going to get it all in because you're going to have me talking on every agenda item now.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Sisolak.
You can. Thank you.
But I don't ever want to stay on the radio for an hour. Lawrence, I'm going to call you Lawrence today because I've been knowing you know a long time. If it hadn't been for me, when you got out of college.
You can go on the next item again. You can talk again if you want to. Thank you. Okay. No, Jessica, I've got another. Ms. Turner. Oh.
Beatrice Turner. First of all, y'all invest in some more cushions in these seats out here for the disabled.
I'm sorry, new cushions?
Yeah, 'cause they is wearing out. They done got old. 'Cause
Okay, Randy.
y'all invest in that.
New cushions.
But what I want to say, when it comes to the homeless, this morning, what Moisés is talking about, we seen a man, he was walking down the street homeless, mentally ill, and you have a lot of them that's on the streets that's mentally ill, and y'all going to have to look into getting a place, a facility, or something to deal with some of the mentally ill people. I mean, this man's pants was hanging to his knees. He ain't had no shirt on, and he was walking and talking to himself, and yes, they need some help. And yes, you got people that need housing. But I tell you what, don't this county take the Section 8 Housing Authority and put it under the county. Because she done already messed up the Housing Authority enough when she did that merger and left that witch Dora LeGrand on that Housing Authority board. So no, don't y'all do that. And your time almost up, baby. So it'll be over for you.
Anyone else wishing to speak during the public comment section on item number 45, the public hearing? Okay, no, we'll get the next item. You're going to go again. I'm with you. Anyone else wishing that has not spoken on item number 45 to speak on item number 45? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 45 and turn this over to the board. We have
Commissioner,
okay.
This is not an action item.
Okay, moving on. Moving back to item 41.
You want to go to 41?
Yeah.
Okay, item 41 is to present proclamations recognizing the members of the Las Vegas Victims Fund Distribution Committee for their efforts to distribute the donations to the victims.
If I could ask the chair and the vice chair of the Victims Fund Committee to come on down. Tom and Scott, please. Back over here, and then we'll... And if you could, everyone bear with me for just a few. Kevin, you want to come on down for this one? First off, the sheriff is not able to be with us today, so Kevin McMahill is going to stand in for Sheriff Lombardo on this item. And welcome, Mr. Nielsen. On 1 October, our community suffered the worst tragedy we have ever suffered as a community. And early in the morning on October 1st, when I was down at the Metro Command Center, the sheriff and I worked through the issues, logistic issues he was dealing with. Our first immediate need was for blood for the people that were going to undergo surgeries as a result of the attacks on 1 October. We put a call out for blood. You all know the story. Within hours, there were lines around every single blood center that we had in Clark County to help people to donate blood so we'd have enough blood for the surgeries that were going to be coming. Subsequent to that, the sheriff and I thought that the next immediate need we could help with was financial resources. There was going to be a need for enormous financial resources for these victims and the surviving family members of the victims. While we all know that the money isn't going to bring anybody back, it's not going to relieve any pain, hopefully it will help to make a car payment or house payment or buy some groceries for the families. That morning, we made the initial contribution to the Victims Fund. At the time, candidly, I did not know what platform funding or online funding even was. I wasn't very knowledgeable about GoFundMe to that extent, but we learned very, very quickly. And we started the Las Vegas Victims Fund. And we raised what I thought was a lot of money for everything from people donating to having T-shirt sales, baseball hat sales, cookie sales, roller derby races, golf tournaments, and everything you can possibly imagine people around the country had to benefit the Las Vegas Victims Fund. Then came the very, very difficult task of distributing those funds and determining who should be eligible and how much money each of those people should get, establishing the protocols for the distribution of those funds and actually distributing the money. That was a task that was
above what the sheriff and I signed up for. So we turned to our friends in the community, and you're going to meet a lot of those people here today. So I'm going to turn the microphone over to Scott Nielsen, chaired that committee, and Deacon Tom Roberts was the vice chair of that committee, who took a lot of grief from a lot of people because they didn't like what the plan was, and we had public hearings, and they took a lot of abuse and didn't get an awful lot of thank yous along the way. But we as a community commend them for what they did. So I'm going to give it to Scott and let him tell you how much money they finally distributed and what happened. So Scott and Deacon Tom.
Thank you, Chairman. I guess first of all, I'd like to thank you and thank Sheriff and the County Commission for your leadership, because without that leadership, we would not have had the opportunity to help the victims and survivors of 1 October. It was a humbling experience, I think, for all of us. We felt very fortunate to have the opportunity to try to help people in the community. As it turns out, we raised over $31.7 million, 100% of which was distributed to the families of the 58 people who died and also the other victims that were physically injured. And so it was a very gratifying experience. The very first thing when we all got together, as the chairman indicated, he called a group of people together, and the very first thing that one of the advisors said was, "No good deed goes unpunished." And so that was a little bit of our kind of our watchword as we went through this. But I think everybody on the commission or the committee, one of the reasons why this worked so well is everybody on that committee had the right spirit of wanting to do what was best for our community and for the people that were most impacted by 1 October. So I just want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to a lot of different people, but to the people that served on that committee who spent a lot of time and really worked hard trying to do the right thing for this community. I want to thank the Nevada Resort Association for the support and made a lot of contributions to pay for a lot of the other things that went on along the way, so that 100% of the funds could go to the people that were impacted. I want to thank Bank of America, who did all of the banking services, which were extensive, and when you're talking about distributing all that money, were extensive, and they did it free of charge. And Bank of America. I also want to thank Jody Goodhart, who was our lawyer, who did a wonderful job keeping us in line. Howard Stutz, who handled the PR, was drafted into this effort without any compensation. And so I want to thank everybody involved. But mostly I want to thank the Las Vegas community, because as the chairman indicated, there was funding that came from the GoFundMe account and others from around the world. But we would not have had nearly the amount of money to help these people if it hadn't been for the gaming and entertainment and other people in this community stepping up and providing a significant amount of money to help people. So we appreciate it. We thank everyone for this opportunity, and we're very grateful to have been able to help. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman Sisolak and board. And I would echo what Scott said. We had donations from $5 to those in the 7 figures, and every single donation made a difference. And that's what I'm so proud of on behalf of my colleagues that served with Scott and I, that made the difficult decisions to try to do the most good that we can in an unperfect and a terrible, tragic situation. And like so many of us that call Las Vegas home, we saw the best of Southern Nevada and the best of our country really rally around those of us that are suffering and still suffer. And so as much as we tried to help as many as we could, we know there were thousands of people that we simply couldn't touch financially. There are resources that continue to be available through the Resiliency Center and through other resources around the nation. And so I would also just ask you to continue to keep those that were wounded in your thoughts and prayers. It's hard to believe that we will, in not too long, approach the 1-year anniversary of this terrible event. But our folks are going to continue to need the human touch. And I think that's what drove all of us on the committee, was to try to do the human thing and the right thing. So it is an honor to serve and humbling to give a little bit back to the community that's been so good to so many of us.
Thank you, Deacon. And before we start handing these out, I want to acknowledge a few other people who are not here today, but helped considerably. Chris Bryan and Bryce Harper both tweeted out and had the stream along the bottom of the playoffs in the World Series, asking people to text and donate in. The Raiders asked the NFL to put the stream along the bottom of the NFL games, and they got the text and donate, so everybody participated. Ellen DeGeneres sent a tweet out asking for money. We had several of the famous, they're DJs, I thought they were disc jockeys, but my daughters corrected me. They refer to them as DJs. Steve Aoki and Tiesto and those folks, they reached out to their people, and it was tens of thousands of small donations that really, really got us over the top here. So thank you, everyone, for participating in that. And now if we could, Kevin, if you want to help me here, however, the commissioners, how we can just start. They're not in a real good order, so I apologize. Is that one? Okay, we'll just start naming them if you could come on down. I've got Bank of America. If you want somebody from Bank of America, want to come on down, Kevin? Or Dan, come on down. I've got Peter Guzman, President of the Latin Chamber of Commerce. Tom Roberts, Catholic Charities. Yolanda King, Clark County. This is Peter's. Here, Kevin, you want to, thanks. Give me the Barry Lieberman. Now, some of these folks weren't able to make it today, so if we could, the ones that aren't here, if we could set those aside. Who else you got? Thank you. Bill Noonan, who serves on every committee that we ask him to serve on and is always available. We appreciate you, Bill. Thank you. Hunter Campbell, UFC. Not here. Jackson Wong from the Metropolitan Police Department. Scott Nielsen. Here's Scott. Which is who's? Who's it? Kristen Tyler. Make sure you get your right proc here, otherwise you can hang on the wall with somebody else's name on it. Dana Lee. I know Dana's on everything we asked her to be on as well. Nope. Puna Mather is not here. Dr. Lee Kwan. Nope. Dr. Allison Netsky. Elin Green. Megan Jordan. Barbara Molaski. Barbara's not here. Where she is? There she is. She's hiding in the corner. Oh, there we go. Stephen Batista from Zappos. Rob McPeak, McDonald Carano. Ken Feinberg. Is Ken here? Ken is one that took the lead on this from the national site to help us get through this. Camille Biros. Biros? Mai Fernandez. Jeff Dion. These are national figures. Thank you. Thank you so much. Price Waterhouse. Do we have a representative from Price here? No. Bank of America. I knew we had Bank of America. Oop. Thank you. Matt Griffin, who helped us through a lot of our legal issues as well. Kevin Benson. Mark Noble. Cragen and Pike. Somebody's going to have to deliver a lot of proclamations. Ms. Valentine, Nevada Resort Association. And yes, I know you didn't want to come down, but you're coming down anyway. Jody Goodhart. R&R Partners. Do we have anybody for R&R? Howard Stutz. Is Howard here? There he is. And who's going to accept the Vegas Strong Fund one? Virginia can take the Vegas Strong Fund one. And I want to acknowledge that not only did some of these folks sit on the committee and help tremendously, but I think they got everybody to donate their services. I don't think one dime went for administration of this or distribution of the money. And the best part about that is it freed up more money to go to the victims. So the enormous amount of sacrifices, and I know I sat through a public hearing that you had, and you took some grief and took some abuse from some people that were very hurt, and some that were angry and some that were unhappy, but you weathered it all for this community and for the people that were victimized by this terrible tragedy. So on behalf of the Clark County Commission, we just want to say thank you for everything that you did and all that you continue to do, and we appreciate you making a difference in so many lives that were affected as a result of this. So, do you have anything more you guys want to add? No? Thank you all very much. We appreciate you. Gano, can you get 2 rows and get a picture? Is that what you, okay.
If everyone can squeeze in a little tighter, that'll be great. Awesome, awesome. Awesome. On the count of 3, look at me. 1, 2, and 3. One more. Okay, now we can let the official photographers.
Vegas strong. Thank you.
Thank you to my colleagues in the audience for your indulgence in that matter, but I thought it was extremely important to recognize and thank the people that made such an enormous difference in our community at a time when we really needed the help. So thank you, and Yolanda, thank you for participating and being a big part of that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that being said, we can move next to the business section of the agenda. We're back to item 51, which is to appoint members to the local law enforcement advisory committee from the following list of individuals noted in your agenda item, and designate a chair and a vice chair for a 1-year term expiring on June 2nd, 2019.
Do we have a commissioner? Well, we've got you have many names. We want to appoint all of these? Just our 5?
I think our 5, Mr. Chair, is what we've done in the past.
Is that what we've?
All of them?
Yes, all of them listed on the agenda.
So
we have a motion from Commissioner June Keilani to appoint District Attorney Steve Wolfson, Assistant Sheriff Brett Zimmerman, Chief James Ketzoff from the Clark County School District, Councilman Stavros Anthony, Councilman Cedric Creer, Scott Emerson of the United Way, Clark County Chief Judge Elizabeth Gonzalez, Clark County Judge Cynthia Cruz, Clark County Public Defender's Office Christy Craig, Commissioner Lawrence Weekly, and Commissioner Chris June Keilani. We have a motion on the floor from Commissioner June Keilani. Is there any further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, please cast your votes.
You need to appoint a chair and a vice chair?
Okay.
Can I give that back to Lawrence, or do I have to?
Can't they do that?
What do
we
you want? You want a chair again?
Huh?
I chaired last time. I'm fine with it, whatever you want. Okay. I'll stay as chair, and Commissioner Weekly as vice chair then.
Commissioner June Keilani is going to stay as chair, and Commissioner Weekly is going to be vice chair. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Motion. It's already passed. Okay. Passed. Okay. Is that okay? Wants to do it over?
It looked like you have all voted yes to me.
What?
It looked like you all voted yes to me.
Against you?
Yes. No, we all voted yes.
Okay. We all voted yes. Do you want us to take another vote, though, because of the chair and vice chair, or no?
No.
That was good. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I didn't hear. Okay, we're good. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, our next item is item 52, which is to appoint a qualified individual to serve as a member of the Lower Kyle Canyon Citizen Advisory Council for the remainder of the 2-year term ending January 6, 2019 from the list of the following applicant. There's only one applicant who has applied, and that is Susan Davis.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Brown.
Is Susan here? Okay. And I need to apologize to her. There was some information shared. Sue Baker is out of the office today, so I'm just going to hold this for 2 weeks just to clear up some information we received the last few days. My motion would be to hold for 2 weeks.
We have motion on the floor to hold item 50. 3 weeks. We have motion on the floor to hold this till the next meeting. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Item 53 is to discuss the potential closing of West Care and consider other treatment options, including restoration of funding and/or a request for proposal, and direct staff accordingly.
Okay. Kevin, how do you want to start with this? You want to make a report, and then we'll ask West Care to speak, or how do you?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So, Commissioners, this item was agendized in follow-up to the meeting 2 weeks ago. A couple areas of background and update. One is the last interlocal that allowed for funding of West Care. Total amount amongst the three partners between State of Nevada, the local government parties, and the hospitals at about $1.9 million. As you know, that interlocal hasn't been in place since 2016. That was a result of an audit that was conducted by Clark County, all tied to billing and costing related to the Affordable Care Act. Since that time, the local entities have not been providing funding again, but 2 points of clarification on the share of those local entities in terms of contributions. Under that interlocal, Clark County provided about 54% of the funding. City of Las Vegas provided 36%. City of North Las Vegas 8%, and the City of Henderson was 3%. From that $1.9 million, the proposed financials from West Care to maintain continuity of operations has been projected by them at $1,524,794. That would be their proposal for this fiscal year, for full funding of this fiscal year. And then also moving forward, again, that was based on the bed rate of the $430 a day and the current 47% uncompensated care rate. I wanted to highlight two pieces tied to the state funding. One piece is the legislatively approved budget for the match is set at 33%, so the state can provide a match of up to 33% consistency to the local funding. And on that same token, related to the roughly $508,000 that would be our share, both within this fiscal year and the next year, the other local entities that I've talked to, the City of Henderson has indicated a commitment to fund and follow the county related to this fiscal year if that was an action item, and going into FY19. I'm also aware on the hospital side that the Nevada Hospital Association did vote to support funding in fiscal year FY18, but they did ensure and did indicate that that was contingent on all locals funding at the same amount. So that's the update on the funding side. On the state side, two pieces I want to highlight. One being we continue to speak with the state related to potential applicants. There are other applicants that are applying at the state level for community triage centers. Nothing is finalized or with any projected dates. Since the last meeting, I've also spoken to two other entities that are possibly putting in applications, and we're also asking the state for potential space if we end up in an emergent circumstance without an available CTC at that time. And for any details tied to the jurisdictional discussion, I'd also defer to West Care, who has also been meeting with those entities related to commitments.
Okay, so I've just got, so what, the other jurisdictions, did we ask them about their contribution yesterday after a briefing?
Yes, so City of Henderson has committed to follow the county both in this current fiscal year and moving forward. City of Las Vegas has indicated future funding currently based on questions they have related to the data. I don't have a confirmation from the City of North Las Vegas. And then back to the hospitals, they are funding for this calendar year, so for calendar year FY18, but it's also contingent on all local entities also providing the funding.
So the City of Las Vegas and North Las Vegas have not committed to past, one is committed to future.
Correct, Chairman.
Okay, where are we starting? Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So when you say all the hospital funding is contingent upon all local governments funding, do you mean funding of the $500,000 more or less, which is our third, or do you mean each one of them has to contribute? Do they care where the $500,000 comes from?
I have actually only seen the letter that basically indicated specifically they are funding at the roughly $508,000, and their requirement with that funding of the $508,000 specifically indicates the additional share of the local entities up to that $508,000.
Okay, so it's more about the money and less about who the participants are.
Correct.
Dan, did you want to try to answer just that question? Okay. Commissioners, who wants to go next? Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. So, Kevin, when the audit was done, it was about 8,000, I believe, that were contacts. I'm concerned with the term touch contacts because where is the actual programming? And I think that's part of what I'm concerned about is making sure it's not just somebody comes in, we detox them for a day, and then they're back out because that keeps that cycle going. So to me, I think we were going to see if the state would approve for a couple of companies a potential temporary licensing. Have we had a conversation with them about that?
So there's been ongoing conversation with the state, both related to WestCare in relationship to they are committed to continuing to provide dollars as part of that match process. And then on the CTC licensure side, they've been keeping me abreast of applicants that currently have their application in. There's no exact timeline in terms of an approval. As I indicated, the other piece is we've also asked them for available space that may be licensable in the short term if a provider could come in and also occupy that and run the CTC, but nothing's been confirmed yet.
So the facility that they're in right now, who owns that?
WestCare? I defer to WestCare to speak directly to that.
WestCare owns that. Thank you for clarifying that part of it. So when we did the audit, it is still, to me, it's not just about the money, it's about the quality of the care that we're offering for individuals. So what is staff actually recommending? A potential 60-day or no closure go forward or what?
So my recommendation or my detail is specific to what their proposal was. So in that proposal they're indicating for continuity of operations they would need in this current fiscal year full funding related to the local share and our commitment. And secondarily they are asking for FY19 funding roughly at the same amount based on that $430 a day bed rate and the uncompensated care cost.
Thank you. So then when I look at client data, we had 5,475 clients served with an average of 2 to 3 days. Then all of a sudden this jumped up to 60,000. Am I reading this correctly?
So on that note, in follow-up to the last meeting, any of the information that has been provided specific to the client data, I got directly from WestCare, so I'd ask them to come speak related to the continuity of care.
Okay. Does Commissioner, you want WestCare to address that specific question and give their presentation? Do you have like comments or presentation you want to give? Or just want to answer questions and then give the presentation?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Dan Musgrove on behalf of WestCare. We'd be happy to just answer questions as they go.
Okay.
Yeah,
Good.
absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
So in terms of Commissioner Giuliani's question regarding the touches, I'd like to ask Peggy Quigg to step forward.
Thank you, Peggy Quigg with WestCare. Commissioner, that number that you're looking at is number of touches. So each time something is done with a client that's documented in our electronic health record, that's considered a touch. Many of those touches are what makes up the billables that we document from Medicaid. So the 60,000 touches, as we've gone to Medicaid, our touches has continued to go up, so quality will continue to go up as we continue to work through that process.
So this is what's kind of throwing me off. We go from 5,400 to 60,000. Yet that's still a facility that's utilized at 71%.
I'm not sure where you're getting that 60,000, Commissioner.
It's on page 1 of WestCare's document that I have as a backup. It says number of services or touches provided to these clients in this time frame was 60,474.
Right, those are number of touches, not number of people. Those are number of services done to the 4,000 something people.
Yeah, but with no disrespect, it almost makes it sound like it's like a drive-by touch. You know, here, you came in, we touched you, we said hello, and now you're moved back out again. And I don't know, I don't have a good sense of what we're really providing service-wise for these individuals. That's what I'm trying to get at.
So that starts with from intake, from doing assessments, both medical, physical, psychological, down to medication management, down to taking vitals, down to case management, discussions with the client about where they're going once they leave the facility, what kind of support systems do they have, where did they come from, medication management, checking to make sure that they've taken their meds, administering meds. All of those things are considered part of those touches.
Marilyn has a quick question, Steve.
Okay.
So all we were trying to show there is that we've increased the amount of client care each year as we've continued to expand what we're doing under, especially the requirements of Medicaid.
Mr. Chairman, if I could ask a couple little more detailed
Sure, and
questions.
if, Commissioner, I'm going to interrupt you for just a second here. If you can refer to something in this document or the MIR, can we ask staff to put it up on the dot there so the people watching or in the audience can see that, the one in front of Dan? So if somebody wants, you don't have to move, but if somebody wants references something in this briefing we've got. Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so I guess this, so there were several questions that were answered, and I only met with you for a short time because my schedule was running over. But so these are supposed to be answers to the questions that we had last time. So one of the questions was, what are we doing on case management, right? So at the end of the day, the front end and the back end, because are we bringing people in and then we're sending them back out? So I'm assuming that what you have on the screen is 60,000 touches that you provided across the board for the whole year for 5,000 or so clients. So I'm assuming that's about 12 times per each client that you're taking them in, then you're giving them medication, then you're giving them follow-up, and you're doing all these different things which are billable through Medicaid, correct?
Well, some of those are billable through Medicaid. If the client is a Medicaid eligible and enrolled client, yes.
Okay, so, and that's why you categorize them that way so that you know how that should work, right?
Yes.
So for me, I'm not about the money, but I'm about the case management, right? Because at the end of the day, we can't turn unhealthy people back into the community because the next time it's much worse, right? And the 10th time, it's devastating, right? So for me, it's not about the dollar value, but it's about the quality of actual care that you're getting. So what I don't see addressed in here is the uncompensated care. So if 71% of your facility is only being used and 47% of it is uncompensated, I struggle with that because if you take the number across the board and you on average divide it out, it's say 20 folks a day, right? That you come in, that you see, and the average length to me looks like it could be anywhere between 48 and 36 hours is what that length looks like. So for me, if over half of your people are uncompensated care, they're probably not staying more than the 24 hours, right? They're probably coming in middle of the day, you're getting them, touching them 12 times, and then you're going through and you're doing it. But that was not addressed because in my mind, that's a big issue, right? Because we're already picking them up at the emergency room. What's the incentive to have our community partner WestCare if we're already going to see them there anyways, because they're going in, they're not staying, and they're going to end up in the emergency room. So I guess for me, some of the questions that, and I gotta say, I haven't changed my stance as much as, you know, I want to try and do it. I just feel like we're not, it's not moving forward, right? I don't know how to fix that communication. I don't know how to make me personally feel better about it, but we have an epidemic that has been going on for so long because we haven't addressed any of these issues, right? Whether it be from the state, whether it be from whoever. So I guess I'm just trying to understand, what are you offering different than what we have today? Because I don't know. I'm trying to feel better about it, but I can't today because I don't feel like we've offered anything different, except maybe you've explained kind of how it works or how it's supposed to work, right? How it's supposed to work. So what's different to get after the uncompensated care? What's different to get after the case management? So I'm not as passionate today because I felt like y'all knew where I stood last time, and I'm hoping that the rest of you are going to speak up. But for me, policy-wise, is important. Dollars are important, but most importantly is getting people healthy so they can get back into the community to do things well. And it is possible, but it takes a long time to get there, and you can't do it in 3 days. So I'm still have the same question. So give me your pitch so that I could.
Commissioner, maybe I can help answer. Dick Steinberg, CEO of WestCare. The comments that you made, and actually the comments that Chris made before that on continued care and the pieces going to that, I think this is where we probably have kind of lost track of what the triage center was put in place for. All of you guys came together, not anybody sitting here at the moment, except Mr. Weekly when he was at the city, to talk about a triage center need. It wasn't something that WestCare came up with. This was through the Southern Nevada Regional Planning Coalition. The group looked at the overcrowding emergency rooms. Law enforcement and paramedics entered into it about what to do with that overcrowding and came up with a triage design. So the triage design was to be a safety valve release for the hospitals, which is happening, and a relief for paramedics and law enforcement to sometimes not even take them to the hospital, but bring them to the triage center. The other pieces that you're asking about need to be added in. And I think what's missing maybe overall is it's gone a long time. This all was discussed in 2002, and we put the triage center together at the Southern Nevada Regional Planning Coalition group coming together as a committee. There's not been a committee to even address that or how it's working in all those years. You know, I would suggest that somewhere there's a committee, you know, maybe even Mr. Weekly, because we're in your zone, but others that would come back and really look at what ought to go into these systems and what else ought to be added to the piece. The funding mechanism that's in place.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I could just stop you because you're going to frustrate me and I don't want to let you get too far because then my passion will come out. Shame on you if 15 years later you're saying we got to go back and look at it. Shame on you, right? So you want to sit here and say what we haven't done right, but you're sure asking about dollar values, and I'm telling you that I get it, but it's not always about the dollar. It's about real people's lives that we can make a difference in. So if you want to go back to 2002, I'll surely pull all the records from 2002 to say what it was set up for. But I'm saying we're talking about today. We're going back to 2017 and trying to have this conversation. So I just say, be careful which conversation you want to have with me, because if you want to regurgitate the history, I got plenty. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm trying not to be passionate,
Okay,
but
yeah,
I can't
I get it.
be responsible for
Still under control
2002.
here. Okay. We'll come back to you. Commissioner Weekly.
Can I just finish up because I stepped aside so that she could,
okay.
I just have one
Then we'll go
additional.
back to Commissioner
Thank you
Dukes,
so
and then I'll
much.
come
I
to you.
appreciate that. I think the commissioner raised the issue about the CTCs being 47% of the clients being served, whereas UMC is 15%. And none of the numbers still wash out. When we had the audit committee, we still weren't able to deal with some of that. So I do still think we need to, uncompensated care per rate is $430 a day currently, right? And so you're asking us to go back to 2017, July 1st forward, so it's about 1.5 million that you need just to stay open until July of this year, correct? And then I know we dealt with it last time, but I'm not trying to embarrass anybody, but what was your wage that you're compensated at? Was it over 300 and some odd? See, for nonprofits, we need to be very sensitive to how much we pay CEOs, because a lot of times nonprofits, we want people paid well, but not that well. So I'm just curious, because I think that came up at the last meeting, did it not?
Commissioner, I'm missing that part of the question.
What was the specific question you're asking? Compensation?
As the ED, how are you compensated?
How am I compensated? I'm compensated from all the different projects coming together under the WestCare Foundation, and we're in 19 states.
You're 19 states.
And also in offshore U.S. territory islands as well. So my compensation comes from the board based on all of those projects.
That's interesting. Okay, we'll come back to that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Weekly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess the question is, Mr. Schiller, the question earlier was asked, what is the recommendation? Are we looking at 2017, where we're talking about the 1.5 million that they're needing in order to get them through the fiscal year? And then I guess I just wanted to put this on the record as well, is we keep saying that it's not about the money. It is about the money. I mean, I think it's okay that we talk about the quality of care, and we can talk about case management and what's happening over at the CTC. It is about the money at the end of the day. That's what it's all about. And so really want us to get down to the nitty-gritty of what we're talking about, because just as it was brought to our attention earlier, these ladies had mentioned that on their way here that they saw, someone out on the streets mentally ill. We have hundreds of those that are out there that need care now, that need help right now. So we can sit here with this conversation. As I said to y'all when y'all came to see me on yesterday, sit here for the next 3 hours and point fingers and go back and forth, and that's not what we need to do. We need to talk about why are they here, what do we need to do to help them keep their doors open, what do we need to do to care for men like we heard about just now that's out on the streets, so that we can get individuals like that care. Because if your doors do close, of course that's a concern to not just me but all of us here. Of course, UMC is going to be overly inundated. And I just think that the burden that UMC will have to take on is just going to be a bit too much for us. So please help me understand, where are we at this point? What's the recommendation? And then I guess we need to figure out, how do we meet each other in the middle?
So, Commissioner Weekly, for the most immediate need, the detail you just regurgitated before you related to the current fiscal year funding in conjunction with the FY19 funding is what has been proposed related to them keeping their doors open so we can serve those that are in need based on them being the only licensed CTC. The secondary piece to that, because you brought up UMC and the hospitals, I think the other component, and I just highlight this, the cost on the detention side for a client that's going into detention is going to average about $150 to $160, but if they're in need of psychiatric care, if their need increases, they obviously have to be transferred, so there's an increased cost that gets tied to that. So that's kind of the bottom number. And then the other piece that I would highlight is through UMC, the other discussion point is they're saying their average cost per client is about $1,500 to $1,800 on average related to a bed rate. So those numbers fluctuate based on the need. But if you picture the front end ER with lots of assessments, you have higher costs there as and then they stabilize. I wanted to make sure that the commission heard that in relationship to those two costs. But I think at the end of the day today, from the WestCare perspective, I think that the question really is to maintain continuity of operations based on, and this is my discussion with them and their proposals, has been that they have to have funding for this current fiscal year in conjunction with that rate moving into FY19. I certainly can defer to them if they want to explain that further. And I think also the other piece is talking about the number of clients that are being served each day coming in and out of the facility. Mr. Musgrove had kind of indicated and provided some summary information related to basically 15 new clients they see per a day in relation to their capacity and in terms of that transition. So they can speak to that too.
Okay. And Mr. Chair, just finally, one more question, please. We got into a lengthy discussion yesterday on something that was brought up at the previous commission meeting where you all disputed it. We talked about the discharge to curb. What is your process? Because I think that you have a 3-day process there at your facility. What happens after the 3rd day? Because you all said that there is no discharge to curb. And I say, well, there are others that believe differently.
Thank you, Mr. Weekly. I appreciate that question again and the opportunity to respond to your question from yesterday. So at the end of a process, 98% of our clients go through a formal discharge process. Only 2% walk out without some formal discharge process, talking to our clinicians, talking to our case managers, sitting down and having that conversation. It's not a locked facility, so if a client decides they want to leave on their own, they can walk out the door just the way they can in a hospital emergency room or any other non-locked facility. 28% of our clients are referred to some sort of outpatient or other support services within the community. 10% are referred to inpatient behavioral health services. 21% are returned to stable living conditions. 2% are returned back to the hospitals. 20% are returned to the streets. And 19% leave with no specific plan or disclosed information to that case manager. One of the things that was really strong about our 4th Street facility and the ability to operate 2 facilities, a 50-bed CTC on the front side and a 50-bed step-down unit where we could move clients over to that and keep them for a longer stay at a lower cost and do more case management. Our numbers were actually better when we were operating both of those facilities.
Commissioner Brager.
I guess one of the challenges is, and I appreciate you coming in yesterday and speaking and saying that sometimes someone comes 27 times, 26 times, and that each hope, I would think, for those of you that work there would be this would be the time that their attention would be caught and you'd go on. I guess a little bit of a concern is for me is 53 and 55 pretty much go together when we start talking about homeless, because your scenario is you have some people that have families or someone in their lives. You have the mentally ill that really don't want help but walk into the facility, and the homeless that want help and that then still have nowhere to go once you release them in that 3 days, and if they stay the 3 days. And as you stated, some people say 12 hours, 10 hours, 8 hours. So I kind of agree it is a money issue and a well-thought-out plan issue of where do you go from here to that person not being in that revolving door scenario or ending up in the emergency room, and how do we make sure we're working with the people, and I think everyone deserves help, but those that want help. I think there's a big distinction on wanting help and just not wanting it, and you keep there your revolving door, and how do you identify not stopping the revolving door, but having a place where they really can get the attention that they need and making sure those services are more broad scoped. And I think that's part of the challenge here is that you don't have the back end of the house anymore, and the back end of the house is important.
Well, let me just, if I could, give you a couple of numbers as well, based on our discussion yesterday I brought back for you today. So 33% of our clients have never been homeless. 37 have temporary homelessness at some point, and 30% are chronic or persistently homeless. So it's about a third we talked about yesterday. Of the people that come through our doors, about 70% of those people admitted do not come back for further services to us. Of the 30% who do return, 74% only return for one stay. 15% come back for 2 more times. 7% return for 3 or more times, and less than 5% return 4 times or more. We have 52% of those folks come in on their own, self-referred, just come in because they know they have a problem or they've been nudged by somebody. 29% have been referred from hospitals, 8% from police and EMS, 7% from community human service agencies, and 4% from friends and family.
Okay, and I appreciate that, but I think together as a community we need to figure out if they're willing to stay for that 3-day scenario and they've only been detoxed and we know that's not enough, what do we as a community, and that might be discussed more on 55, what do we do then? Because that's on all of us, not just on your facility, because then that's the person that comes back again, because those 3 days, that's impossible. And I don't like to use that word because I always have hope to be cured, healed, that you're never going to drink, drug, do something again. And I think that's where the more help needs to come in, is on the back end of the, I'm going to call it the back end of the house, on that they have that next step to where they can truly get out of the system. And I see it, have a family member that works at Hope Link, and they deal with it. And what was shared earlier is the fathers with children. That's the hardest placement of all, when the father or the male has the children and they have nowhere to be housed, and that's heartbreaking there. So, and that's a person that's getting help in your treatment facility and still then goes back out on the streets with those children. So that's where I'm coming from, is I think we need the back end of the house. We need to figure out how we get there where there's a group of people that can make decisions in the room, not sending people that can't make decisions, because all then we're doing is talking. So I suggest that if we put anything together, it's decision makers. It's not people that have to, I mean, not that they can't come back, but that they have the ability to continue to move forward, instead of we do this dance way too many times.
I appreciate that, Commissioner. We actually submitted back to Mr. Siller a recommendation of looking at, for the future funding, to do a step-down model where there would be a payment that would get less on that backside, so that we could keep people longer to do more case management at a lower cost. Because as they come through that process, the first day is very intensive when that client's in crisis. As the detox happens, the client starts stabilizing, the need for intensive care decreases over that second and third day. But the way the contract is currently done, it's a flat rate. So what we recommended was exactly what you're suggesting, a way to step that down at a lower cost for those back days, the same way we did at 4th Street. And then we'll continue to work with our partners around homelessness. We work a lot with Dr. Arnold Stock, who has worked with us tremendously about helping us share back and forth with taking some of our clients and moving them to housing. He's very good at that, as you know. So we work with that. We recognize that's an important issue, and we would like to see the Commission address that as well.
Okay, I've got just a couple I've got to add, and some are for Kevin and some are for you. I agree with Commissioner Weekly. This is a money issue. I mean, if we had unlimited money, I don't think we'd have this problem. So I don't want to get into the quality of care issue here and the pros and the cons. There's obviously a lot of people have a lot of difference of opinion on that, and that is a time to discuss. Kevin, I guess this is going to you. What I'm concerned about is the other cities don't want to pay, some of them. So does that mean we have to absorb theirs, or do you absorb theirs? How does that done?
Commissioner, so I can only base it on the prior funding formula. It had always been that third, and third in terms of the shares and the local entities being a component of that. What I can say is if something was moved forward related to funding, twofold. One, we would have a formal meeting related to the CTC, related to commitment on that funding component. And of course, if we did an interlocal, that would have to go to each respective council or commission. Okay. The second piece tied to so I'll talk both retrospectively in the current year. So the fiscal year is almost over. So that's one component in terms of funding. The second piece moving forward, I don't believe would be the entire fiscal year of 19, because I believe we would have some type of a new change in process. Every entity is asked for that related to a request for proposal or some procurement process tied to the new model.
Okay. Can I get a couple? Okay. I've got Commissioner Gibson after I'm done. I apologize. What alternative do we have? If they close May 31st and they lock their door and there's no place to take the patients, so they're either going to go to the jail, where Commissioner Brown can agree and attest to the fact that sheriff's already complaining we have too much mental illness in the jail, that's not where they belong, or they can go to UMC or another hospital. Am I right? Correct. Or they just be left on the street.
Correct.
Well, to me, that's not an alternative. I mean, these people need help. You can't just throw them out on the street. Now, whatever the dispute is between West Care and the county and the cities and who pays for what, is a fair discussion, but it's another story. I'm not understanding what the alternative is. And when I read the MIR, you're recommending to proceed for 6 months. Do I get that?
Yes.
And then try to work through a new plan where there's new licensing, there's new competitors, what have you. What assurances does the county have that if we agree to fund, that you stay open? That you don't come back in a month and say, you know what, we've got problems, we're closing our doors.
Mr. Chair, a couple quick things on that. We have had to run a line of credit with the bank to keep things going, moving all along. We're way past where we should be on that. So having this done, the bank is then back behind us again moving forward. So this has been our way of operating forever, so it's not like something new. But this is where we've gotten into the 23rd month with no reimbursement on this piece, and the bank's just saying we can't keep this going. So if we are made whole again for this year, and we have a plan moving forward, then we can keep our doors open and
Okay.
move forward. That helps them.
Well, that's kind of, but I'm going to ask more questions. So if you could keep the answers a little shorter, it would be helpful, because everybody's getting into really long explanations of this stuff, which isn't helpful to me at least. So there's a dispute that you are owed X number of dollars, but the county feels through the audit that we are owed what, Kevin? We're owed $1 million and they're owed, and what do you feel you're owed?
I'm sorry?
What do you feel you are owed? How much?
I think the piece that we brought forward for the fiscal year before, and I don't think you're talking about that right now, was around $2.6 million, and then divvied up by the partnership, which was about $700,000 to local governments, hospitals, and then the state. This period of time, I think that's for roughly $500 and some thousand for each of the three-legged stool, as we call it. So.
You're good on that, Kevin?
Correct.
Okay. Would you be amenable to, do you agree that you owe $1 million back to the county?
Yeah, we owe them. We've agreed to put that as a credit going forward. As we've talked with the hospital CEOs and everybody else, nobody was aware of how to take care of the fact that when Medicaid kicked in, we didn't know what that would.
Okay, I got to ask you.
So the answer is yes, we're willing to credit that going forward. So.
Okay, so you're willing to credit that going forward against what?
Against what was owed to us to keep the doors open through the
Okay,
partnership.
because if we can work a deal here, so are you willing to take the $1 million to offset what we owe you?
That's why it's down to 1.5 to the partnership.
So it's already credited against that.
We're already crediting against that for the two different times. So yes.
Kevin?
They're equating that to the 23-month period overall. So they're crediting, I can't speak for him, but what I assume they're doing based on what I've seen is they're crediting for the first year, and then that second period almost to 24 months is where the 1.5 comes in.
Is that agreed? You agree
Yes,
with
sir.
that?
Definitely.
Okay, so Kevin, briefly, real short, who is owed what right now?
Well, the issue at hand is the audit identified the $1 million that was agreed upon. That would have been for, in the interpretation of the interlocal in that fiscal year, for that fiscal year amongst the parties. So the county would be one of the local entities with the other local entities tied to the $1 million. Then, as you get into the current fiscal year, the way I would propose it is, and the way they propose it is that credit has been provided back, and now you're paying for the current fiscal year.
Okay, do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so how much is necessary? If we fund this moving forward, how much is necessary for the rest of this fiscal year?
So the local entity portion is roughly $508,000 for this fiscal year, and then for the next fiscal year, based on the $430 rate, and I've covered that, the issue would be, we would be redefining that based on lowering the uncompensated care.
Forget that whole part, okay?
I would speak that. I would keep it
I'm just
focused
trying
on
to
this
get you to
fiscal
give me
year.
the number that
$508,000 for this fiscal year.
divided amongst all the partners.
Mm-hmm.
You agree to that? That's the amount?
That's the local share between you and the three cities. Yes, sir.
Okay, so you agree with that?
Yes.
So if we agree to fund the $508,000 through these partners, then you guarantee you'd stay open until next fiscal year. That's only a month.
Definitely, yes, sir.
And then we have to do something moving forward.
So the second piece to that quickly would be in the next fiscal year, so July 1 forward, that bridge on that contract, that the 6-month time frame would be tied to that $430 a day rate, which is roughly close to the same amount of if you annualize it, 500,000.
Okay, but you get into the whole procedure that Commissioner Bragg was talking about, a step down back of the house thing. Okay, now of the $508,000, if one of the cities, and a couple of them are not agreeing to pay, don't pay their share, what happens?
Dan, do you want to address?
Dan Musker for the record. If the county commits to the 508, then I guess what you're saying is it's up to you to collect from them.
No, we're not going down there.
Okay. So what I have heard from Mayor Lee is that North Las Vegas is on board for this year. Kevin has heard from Henderson that they're on board for this current fiscal year. We still, I think, have a difference of opinion with the city of Las Vegas. We have another meeting set with them. Our intent would be to get them on as well. So the hope would be that all the partners would be able to come up with the 508. But as you say, if any of those fall short, then every bit of the match, either from the hospitals and or the state, then falls short because you have to have actual dollars to match.
So it's 3 times. You'd lose whatever you fell short. You'd be 3 times. Okay.
Yep.
And we don't know if you can't commit to anybody else. Okay, got it. Okay. At least I know where I stand right now. Okay, I got Commissioner Gibson, and then I got Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Thank you. So, Kevin, what is the actual cost per day of the services that they provide? I understand what the uncompensated piece is. I understand what the Medicaid piece is. What I'm interested in is what the actual cost is.
I have to directly defer to them because that's been the question ongoing.
So if we audited them, do we have an audit that tells us anything about that?
It talks about the uncompensated care portion, but it doesn't talk about the overall operational cost. So that's why I would defer to them.
The reason I ask that is if the Medicaid piece is $547, the uncompensated is $430, but the actual is between those numbers, then we're talking about I don't know in terms of order of magnitude, but it's a significant difference. We ought to know what the cost of providing the care is on a patient day.
Agreed.
So can you answer that question for us?
Commissioner, again, we get one reimbursement on one piece, and we've looked at 430 as something that we can live with to try to keep everything moving forward for the uncompensated piece of that. We've always done that in the past to try to keep it in balance. Is there something in between those two? At times, yes, sir, there definitely is. But back to the number you're asking, we have gone through this and gone through this. We believe that the 430 is a fair number that keeps our doors open moving forward, using that as a...
And you've explained that, and I understand that. But what I'm interested in, so I go to the question that the commissioner put to you, the chairman put to you, about the assurances that we have that you're going to still be in business 4 or 5 months from now, or that we're not going to have you back in front of us. And it feels to me like you ought to be able to tell us what your patient day average cost is. That feels like a piece we should be able to confirm you in fact know. That's troubling that we don't have that. Can you give that to us, or do you not have that?
Peggy, do you have?
No. I'll take comments, but after they're done, then okay? Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let me just go back 1 second. I'll get to that number. I just want to make sure. Please, could we? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I want to make sure that people understand that that number includes, I think it's important to note that in terms of services provided for this fiscal year, we've got over $2 million of Medicaid services provided, and then $1.2 million of uncompensated services. So out of that portion, taking it to the end of the year, that's actual as of January, as to what WestCare has expended and been reimbursed from Medicaid, and then obviously not reimbursed for that uncompensated. So if you want to get to our total overall rate that includes the Medicaid and the uncompensated, our daily rate is $381.
So you're saying your cost, your average cost, is $381 per patient day. That's what you're saying.
I don't know if that's accurate, Dan. But... Okay. That's when we're getting into the step down. Okay. I think, Commissioner, part of that is when we were doing the step down piece of that as well. It lowers the cost. So it depends whether they're in the critical front side or going into the step-down system in the back. So I don't know if that makes any sense at all. But
Well, I understand what you're saying, but I'm not sure that supports the number. I mean, the way you got to that number, that feels awkward to me. What you've done is you've gone backward, looking at what your $547 Medicaid rate is, times the number of people that you had that were covered by Medicaid, and then you've multiplied out whatever your shortfall is. I'm more interested in knowing what your actual costs are, because I recognize, I mean, it could be argued that your uncompensated rate is $430, and that's actually what it costs each day, which means there's a windfall at $547 from Medicaid. Not maybe big, but it would be most helpful if we understood what you understand about your business plan and how it works. And the reason that I ask the question is not because I am doing all the math in my head or on my note. It's because it feels more comfortable to me to have confidence that we'll get the assurances from you and what you say, and we can count on it, that you'll be able to do what you're saying you're going to do over the course of the coming months. This is such a crisis, we can't afford to have any kind of an arrangement where we don't have the assurances. We have to, I mean, if we could get a guarantee, if we could get a personal guarantee from you, it would feel better. It just, without having the numbers so that we understand what you understand about your business operation, it's hard to feel comforted. I hope you understand that. I mean, when I go back and I look at it, the logic suggests that the reason that there is an overage, the $1 million or $655,000 or whatever that real number is that somewhere along the way we were paying our agreed upon piece, and Medicaid began to compensate you, and so you were actually collecting on some number of patients or some percentage of the patients from Medicaid and from the local governments, and or from the others that contribute, all three of us. I guess it's all three groups. The state, so the state was paying twice, and we're all seeing those billings. So I'm interested in knowing what you know about what your business plan yields, that you can in fact deliver it up for a number.
I'm not sure I can give you an exact number if you're looking for that without getting our CFO involved on that. But I think I'm asked the question. One, the Medicaid piece that kicked in, which we never had before, kicked in the 15-16 year, which is what we went back to. We had no idea what that was going to be, how it was going to be, what kind of a pattern that would look at. And so when we got through with that, moving to the next year, we were then looking at giving a credit because we had definitely new money in the pot to take care of stuff. Going forward, that's decreased each of the last 2 years, and we're...
The Medicaid piece is decreased.
The Medicaid piece is increased. Therefore, the amount of money needing to come back to the partnership is decreasing as we go. So where we talk right now that this number here is at the 500 and some number for right now, we're hoping that by next year that will go down. An example would be everybody coming in our front door. The state had placed a person there 2 days a week. And I think we talked about that yesterday, and we're open 7 days a week to get people signed up for Medicaid that aren't signed up. They've now just this month given somebody in to be there 5 days a week. We think that's going to change drastically the amount of people who will then be able to be compensated by Medicaid moving forward. But we have no way of projecting that. So when we ran the same scenario with the hospitals, they liked the fact that we would true up going forward each time because we had no way to know what we were going to do on the spot until the patients came in and whether they got signed up and qualified so we could get reimbursed on Medicaid or whether we still had to come back to the partnership. So our piece with the partnership is we believe that's going to continue to go down each year. I don't know that we'll ever go 100% away. And I was maybe one of the biggest people thinking when this was kicking in, Affordable Care Act, this was going to be just a wonderful thing, and it's done some really good stuff. But we have this uncompensated group coming through that either refuse to sign up or haven't signed up for whatever reason it may be. So we can't control that. That's not our piece. So, we're our whole piece with all of you was that we would provide those services. So I don't know if that answers or is.
Well, let me follow up with this question. So
If I could ask you both to keep your questions and answers short, because it's getting confusing. It's getting dragged out so long, the questions.
So it is your view, and you're confident about it, that if we fund the 508 for the year we're just about finished with, and you receive another 69,000 or something for, is that what it is? 759,000 for the 6 months through December 31. That through that period, you will have received everything you need, and maybe even more than you need, because if the uncompensated rate falls, you'll be better off. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, finally, a short question. So we just heard that North Las Vegas is committed. Did North Las Vegas tell you something different from what we just heard?
I haven't spoken to North Las Vegas.
Pardon me?
I haven't spoken to North Las Vegas, Commissioner.
Okay. And you gave me percentages earlier, but what is the number that the city of Las Vegas would be responsible for if they're the only one that refuses to go forward?
Roughly, it's about 183,000.
That's of the 508, right?
Total.
$183,000 is a shortfall. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, okay, let's talk money, because I'm still struggling with the money component of it. I do care about the case management, but I want to talk money then. So, if you do, let's just say hypothetically that every one of your clients that came in was Medicaid eligible, and it's $547 for those clients, and you times that by $5,000, that's over $2 million, which you would get, which is actually more than what we would be paying for the last 24 months. If you were able to get some insurance companies back on board, right? Because I believe that one of the largest insurance companies no longer uses you, and they paid $432, then you would still be overcompensated. And so for me, I keep hearing that you need a guarantee of the $508,000, which, assuming the county is going to say, okay, but we have it, if we split the money, then we really don't even got to come up with that much. It's maybe $390 something to get through the rest of this month. But going forward, my question is, Mr. Schiller, is, one, if we do this match, and we do the match from the state, which is the $750,000 and the 3-prong, and anybody gives out, we are then stuck for one entire fiscal year, correct? Of not being able to get out from under anything. And if they did not keep their doors open, because remember, Reno was blindsided by the entire fact that happened. The 4th Street was blindsided by the way that it happened. We too would be blindsided, but not have the dollars to actually go out and give additional services. Is that a correct assumption?
It is, if there's no assurances built in.
So let's talk about, because I'm sticking with the money, right? Because that's what we want to talk about is the money. Because you all need money to keep the doors open. We have to be good stewards of the taxpayers' money to ensure that it actually goes to the right place. Because although, and I struggle because CTC, you inform me that I'm misguided on what the definition is, but every web page I pull up talks about addiction, right? Because that's one of the highest compensations on top of the mental illness. So if we're talking about money, because I want to be a good steward of my money, why is it today, exactly 5 months and 15 days after the audit was done, you don't have something in a piece of paper to tell me what the cost of your service is, right? So it should be like an a la carte menu, right? So that if you come in, the basic cost is $135 for this. If you have to see psychiatric care, then it should be this. And I'm just saying that I find it very disrespectful that you all think that we don't ask hard enough questions, because we've been asking for staff, explain to us what the cost of doing business is. How could we in our right mind just keep throwing money at something and, well, I don't want to talk about care, I want to talk about the dollars, because that's really what it is. How can I plan for the future if I don't know what your actual cost is? So I think we've asked you that question not once, not twice, but 3 times in the last 60 days. And even today, as Commissioner Gibson is asking us, you cannot give us your business model. I don't understand why we would ever go into a contract not knowing what the potential costs are. It's an a la carte menu, because every person's going to have something different. Every person has different needs. And if you're telling me that on the average 12 touches per client, you have an a la carte menu on what you charge people. So where is that documentation for our records so that we can plan for the future?
No. I'm going to have you as soon as I'm done here. Okay. No, I'm good. Okay, as soon as they're done and I get Commissioner Kirkpatrick, then I'm going to give you each time. Yeah, they're going to be done. They're done. They're going to ask their questions, and I'm going to let each of you speak for 3 minutes, okay? I promise. I know that's not fair, but that's just the way it is. That's just what it's. Go ahead, Commissioner Kirkpatrick. Okay. Commissioner, you're done. Okay.
Chairman.
Okay. No, Jessica, if you could give them a microphone. They give you each 3 minutes for the public comment section. Okay. Ms. Colvin, could you give them a microphone, please? Dan, wait, don't. No. We're going to go now.
You going to let me have 3 minutes on them? And then my 3 minutes on this West
No,
stuff?
you're going to get 3 minutes. I'll tell you what. I give you 4. It's going to be 4 minutes total. 4 minutes.
Okay, please, let me talk on this particular item, and please, because see, don't nobody in this room.
Okay, wait, before. They were doing a presentation about this contract. That's why.
Lying about the contract.
Well, I don't know if they were lying. They're saying they're not lying. They were making the presentation. Okay, go ahead. You can begin.
Let me tell you something,
Okay.
Commissioner, President, Commissioner, whatever your title is.
Don't worry about it. We're good.
That's
Go ahead.
all right. Because I don't know. I haven't been here in a long time because y'all had me sick. But what they're talking about today was that Lewis had been in this mess for too long. You sent a child of mine that I had for 13 years in my house all the way to the state of Georgia because you didn't have nowhere to put him. This child, they've got him back here in Nevada now, and he walked 2 nights. He walked 36 hours with no sleep. And when I saw him, I couldn't believe it. He was sleeping in my backyard because he couldn't wake his mama up. And when I got to him, and with this craziness, what's going on here, what they're talking about, 2 days here in this hospital, a day over here, 2 hours. These kids do not have to stay in these hospitals. They either put them out or they walk out. They can't make them take their medication. I've had too many of them. I had over 25 foster kids in my home. I worked 4,003 hours for this city of Las Vegas. I got the President Award in 2013 for putting in 4,003 hours without getting paid a dime, and everybody was running around saying I was driving gold Cadillacs and silver Mercedes-Benz that people had gave me. Nobody bought me a tank of gas, not even Commissioner Weekly. Thank you, Commissioner Weekly, for the tank of gas that you bought when we was running up down the streets, and your child spent his time at the first K through 12 school that I had built. Charles R. West, he was over there, your baby, but you never, and you knew what I was doing. I don't know about you folks, because y'all go to other parts of town and sleep. I sleep in West Las Vegas, Northwest Las Vegas, and all those places. But all these lies, these folks have told about this money and what they do with these kids. You can't make the kids take the medicine. They send them to the hospitals. They stay in the hospitals for Sometimes 2 hours. The kids get up and walk out. Sometimes they can't lock them down, and this is what gets me. You have no facilities, but this got to be the most money. Anytime you have all that money sitting out there on that strip, and now you're selling the weeds, and I guess that's why Councilman Weekly wouldn't let me on the radio station, because I was talking about the weed, what the teachers was gonna get in the classrooms, and what the parents was gonna do, and we was gonna kill those kids. But that wasn't what I was gonna talk about that day. I was talking about how you cannot make these kids take that medication. If they decide they don't want the medication, they don't take it. Then they're like lunatics. And when I saw that child weighed at least 250 pounds, about this tall. Next time I saw him, I didn't recognize him. He was sleeping on my back porch in a lounge chair on my patio. He couldn't wake me up. This has happened 3 times within a year that they brought him back to Las Vegas. Now, you tell me, I got this child when he was 18 months old. I kept this child until he was almost 14. Because I took him to every child psychologist, every child psychiatrist. There was 3 of them, boys, and I got them right back together. They're 32 and 33 now. I still got them on my hands. I can't take care of me, let alone them. And they put one in jail, said he was a nuisance to the community because the child has nothing now. Because the state cut him off everything.
Okay, I got it. We went 4 minutes. Wait, no, that's all I can take. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. She's good. Okay.
Beatrice Turner. You know what? Today, I can say I am appalled. I am appalled for long as West Care has been around. And and all the money that's been put toward West Care. And you don't have no facilities. Right now, if they close down at the end of this month, you don't have no facilities to even take the people. And like Marzette is saying, like her foster son that she had, that he was in the backyard. One, you can't make them take their medication. They can walk out when they get ready. And y'all sitting here fattening frogs for snakes. This has been a money pit, West Care, for a long time. And why haven't nobody looked at this years ago with West Care, when all this was going on, the different stuff was going on with West Care? Now here they want to sit here and hold y'all hostage and say, if we don't get this money, we going to shut our doors. Where's the board members that sit on West Care? They should have been here asking questions. Y'all should have been asking them questions. Where is the board members that should be here? Where they at? So you can ask them questions. Not folks getting a paycheck from it. You want to see what that board got to say of West Care.
65 years old in order to get locked down.
Thank you. Okay, whoa. You can come on up and identify yourself for the record. Please, address me. No, ladies, please. I'm going to ask you just hold back while this lady speaks. Okay.
It's Marilyn Moran, and I am a board member at West Care, and I was told
Please, ladies, please let her speak. Show her the courtesy.
By my family just to come and sit and listen. But it's pretty hard to sit back and listen to this because Scott Nielsen put it right. No good deed will go unpunished because they have been running for almost 2 years without getting a penny from anybody. I don't know about a plan of how much it is to put this person there and that person there, but the hospitals in the emergency wards drop them at West Care. Maybe they sign up for Medicare, maybe they don't, but we don't turn them away. The state asks for us. I've been on the West Care board now for 40 years. My parents started West Care. It's really in my heart, And I can't speak to some of the problems that are going on right now and how to solve them, but there's got to be a way. Every time the state or the county or the city asks us to take a program on, they take the program on. We're going to give you the funding. In a year, the funding runs out. What do you do with those people that are in the program? You got to put them in another part of the program so we don't have to turn them loose. I'm not going to sit here and go back to the time when we started a long time ago, Ms. Kirkpatrick, but I'll tell you that we've been doing a lot of things because the state has asked us to do it, and then the funding runs out. So as far as a plan, Westcare is going to have to get a plan, but we've been doing this for nothing for a few years because we don't turn anybody away who comes to the door. And I just thought it's really important that I get up and tell you that. A lot of you already know me. You know I've been doing this for a long time, and that's because we solve problems. We have a great format at Westcare all over the country now, and it works. It really works. So in any event, I just thought I'd get up and just say a little something. I couldn't just sit there and listen for all this.
Thank you, Ms. Branch, for your comments.
If I could, Chairman, I'd like to.
No, now, just a minute. Did anybody else want to speak before? Ms. Lake.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Sisolak, is that a problem? Yeah, I do have a public comment. Don't give them another penny until they account for every single tax dollar. That's my say on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? No. Okay. I'm going to turn this over to the board. Do we have more comments, discussion, a motion? What do we have? Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. It was the county that ordered the audit, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what was the genesis of that?
The genesis, so there's a CTC oversight committee that's made up of the county with the other jurisdictions. As Mr. Steinberg indicated, there was a point in time with ACA coming into effect that there was a credit identified of, I think, roughly $600,000. There was a disagreement around that detail, and then that is when instituted the audit on the county side.
So would we even have been if we hadn't done the audit, would we be having this conversation and it would have just been treated like Reno did, where they just shut down, or what?
Mr. Chairman, Dan Musgrove, here's the trouble with that local government oversight committee. I think when the audit began, because we, again, during that fiscal year that started July 1 of 2016, again, the meetings were every month. We were offering them that return on their dollars as a credit to the next year of funding, and telling them that as we work through Medicaid, again, that's worst case scenario for you. Then the audit occurred in April of that fiscal year, and the trouble was it transitioned into a new fiscal year, and at that time I think all the partners sat back and said, let's wait for the audit to be completed. The trouble was then we had a fiscal year that closed out for everybody, including hospitals. So now, again, July 1 comes around. At no time during any of those oversight meetings, at any meeting with any hospital, local government, did they ever tell Westcare, suspend services until we get this figured out. That's the trouble. We've been, in good faith, working with our partners, as we have in years past, to continue serving the public. So in November, actually October, Mr. Steinberg went to a meeting and said, look, 30 days in advance before November, because of this position that we are in, where we don't have our partner dollars, we have Medicaid dollars, we can no longer keep 4th Street. Please, let's meet to talk about 4th Street. No one met. He had a responsibility. He closed 4th Street. So then we started again telling our partners we need to have those conversations again.
In the meantime, so people know, 4th Street's the Reno office.
No.
Oh,
4th Street is the original
okay.
CTC.
What was the Reno office?
That's a whole separate issue.
So
that didn't close until about a month ago.
Okay.
So let's just concentrate on Las Vegas, Southern Nevada. So in that time period, we learned from the county audit. We have the data that Commissioner Kirkpatrick wants. We've provided it to Kevin and their folks that shows every person who walked in the door beginning July 1 of 2016, who their pay source was and who they did not, what actual services they were provided and what we were compensated. That is what the $1.5 million for this current fiscal year is. that's what we need to keep going because, in fact, yes, Medicaid did, in fact, cover 53% of that 22-month population. Today, if you walked into our doors, that number is much better. We are doing better with Medicaid, but we took the average of the 22 months, now 23, that we didn't have our partner funding. That information is available. We can send it to you immediately.
And that is the state's reimbursing at Medicaid at what, 5?
It's everything because remember, Medicaid is only fee-for-service patients. We have a responsibility to contract with the managed care companies. They don't pay Medicaid fee-for-service rates. We have a negotiated rate, which each of them, which is proprietary information. But that's why we gave you what an average of compensation for all of those Medicaid pay sources versus the services provided that we weren't compensated for, and that's the $430 bed rate.
Okay, and so explain to me again, who has proprietary info?
Well, we have contractual negotiations with HPN, not HPN now, but Anthem Amerigroup and Silver Summit.
And so you can't release what they pay you?
No. Nor should any private company have to, or not. It's a contractual relationship.
So how do we know we're not subsidizing or they aren't subsidizing? How do we know?
Well, I can guarantee you that the managed care companies are not subsidizing our care.
And so you count on that portion, they cover that portion separate from what all we negotiate as.
No. And okay. That's, if a person got Medicaid dollars, they do not count against what we're calling the 47%. If we take because here's what happens. A person walks in and Medicaid, let's say a particular managed care company only wants to pay a 4-hour crisis rate and they stay 3 days, we eat those 3 days because, again, we will not discharge them. Even though the managed care company would like to tell us that they are done compensating us for those people, we, as our mission to the patient, continue their care. So what we did, and that's the data we gave to Kevin, is we took out every person that had a pay source and did not count it against those that did not have a pay source. And that's what we're asking our partners to help us fund.
Kevin, do you have?
So we have received client information, but as I've said last meeting and this meeting, my ability to validate the information they're giving us is it's strictly their information. So when I contact the state cannot verify from a payer source that they are uncompensated. That is part of the issue.
That is part of the issue.
When I speak going forward in the new business model, the issue of the uncompensated care rate and the check and balance with those numbers, which we would reconcile the actuals.
Thank you.
And we are more than willing to do that, Commissioner. Absolutely. Person by person.
What services, you mentioned at the very beginning that the 1/3 that comes in, and then you refer them out to services. To whom or where do you refer people to?
Those are outpatient services.
Right, but what providers?
We have a number of folks that we work with.
Name a service provider in this community, and we have a referral to them. We refer to just about anybody that we can refer to that's appropriate, whether it's a mental health provider, another treatment provider,
give me a name,
social services providers.
Give me what mental health providers you would refer to.
Bridge counseling.
Yeah.
Bridge counseling. We utilize Bridge. It's whoever has access for that individual type of person.
And how do you follow up to see that they actually showed or that they went to services?
We do not actually follow up. A lot of times there's a conversation back and forth, but that is not part of what we consider part of our system of care.
How about the meds? You mentioned the medications.
Same thing. When we discharge them with adequate meds, but that's once they discharge, it's on them.
Is it a week or 2 weeks? What do you tend to give then as far as medications?
I'm sorry?
How long? Like a week's worth of meds? 2 weeks?
2 to 3 days.
2 to 3 days.
Yes.
Okay. And then do you work with our hospitals, the emergency rooms, whether it's UMC, Sunrise, for the frequent, what we would call our frequent flyers, so that we don't revolve them through your door, let alone our door, because we've talked about that for 5 years now, and I still don't know who those 80 people are and why they're still cycling through.
Absolutely, and that was one of the great things about the MOST program that the state took away from WestCare and Metro was that follow-up care with those folks, those frequent flyers, especially through the jail system. And that program was taken away by the state.
At some point, I'd like to see the 80 or 90 people that we've identified, because we all talk about it, but I've never seen that we actually put them into programming in the long run. And then back to Kevin then, for state. I think the conversation between Commissioner Gibson and Commissioner Sisolak at this point has been about potentially having you, well, again, it comes down to if the other cities don't participate, getting us through July 1st. But then we would be able to work with the state to get other providers in to do maybe a more modified position in the long run, because it doesn't sound like we're meeting. It's about the money, but to me, it's more important to also deal with the care, because we've created a revolving door, and I just don't know how we get a handle on that part of it. So Kevin, we would, because I talked to you about behavioral health, there's other places that if we could get the site certified or licensed.
So I think the first piece would be as I've said, the only licensed CTC is WestCare. With that, I think there's been an ongoing effort to bring in other providers. In fairness to WestCare, as one provider, I think the issue of their capacity at 50 beds, when you look at the region, we obviously need more providers. Right. The other piece of that is getting into the discussion on the funding source moving forward back to a procurement process. The other issue is there are CTCs that are applying that aren't discussing match or discussing county funding. They're strictly approaching it from a Medicaid perspective, or an expanded care perspective. So again, and I think we've had discussion with WestCare, the change in the business model and that practice is part of what the discussion is about. And then I think the other piece I would highlight when we get into this fiscal year's funding and we go into next year, I think we can reconcile the actuals in next year when we move forward if that was the case with the funding. In the current fiscal year, I think the other option might be if any funding is provided, obviously it's dependent on the other locals, as Commissioner Kirkpatrick indicated, but the other point that I would highlight is we could audit that from the perspective of reconciling to actuals as best we can within the current fiscal year and then do a clawback.
Okay, so then on the procurement model, are you in agreement or disagreement with that concept?
Commissioner Dan Musgrove again. We absolutely believe that this community needs to sit down and have that conversation as to what is truly unmet in this community. Because maybe it isn't a 50-bed CTC at Maryland Parkway. Maybe we need 10-bed facilities regionally that gives first responders and family members an ability to go to other than going down to Maryland Parkway. We've wanted to have that conversation for a long time.
So you had to wait till us to audit you to have that conversation?
Pardon me? No.
So we had to wait till
at every meeting that staff went to, we've talked about what is it that you as a community want, and if it's WestCare's ability to do it, great. We'll go in for the RP just like everybody else. I think what Kevin is trying to do for this community is make sure that on July 1st there is something available for the people in crisis to go to, and I think until we figure out what that next step is, that's what his bridge funding is. And so if he can get an RFP done in 90 days, maybe we're having that conversation about what is the next step Clark County takes as a region on September 1. And then on that day, we have a new model of care for this community. And if WestCare can play a part, we would love to work with Crossroads, because then that gives us an ability to transition people into housing, because that has always been the need that we have in this community, is lack of housing. So we want to be a part of that, but the question is, what do we do on July 1 if we don't go forward? That was the concern of Commissioner Brager and Weekly, is where do those people go?
And Kevin?
And we don't want to scare you. We just want
to be a part of it. No, but you did it at Torino, so I kind of see the model already, but that,
Because
Kevin?
Luckily we had this ability to have this conversation today.
Kevin?
So I think, to summarize again, I think two pieces. One, as any bridge is created going into the next fiscal year, and in addition to any funding in this current fiscal year, I think the issue still becomes some guarantee related to or some contractual agreement that ties them to the dollar amount. Futuristically, that's why I mentioned the clawback component, reconciling to actuals, which we would do anyway. But I think the key component is going to be ensuring that we're not investing in a service that will essentially dissipate and then we'll be out, back to Commissioner Kirkpatrick's component of our funding. So I think that lies in the negotiation component in terms of both the outcome side and the check and balance. But I think it gets back to the question everybody's asking in terms of can that be guaranteed in that current continuum.
And can you do an RFP within 30 days, 60 days?
So the first thing
days?
I've clarified multiple. One thing that I think is really important when I've talked to WestCare, and they know this, we've talked about there has to be a new business practice and a new model. I would tie that to having multiple providers. That's one component we definitely want to promote. And so I think that that period of 6 months where the contract proposal was put forward from them is really tied to how much time will it take to essentially establish the partnership and then also do a procurement process for awards.
How do you want to proceed?
Commissioner Brown hasn't spoke because he's got next. We're wrapping it up here because we've gone on for an hour.
Sure, and I'll try to get to a motion if you'd like. And I apologize, I missed last meeting. Probably.
We've rehashed most of it.
Yeah. The uncompensated care, this is a flashback to when we first got on the board. WestCare or the CTC, has that not become a de facto UMC 10 years ago? That this uncompensated people showing up the door that either choose not to get insured or whatever situation. And that although it's a whole different model at UMC, that population hasn't gone away. It's still there in our community. So in my mind, I'm envisioning you've become the front door for these people that used to end up either diverted or arrived at UMC. And my impression coming into this meeting was that we, the commission, were being put in a position that you don't do something, we're going to close the doors. I mean, I think that has been clarified today. It's not so much about that. Certainly patient care, but it absolutely comes down to money, where once again, the commission is the backstop, or the final stop that hopefully the cities will agree to. But it's not, WestCare and this population is not the only thing that the county competes or allocates dollars for. There's so many other challenges out there that this is just another one that ends up on our funding doorstep. Listening not only in briefings but the comments from my colleagues, I think it's important to move forward. The fact that if they close their doors May 31st for whatever reason, good, bad, or indifferent, the impact is going to be felt to some degree at UMC, at the jail, and others, just out on the streets. So I would, just to clarify what the WestCare's position is on, if we move forward on remedying the existing fiscal year funding, moving forward, if we don't get the support from the City of Las Vegas or some of our local government partners, what is your position then?
Commissioner, let me just say that it is a three-legged stool. We would hope that potentially the hospitals would continue to go forward with their funding with your portion if the others were not at the piece, and the state would honor that. But again, it's like a domino effect because it's a one-third, one-third, one-third. We don't control that. And for us, and it gets back to $1, and it's never been about $1 at WestCare, but we're now 23 months later now that we've not been compensated. That's just it's a tough piece for where we're at. If we could do it, I'm the old social worker. I keep the doors open forever. I now have a bank that says we've lent money to keep those doors open now for 23 months. And
but are you willing to commit to either the 3-month or 6-month window in the event that we don't get that three-legged stool local government 100% funding?
If we can get some of the other funding from the other partners, then we're committed. That's the piece. I mean, we're totally upside down over this project. I mean, this is something that we did because we all were asked to come forward to do it, and it was I'm saying this is the first time we've ever been at this point in the 18 years that we've been doing the triage stuff. So.
And I need assurances that you're going to be with us for 3 to 6 months, so we're not here the second week of July with the same issue. Because if it's going to be that situation where you just have to close your doors and the impact is going to be felt at the county, then I don't mind May 31st or July 10th. We're going to have to, the county's going to have to absorb that. If you're committed to go that 3 to 6 month window where Kevin's going to do an RFQ or RFP, and Westcare is going to look at the funding business model and all that. I think we're on the same page. And I'd be willing to make a motion as such to direct staff to get commitments from the city for that fiscal 18 funding that has been requested, and then move forward with an RFQ, RFP, whatever you choose to do, staff, as quickly as possible to try to build a better foundation moving forward. And you can amend that motion, you can change language, but I think the intent is to work with Westcare over the next 3 to 6 months, get things moving, and hopefully get the cities to buy into.
Okay, we got your motion. So is it 3 months or 6 months?
Kevin?
6 months.
Okay. Commissioner Giuliani.
Then just to clarify, are you still credentialed by Health Plan in Nevada?
They had pulled their funding back. We're back in good negotiations with all that. We actually have a meeting next week to put all that back in place. I think it's going in the right direction based on our meetings over the last 3 weeks.
But the answer is no at this time.
At this moment, no.
Okay, so you don't have the city of Las Vegas, you don't have Health Plan in Nevada. Who else do you not have in your three-legged stool?
Health Plan in Nevada is not part of that.
They're a
Okay,
Medicaid
they're not part
provider.
of it.
They're a
Okay, that's
Medicaid
right. Thank you,
provider.
sorry.
So the hospitals.
All the hospitals are in.
Right.
We still are waiting word from really the city of Las Vegas. I've asked the city manager of North Las Vegas at the mayor's direction to put an item on the agenda because the mayor told me that he was on board this current fiscal year again going
So this is
forward.
through July 1st, right? That's the understanding.
June 30th, correct?
June 30th. And the intent would be that you would immediately try to start drafting an RFP. We would start expanding, trying to find other providers to expand it, and that you all will work with whoever our committee is to start looking at a more procurement-based model so that we're actually looking at this as a regional approach. Is that accurate? Or is that included in your motion, Mr. Commissioner?
I love that amendment.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Commissioner Weekly.
So even in that RFP that you put out, would those potential providers have to have that FQH status?
It wouldn't be FQHC, it would be CTC licensure.
Okay.
Which is
And as of
CQC.
today, other than Westcare, who else would be eligible?
Nobody as of today.
And how long does it take to receive that particular status or meet those requirements?
Depends on the facilities, depends on the staffing, and they're scoring it out of HCQC for the state.
So for you to put out an RFP, who would apply if there's no one qualified?
As current, there isn't anybody to qualify, but we're also speaking to those providers who are trying to prepare to qualify.
You're chasing your tail.
I'm sorry?
We're chasing our tail.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
really doesn't
I
make
think what he's
sense.
saying is we're putting an RFP for people to apply and nobody's qualified to apply. What's the sense of having the RFP?
All I can speak to is I am proactively reaching out with the state and providers to ensure so that they can qualify as timely as possible. So I can't give you a timeline. I can tell you there's 2 in the queue. I'm also asking the state for available space so a provider could actually go into their facility and be operating under the state, so then that would take some of the issues away around the facility. So I don't have a timeline on that. I can just tell you that that has been the ongoing discussion.
But in the 2 in the queue, one is already a CTC, and then the other one is
Two in the queue applying to be a CTC, pending licensure, and there's 2 others that I've met with that are also going to be putting in applications for CTC.
Okay. Well done. Okay, somebody want to restate the motion with the amendment?
Commissioner G, could you clarify our motion?
I would say that it's a 6-month procedure, understanding that you'll still reach out to the city of Las Vegas, that we will immediately start drafting an RFP. We'll continue working with the state and to locate other providers that could qualify for CTC, but also have the state look at pursuing a temporary licensing procedure in order to move that forward so we don't leave people at risk. I think that's what I said.
And the funding commitment is
Oh, the funding.
for when? fiscal year 18 is what I thought I heard.
Right. The
18 only.
18 fiscal and moving forward into the 6 months of fiscal year 19. And with a commitment that if the cities, city or cities don't choose to participate, that WestCare will remain our partner as we get through these tough months ahead.
Okay.
And that's a nod, but for the record.
Yeah, that's a commitment on our part to do that. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Okay. Commissioner, everybody understand the motion? Please cast your votes. I'm not going to ask for more comment. Motion passes. Okay.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is item 54, which is to receive a presentation on the Parks Development and Improvement Report.
Okay. Ms. Amundson.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Nancy Amundson, the Director of the Department of Comprehensive Planning. At the last Board of County Commissioners meeting, it was mentioned that there was concern whether there was a gap analysis done for parks development improvements. So I wanted to revisit what we've been doing since 2010. In 2010, the Departments of Comprehensive Planning, Parks and Rec, Finance, and Real Property Management got together and they worked on a methodology to look at the gaps in service for the population today for parks, as well as the population that we are projecting out to 2020 based on our land uses and our analysis of how the county, unincorporated Clark County, is going to grow. We created a report. I had given the board members a copy of the report that we did back in 2010, 2012, and then additional matrix that we put together within the last couple of weeks with Real Property Management and the Department of Parks and Recreation. What we have done is we've looked at what we have. We looked at our existing parks. We looked at land owned by the county. We've looked at land that is under a BLM lease or that we have reserved. And we've also looked at areas that there might be availability of park, because we have a couple of areas, one in particular in Commissioner Giuliani's area, where there is a gap for a neighborhood park where the residents are not being served. We looked at the county standards, the level of standards at the 2.5 park acres per 1,000 residents, and that was established a number of years ago. We've not been told to revisit that, but what we're looking to do is by 2020 to be able to have 2.5 acres of parks for every 1,000 residents of Clark County. In addition, we've looked at the different park types. With that is the neighborhood, the community, and the regional park, as well as the special parks, but mainly we're focusing on the neighborhood, community, and regional. We're looking for distribution of acres by type, which would be 30% would be your neighborhood parks, 15% would be your community parks, 40% of the acreage would be in your regional parks. That would be like Sunset Park, Hollywood Park, Desert Breeze, and then the remaining 15% would be your special parks, which would be the shooting complex, would be the Wetlands Park. And what we're trying to do is just distribute everything, look at what can be built out, what the needs are for the various parks. And again, we're looking at the criteria, the score, and the ranking. That's the land cost. Of course, if we own it or we have a BLM lease, the cost is zero, but if we need to acquire it, that is weighted. We also look at the cost of operation and maintenance. We look at the cost of we look at the population that's going to be served, and we look to see if there's any overlaps of service. So if you look at on your screen, you'll see this is the criteria we look for new neighborhood park and their weights. And then this, the next item is the gap analysis, you'll notice that you've got, now this is for neighborhood parks, you'll notice you've got very light colors that are in the cities. We don't know what their land uses would bring out, so we did a basic 1 mile circle around all of the parks and all of the cities. And then in the darker colors are unincorporated Clark County, and we tried to wage the gap that we would have. Again, we looked at future park projects that would help meet the gap, and they were weighted higher. And I'm trying to go through this quickly because I know you've all had a long day. So we look at the existing population and the population projections, and again, the population projections are based on our land uses in anticipation of them not changing a tremendous amount, and we're looking at 2020 of being our goal for the 2.5 acres per 1,000 residents in unincorporated Clark County. So today, if these are some of the parks that we've already funded or have been developed since 2015 when we really started getting into our gap analysis. The Siegfried and Roy Park is completed, the Paiute Park is completed, the equestrian facility at Lone Mountain is completed, as well as the loop around Lone Mountain. A lot of the trails, that sort of thing, are done at Lone Mountain. The Southwest Regional Sports Parks Soccer Complex Phase 1 is under construction. We've got Mountains Edge Regional Park Baseball Complex, it's in design. We have a number of other parks that you can see from your list that we have been working on, and they have been fully funded, or they have been funded, and a lot of them are in design. So what we wanted to do is let you know we do look at the gap analysis, we do look at the populations, we do look at the future populations, figuring out the densities and intensities that are going to be coming in the future, and working with Parks and Rec, Parks Planning, and Real Property Management. That's how we weighted the matrix that you have. Now you will all see that there are there's projects that are going to be near and dear to everyone's heart. We try to look at it, and I hate to put it this way, just more analytical. We look at it, we weight it based on the analysis that we have, which I've described previously. And there's other things that are going to come into play when it comes to park fundings. If you have CBDG funding, that may take something from the middle or the bottom because you can't fund the park. SNPLMA, again, is another thing that we have to be very specific, and that'll come somewhere within the matrix, and it's generally not at the top. So just wanted to let you know that we are looking at the needs of the county. We're looking at the needs of all of the districts, and I'm open to questions. And Mindy Myers, the Acting Director of Parks and Rec, who has given me a look, is here also to answer any questions if you have any.
Commissioners, questions? Anybody want to start? Are you all too tired? Commissioner Brown?
Thank you. Nancy, the one thing, what do we have, the 2.5 acres per 1,000, I think it's a nice baseline, but I've always been concerned as far as using that as kind of the focus versus we're unique in Southern Nevada because in the northwest part of the valley, you drive 15 minutes and you're Calico Basin, Red Rock, Mount Charleston, and those are truly, from my perspective, regional parks that we share. The one piece, and I know that we are working better with our sister cities, but identifying some opportunities either from a boundary standpoint or a service level standpoint where we can joint venture city-county parks. Is that referenced or? It's
not in this document. However, in the Northwest, the interlocal agreement, there was a requirement that we work with the City of Las Vegas to look at some opportunities up there, and we have, in fact, the last iteration that we've worked with both your office and Commissioner Kirkpatrick's office on, we have sent over to the city, and we have heard crickets, but we're hopeful eventually we will get to a point where that project will be moving forward.
Thank you. And just for the record, I think the county does a wonderful job with parks, but sometimes we don't get the credit for some of our more regional parks, like in Mount Charleston.
And Commissioner, if I could
wetlands, and these are major
They are, and we do have a project that we're working on right now. Our parks planning folks are working on the outlying areas and those park needs, and it's very hard for us because we do look at the fact that Moapa Valley has, off-road vehicle trails and has hiking trails and has mountains to climb, shall we say, and it's kind of hard to figure out how to weigh that against the basic park needs, which might be the pool or the playground and that sort of thing. So we are looking at that, and this was specifically for the urban valley because it's, I hate to put it this way, it's a little easier to get a handle on that.
Thank you. Commissioner, who's next?
Breger, and then myself.
Thank you. And I appreciate seeing this, and I think what's a little bit unique for District F is that it's unincorporated Clark County. There is no municipality to work with, a different municipality to maximize what we can do. And I know we have a lot of construction, but those construction dollars don't go as far as what I think people think. When a park is about $400,000 an acre or half an acre, it's very, very expensive. And Desert Breeze, the way the town has grown, I think serves Commissioner June Kiliani's district as much as it serves District F. And so when we talk about recreational facilities, really District F doesn't have a senior center. I mean, Desert Breeze uses a room and seniors come in, and Mountain's Edge probably will take 20 years unless we do more than that $150 million to be able to get a facility that serves District A and District F because of cactus going through and other roads that go through, that people would be able to be accommodated. And I know we're doing some great things, but I'm in my 12th year, and it took 10 years for Mountain's Edge to do just the small portion that we're doing, which appears to be coming along nicely. But I think that's the challenges, is when you're totally unincorporated. Sandy Valley, it's been 4 years to try and get them a little splash pad and a walking area and a little bit of park. Took me 8 years to get them a bathroom. And not because for the lack of trying, but because number one, the process is long and we don't have the funds, because Clark County is pretty immense and we have a lot of responsibilities. So I think when we look at this, it's hard, and we all are a little territorial when it comes to these issues because we need to be. We represent, like I have 350,000 people, but when you don't have a recreational facility for your community, it's a little bit challenging. Or Desert Breeze, which is so overused because of the immense population that it serves between myself, probably Commissioner G, and I think a little bit of Commissioner Sisolak. So talking about one center for hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people. They don't have a wood floor for basketball like some of the other ones do. It's got tons of land, but we don't have the funds to continue to build, baseball fields for children. And anyway, I could go on. It's unfortunate when it takes so long. And I know everybody works hard in the park facilities and that, but it bounces down to dollars. And that's why I am grateful that we're at least doing something with a bond, but I think it needs to be more to really get those dollars out there and meet the needs of the people.
Okay, Commissioner June, is that it? Commissioner June Kiliani.
Thank you. I think Commissioner Brown mentioned it. The 2020 goal for the 2.5 per thousand came about 20 some odd years ago, I think, when that was adopted. And we do have to look both at, and I think you said that the goal is to have 2.5 by 2020 identified?
No, we're looking to, we're actually looking to get to that point where we can say that's the parkland. In fact, that's one of the items that the department does measure.
Right.
If you see, we have all the goal measures, I guess you could say, that's on the county website. That's something that we do measure because we are hoping to get the 2.5 by 2020.
So after talking for years about getting us bonding, and we understand the climate that we had here in Southern Nevada just with the downturn, the $150 million is not going to finish pretty much anything. And I know we have to worry about our bond capacity, but I do think we should have something that says we will build and finish and complete regional parks that we have on our plan in a timely manner, whatever that timeliness is. But I know Desert Breeze has been for years, 25 years for Hollywood. We actually just updated it, so I want to thank the park staff and folks that redid it so that it reflected now what the neighborhood wants. But that alone, to complete it, is about $120 million. And we have to be sensitive to each other's needs that are there as well. And I just don't know. There's a couple of things that I think we need to keep on our radar, and that is still the SNPLMA money. If we can still advocate with the feds to give us our $230 million there, or at least let us bond against it, or something creative that gets us some additional revenue, would be, I think, very important. And then I think legislatively, we have to somehow undo that cap at the Convention Authority, which restricted our, what was it, 25 million that capped at 25 million. That affects our Parks and Rec ability, and that needs to be uncapped in some way, shape, or form. So there may be some other ancillary pieces that help us get to filling in the gap component, but we all have great needs, and then we need to look at maintenance, and I don't know what's happening there because we're short-staffed. I don't want Lewis Park looking the way it does, because then it costs you 10 times as much more money to go back in and repair it, and then Lisa's trying to run around figure out where those dollars come from. So I know we're always chasing our wheel, but maybe we need to talk a little bit further about what should we actually go out to try to bond, and then what are we going to complete? And then where do we start constructing new ones so that we're making sure that our folks have parks and recreation? There may also need to still be more communication or better with the school district, that is, they're coming up with new schools. Are there ways to have some amenities that are there that are for the community that can be utilized? Not just your open door, open schools, but fields and some things along those lines where we can have some kind of interlocal agreements. And then I would say Commissioner Weekly's district, mine, and Commissioner Kirkpatrick's all butt against City of Las Vegas and North Las Vegas. So I know the Northwest has their agreement, but maybe we ought to be exploring for the east side some kind of agreements that come into play along those lines as well. But I'm going to make, an appeal that I don't think the 150 is going to accomplish anything. And I know all of us are concerned about parks and recreation within our districts, so we have to be sensitive to each other. But a promise was made to some of these constituents that it would, I'm going to use Hollywood, was going to be built, and it's 25 years later, and we have like maybe a fourth. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Weekly.
Thank you. So, Nancy, thank you for the presentation today. I did have a conversation with Mindy and Randy, who came by the office, and of course, I shared once again my concerns in reference to the small portion of unincorporated Clark County in District D. Now, we understand that we overlap City of Las Vegas and North Las Vegas, and the partnership that, or the MOU that Commissioner Brown spoke about in reference to the City of Las Vegas, that's something that we've also been talking about in reference to with North Las Vegas. Now, I share Craig Ranch Park with the City of North Las Vegas, and we, over the years, have done a great partnership with them. As a matter of fact, we were responsible for getting them over, what did we give them, $8 million in order to build the amphitheater that they have at the facility there. All right. My concern is, after talking about the splash pad that was the swimming pool was taken out of Von Tobel, how many years ago? Over 6 years ago. Finally, I'm getting the splash pad put in the school, and hopefully it'll be ready for those kids on the last day of school next week. But it's taken so long for something so small. And the other thing in my unincorporated Clark County is Alexander Villas Park. It's broken up into 3 phases. Now, when I look at this plan that you all have here, this 2017-20 plan, community parks, 0. And I don't see it. I don't know, Ms. King, if it's because it's already funded. I'm hoping that you all are going to give me great news and just say, well, it's fully funded and it doesn't have to appear on this plan. But as of right now, I have 0 under community plans, and then under, under neighborhood parks, Alexander Villa is a park, is a neighborhood park for me, but it's one of those ones that we're almost finished with phase 1, and then we have 2 more phases to go. Can I put on the record today, is this already funded, fully funded?
Yes, the last time I looked at this, in the last allocation we did, we were able to look at what were the remaining needs of Alexander Villas and provide funding for the renovation for the rest of the park.
Yeah. Well, it's pretty, for me, it's pretty challenging with the MOUs with the city of Las Vegas and looking at a number of the parks that they have and trying to figure out how we can partner with them. And that's a discussion that we're looking to have with the new councilman of the area. How can we partner some of our resources to upgrade the facilities over there? The only thing that I have from a county standpoint is the Pearson Center. And we've taken a portion of that park and put a playground portion in there for kids, but it's way too small. But also, too, on the other side of that park there, I'm wondering why wasn't that considered, and how do you get on this consideration list? Because, again, here's a park that's surrounded by 3 schools. We have Booker Elementary School, we have the 100 Academy, and we have West Prep Academy School, which is right down the street. All of those kids frequent that facility there on a day, well, pretty much 6 days a week. And so if most of that inside there is paid programming, so a lot of the activities are outside. And so with that small portion of a park that we have over there, we were looking at another side of that park to possibly put more playground equipment with the cushy, what do you call the equipment at the bottom of the playground equipment that's cushy, where it's safe and it's not the cushy stuff, okay?
The cushy mat.
Right, that's what we want, the safety measures in that park over there. And so I'm wondering, how do you make this plan? Is this a final plan? You guys gave some consideration to certain areas, but how do you get on this list?
Actually, it is it's a very fluid plan. To get on the list, you just I would let Yolanda know what it is, and we will add it to the list. The other thing is the report itself is not fluid. How we do it is going to stay the same, but any projects, unless we're told about them, we don't know to put them on there. So,
and I appreciate that, Nancy. Thank you. I think the problem for me, again, in this small portion, I only have as huge as District D is, we're the smallest district throughout Clark County, and we have a very small portion of unincorporated Clark County in District D. So we don't generate the type of residential construction tax money that some of the other districts do. And that's apparent on Wednesdays. You know that by the zoning meetings that we have.
Yes, sir.
We have very few zoning items per year, so we don't generate that type of revenue back. The concern that I have is that, we look at the fact that when we have to go to CDBG or outside agency grant dollars, that's very limited. But then you guys take into consideration it needs to be spread around countywide. Well, not to take away anything from Commissioner Breaker and what she's talking about, I mean, she's absolutely right. Her constituents deserve to have X amount of things as well. But when my little small portion of Clark County, that's all we have to depend on, we come up short every single time. And it's extremely frustrating. And it's like, okay, what do we do to remedy this problem? We've been talking about this for year after year after year in terms of making sure that we can upgrade our facilities, making sure that we can go in and take out playground equipment that was put in back in the 1970s. How do we get ourselves modernized and up to date? And how do we make these lists? I'm looking at this here, and you didn't even need to give me a copy because we're nowhere mentioned in it.
So, Commissioner, if I may, what staff will do, because as we have all mentioned and talked about, is, the county we're actually preparing to go out for $150 million of a bond. So the next step will be we'll have staff from Finance, Parks and Recreation, as well as RPM come and individually talk to each of you to understand what the needs are of your community, and then that is the way that we can get those items added.
I appreciate that. We've had this conversation for a long time, and we've been talking about this, going out for this bond for a long time. $150 million, what I've learned over the years is it takes about $15 million just to build a parking lot. So after you look at 7 districts and you look at $150 million, that's going nowhere fast. And so, for me, I am interested in a MOU with North Las Vegas and looking at Craig Ranch Park. I'm looking at that. I am looking at upgrading some features over there at Pearson Community Center to give those kids, more amenities over there. And, Alexander Villas, we're looking one day in this lifetime that all 3 phases will be completed for that neighborhood over there. And that's all we have. We don't have a whole lot of mileage of open space in this area that's not attached to North Las Vegas or the city of Las Vegas. So those would be the concerns that I have when we get to this conversation on this bonding, because I'm already sure commissioners have already put their digs in and it's probably already gobbled up.
Commissioner Weekly, if I may, under the renovations, there are a number of the renovations that you mentioned are on the list under renovations. So that would be on the last section of this document.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just finally, while the percentage of my district that is unincorporated is smaller than some, and we have an arrangement, we've discussed at the highest level an arrangement with the school district, the disconnect seems to be at the principal level. So we have principals who have been hesitant, for I'm sure good reason, to talk about co-locating either county-owned or jointly owned facilities. And one of the challenges that we have in some of those areas is programming space. But if we could get with the leadership, I mean, one of the takeaways today, I think, needs to be, at least on the school district piece, meeting with the new superintendent and getting with the right people so that we get a real clear understanding, because it's not good enough to say the school is open to that and we can do some sort of a collaborative effort when it comes to schools. But if it doesn't trickle down, if there isn't clear direction on the issue, we don't get in there. We're not able to do something. And where I came from, one of the secrets to our success was we had master plan communities coming in. So we had a school site, and then the park sites we would try and co-locate, or we would try and locate adjacent, so that we could expand upon what was available, and that made it easier to make a deal with the school. And it seems that from at least my experience in my district, it would really be helpful if the county and the superintendent could attempt to resolve some of that difference that happens school to school.
And in anticipation of that, we do have our parks planner is actually reevaluating a study that we did, I want to say 10 years ago, looking at the utilization of school sites and what might work. Not that the school district would allow us onto those sites, but we are looking at school sites in unincorporated Clark County that might be perfect for partnership. But again, that's in anticipation of something else.
So one of the things that ought to be in the mix is the maintenance. Maybe there is a trade-off that we can do. If we have people going to an adjacent school site, a park that is adjacent to a school, then there may well be some things we could do together in terms of maintenance that would lower the cost to the taxpayer generally, irrespective of which side of the equation it's on. But also working to trade out some of that might be useful. So I really think that it ought to be everything. There ought to be a clean sheet of paper up there, and we really use every alternative. I appreciate the initiative that you've undertaken, and I think that there is a lot of good that can come from it, but we really do need to tie it up, and it needs to be something that we close out here pretty quickly so that we know where we're headed, and then can begin the search for the revenues that are going to be required in order to do it. Thank you.
I've just got one question, Nancy. When you look at your page 4, table 4, where you're talking the recommendations, those aren't recommendations out of this new park, $150 million, are they?
No, not at all. And the truth of the matter is they're recommendations, but they're not real recommendations, especially when you get into the regional park. The bottom line is for regional parks, we need 229 new acres of regional park development. It really doesn't matter where it is, because folks in the Northwest may go down to Mountain's Edge or may go to Desert Breeze, and they may go over to Hollywood, depending on the amenities that are there, because not every park is the same. As I noted at the beginning of the presentation, our recommendations are not necessarily recommendations. There's just, when you look at the numbers, operation, maintenance, cost of construction, that sort of thing. That's how we came up with our rankings. But the rankings are just a very technical look at it. It doesn't it doesn't take into account the feel of the neighborhood or what's absolutely necessary.
Okay, that wraps it up. We're good. Moving on. Thank you for the presentation. Gotta keep it moving here.
Item 55 is to discuss and report on accelerated homelessness. Mr. Chairman, this was a request from Commissioner June Kiliani.
Okay, Commissioner G, where you want to go with this?
I think some of our providers are here and they've been sitting here all this time, so maybe we could ask them to come up and just see what questions we have. But it was really trying to understand what legally we can do, the issue of grocery carts that are on sidewalks, the issue of can you deal with panhandling, those types of things. But also, I'd like to hear from HELP on how many teams they have, how they're initiated, just to give us some guidance, and then maybe bring back something to bring to the COC to actually try to tighten that up. I'd like to hear how the diversion court's going, because it is voluntary. I don't know how many numbers are there, but Metro's here as well. Just, we have to be sensitive to both the folks that are living in these situations, but also the folks that are trying to deal with them in the long run. So maybe they could speak first, and then we just see if we have any questions. Thank you.
Hi, Lieutenant. Sorry. Lieutenant Joe Sobrio. My job primarily is to focus and run Metro's response to homelessness, so I can speak on legality, illegality, Metro's response to homelessness individually and as a group, and I have some expertise in Clark County's historical response to homelessness. So you want to do like a question and answer thing? I think it might be the best way to do it.
Do you want to tell us, just format, what is Metro's, what
Sure.
does your job
So
actually entail?
About a year and a half ago, the sheriff asked me to increase Metro's footprint in the homeless community, and it was in response to the fact that historically Clark County has done very little to address homelessness. And what we have done in Clark County has had two major issues, and the two major issues we have been reflective throughout the meeting today. The two major issues when it comes to homelessness in Clark County is, number one, there's very little accountability for homeless service providers. Homeless service providers have essentially been self-governing for quite some time. And then on the other side of that coin, the other issue is each homeless service provider, although a nonprofit, doesn't necessarily mean that they're running their business well. And there's very little collaboration and communication between the entities. So for example, one homeless entity might offer food, whereas another might offer housing, but there is no collaboration to get the client from food to housing. So what we did at Metro is we developed this model. It's called the MORE team, M-O-R-E, multi-agency outreach, response, and engagement team. And what we did was we partnered with the city of Las Vegas, and we took a service provider from 5 different agencies, so Salvation Army, West Care, Help of Southern Nevada, Teen Challenge, and U.S. Vets. So now we have 5 service providers coupled with 2 Metro cops. And the idea is, because we're taking service providers, one from each of these many different agencies, and then coupling them with the cop who represents Clark County, there's really very little that the team can't do, because we bring every resource basically attainable to the problem. And the model's been live for about a year now, and I can go into some very boring statistics, but I can just let you know that the model's incredibly successful over the past year and a half. The problem I have with the model is, unfortunately, we're relegated to the city, because the city funds these service providers that I have on payroll. We've been in business, like I said, for about a year. We've made about 4,000 contacts, or you may refer to the term as touches. But out of that, we've taken 155 people completely out of homelessness. We've made, and this is the good part, is a lot of the service providers are almost very apprehensive when they see law enforcement involved, because they assume that we're going to go out and arrest everybody. And I can tell you, I keep track of all of our numbers. So after about a year of doing business, we have arrested about 20 people. And 20 people in a year is a very, very low number. We've written about 60 citations. And you can discuss that from a patrol aspect. If a patrol cop was writing 60 citations in a year, they'd be looking for a new job. Our mission is not enforcement. Our mission is to provide the service outreach to those individuals, and quite frankly, to make sure they get the case management services that they need. And that's why it's imperative that we bring multi-different agencies to the table instead of just one agency that has its own shortfalls and its own limitations.
Thank you. I think that's an excellent, I commend you for the 150 out of that.
155
It's
completely out
very,
of homelessness,
very,
yeah.
yeah. So the city's funding that in a different way from what we give? Because I know we all do give
Correct.
some
So-
money to some of them, but
So Clark County has the MCIT model, which is essentially one agency that runs that model. And so let's say you saw a homeless camp in a certain neighborhood in Clark County, you would contact the MCIT group who would come out and they would address it. But the MCIT's model has a slight flaw, and that flaw is they're not focused on removing the person from homelessness. They're focused on resource allocation, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. The model in the city that we have, or the model that the city has allowed Metro to create, that's the wrong way to say it. The partnership that we've created with the city, we're focused on removing every person that we confront out of homelessness. And it involves a lot of different resources, like all the companies that I just said that are involved. So how are they paying for it? And that's usually what comes up quite a bit. So when I created the model, Metro didn't have any money. And the sheriff basically told me, yeah, I need you to do something about homelessness, but we don't have a lot of money to address it. So I approached the city and with my idea, and the city came up with a BID, a business improvement tax. And what they basically did is they took the anticipated money that would come from a BID and payrolled these service providers for 12 months. Like I said, one from each of these groups, and then assigned them to my team. Now, after the 1 year, they're calling it a pilot program. The year should expire August of this year. That'll be 1 year in business. And then they're going to reevaluate to see if they're going to move forward with the BID to reimburse the money they put forward.
thank you. So you feel comfortable that that's working. So maybe as we talk with our staff, we talk about something that maybe we need to expand.
The bottom line, and when I have the microphone, the bottom line is what we've been doing up until now is not working. It's incredibly ineffective. And I wanted to hug Commissioner Kirkpatrick, because the thing is, we can't just pay money. We have to figure out what we're paying money for.
Exactly.
And up until now, we've done mediocre at best. And I've gone around the country and looked at different models, and what I've found is, in order to have a successful homeless outreach model that removes people from homelessness, you have to have a multi-agency board. You have to have people from different agencies approaching the same problem, and you have to have law enforcement involved. Not that law enforcement's arresting anybody, because I don't want to confuse anybody on the board here. The issue is law enforcement has a role, and that role could be, maybe the individual was a victim of a crime and he needs police services. Right. Maybe he needs a work card. Maybe he has a warrant. Whatever it might be. The police there...
They lost their ID.
Whatever it might be. The police job on this team, number one, is protection of the team, to make sure the service members are safe. But number two is to offer the Clark County services to them. If they need county services, who better than to give them that service than a cop who works for the county? It's an incredibly effective model thus far. And it legitimately came out of frustration of understanding that so far what we're doing has not seen the improvements that we want to see. So let's try something different, and we did.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Weekly.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir, for the presentation here today. The city of Las Vegas, I think back in March, in their March meeting, they approved, they moved forward with what's called, I think they're calling it the courtyard. And I guess the question, when you say what's currently happening is not working, what's your take on the courtyard? Because there are a lot of people, here's one of the concerns that a number of the residents, particularly in West Las Vegas and in this geographic area of the homeless corridor, feel like already services are already compounded in one area. And I guess one of the bigger concerns that has been brought to our attention is that from a Southern Nevada Regional Planning Coalition standpoint, it's been pointed out that this is not a regional issue. This is a geographic issue. Well, that's not the consensus of everybody, and the reason why it's a geographic issue only because all the homeless is put in one particular place. And so when we talk about this whole courtyard take, I want to get your view on that first, and then see where are we going from here.
Let me answer your question in two parts. First, let's talk about the geographic location of all the homeless service providers. So if you go around the United States in larger municipalities like Las Vegas, Clark County, it's not uncommon to have all the service providers next to each other. Phoenix, San Diego, Los Angeles, New York, it's relatively the same. All the service providers usually close together. The issue, in my opinion, the issue isn't necessarily the fact that they're close together. The issue is that they don't talk. So they all have a different service to provide, but nobody is obligating them to speak to each other. There's no one obligating them to come to the table and address the fact that I have this service, I have this service, I have this service. So if a homeless client comes in and they need a service that one service provider can offer and then another one that another one has, there's no one to direct them through all those companies. So the issue, yes, you're correct, they're all in a geographic area, but that might not be a bad thing. Because if we can get all the service providers to speak to each other and discuss the services that they have, we could legitimately have a very successful model. So the second part, the courtyard. Did I answer your question for that part? Yes. Okay, the courtyard. The courtyard idea is to basically come up with a facility that's centrally located where a homeless person can go while they receive services. Now, there's pluses and minuses to the courtyard model. The city went down to San Antonio and developed this model from San Antonio's model. The pluses are you have somewhere for the person to physically go and be, because he can't be on a sidewalk. The public doesn't want him in a park, so he can't set up a tent. So this is a place that the guy can physically go and physically be while he obtains services, looks for work, whatever it might be. So that's the positive. It gives them somewhere to go. The negative to it is, again, there's no case management. There's no one bringing all these services to the same table to get the homeless person through the gamut of services. So what usually comes up, and I was expecting you to say this, and so I'll bring it up because I know a lot of people are probably thinking it, because the question that usually comes up is, well, won't we attract homeless? So if we develop this collaborative model where multi-agencies are working together and we're very, very efficient with dealing with the homeless, won't we attract homeless? And the bottom line is maybe, but it will only be temporary. So if you look at around the courtyard facility down on Formaster in Maine, there's been a significant influx of the homeless population over the past 6-8 months. But it's not due solely to the courtyard. We'd be ignorant to say that the courtyard has nothing to do with it. Of course it does. There's definitely some accountability there. But there's two other issues that have compounded this. Number one is criminal enforcement. When it comes to enforcing the criminality of homeless-type crimes in, I would say, Bolden area, and forgive my ignorance of not knowing which geographic area everybody represents, but the west side, so the letter streets and the state streets. When the homeless population morphed north into there and the criminal enforcement began to happen, it pushed them south, and it pushed them south into the downtown area. And then finally, when the Moulin Rouge closed, when I say closed, was completely demolished, we probably displaced between 200 and 250 homeless individuals from the Moulin Rouge who directly went downtown to where the courtyard is.
Wow, that's a lot of folks.
It's significant.
In your estimation here, or what are you suggesting, or what is it that you're bringing to the table? Because I know for a fact that Michelle Fuller-Holler from Social Services is actively involved in this consortium. I believe Mike Pollock. I believe that there is a consortium of the providers as well as Clark County staff working with these other municipalities.
So it's called the Continuum of Care, the COC. So the issue with the COC is the COC is self-governing. And I'm not saying they're doing anything wrong. That's not what I'm trying to imply. But when you have an entity that's self-governing, there has to be some outside entity that can hold accountability. And I'll give you an example. The COC self-regulates how each entity spends their money. So once a year they come together and they say, okay, Salvation Army, you took in this much money, how was it used? And they evaluate how it was used, and then they renew the money that comes from HUD so Salvation Army can be in business for another year. Up until 3 months ago, law enforcement was never involved in that accountability process, ever. So a company could be misusing, embezzling federal dollars, and no one would know, because there is no HUD law enforcement agency on the COC. So 3 months ago, I stepped in and I became part of the monitoring group, and I began personally, monitoring the money that was coming from HUD into these agencies and finding out which agencies are spending it and how they're spending it. So what I'm proposing is Metro to become more active in the COC to address the issues that are there, and then secondarily I'm proposing that the MCIT model be morphed into a true multi-agency model. So instead of just one company being that mobile crisis intervention team, let's get a team that has service providers from five or six different entities, bring them all to the table under law enforcement supervision, and make them mobile. So every time they go out, they essentially have, so the team that we have in the city, I can tell you, when they confront a homeless person, there is just about nothing we can't provide for them. And I'm talking about from a haircut to a driver's license, a birth certificate. I have relationships with labor unions for job training. I have short-term, medium-term, bridge, and long-term housing. I almost ran out of room. We have educational incentives. We have work programs. We have clothing programs. We can get them a shower. We can store their property while they go to the shower and get their job training. We can get drug treatment. We can get some limited mental health services because we have limited mental health services in the Valley. And we also have jail diversion programs within this model that we built. So it's a very, very successful model so far, but we're in the infancy. We're only about a year into it. So there's probably going to be issues that we haven't identified yet.
Well, Commissioner G, I know you, Commissioner Giuliani, excuse me, I know you put this item on the agenda. Where we're going from here, what the recommendation is, it sounds like there's more work to be done here. And I just really believe that this is a conversation. I'm not sure what SNRPC, how it's being addressed from that particular committee standpoint. But if the COC has some issues going on there and it's not really addressing some of the concerns that a lot of the residents in downtown and West Las Vegas are having, then I think that this needs to be a discussion that needs to be further had, because he's absolutely right. With the Moulin Rouge site, it's just a matter of time before that becomes Tent City.
Right.
It's just a matter of time.
It's like Circle Park.
The F Street underpass. If you've been down F Street and you look at the underpass there, all of the money that has been spent on that beautiful underpass there, you can't even go over there and view the art, because most folks wouldn't even drive up under F Street because of the fear. It's just a matter of time before all of those men and women out there, men, women, and children, move over to that flat land there on Bonanza, between Bonanza and McWilliam Street.
Or do what they're doing in Oakland, which is putting along easements, little tiny houses, I guess I just read about.
Well,
I mean, and that's not necessarily, today's goal was to have this conversation, see what else is out there, and I do think that this model should be something we ought to be talking about. I did ask that we put something on the SNRPC, but we only meet quarterly now, right, Steve? I can't remember when our next one is. And so, because this is a regional issue, but everything got dumped in the Corridor of Hope, and that's not the appropriate place for it either in the long run. The courtyard model is a concept. I went on that tour. It's a piece, but it's nowhere near what you're doing, which is, let's not create a whole nother revolving door for these people that are already on the street and out there. We got to capture them as soon as they get on the street, because the longer they're out there, it becomes much more difficult to be able to get them into services as well. So it was trying to have that conversation to see what we could do, because I had one person that had 12 carts on Twain. And I know we all have that, and it's like it's just out of...
Shopping carts come up quite a bit, and the bottom line is, yeah, it's illegal to steal a shopping cart. There's no... It's someone else's property, and you take it. You shouldn't have it. You're stealing. You shouldn't do that. But is enforcement the answer? You arrest the guy today for having the shopping cart, he's going to be homeless when he gets out of jail, and he's going to have another shopping cart in a few days. That's why, again, we cannot come to the table with the same model over and over again. We have to have different agencies working together to get the guy from day one to independence. And the reason that Metro came in to head up this model was, quite frankly, we kind of figured that it had to be supervised by a strong personality. So let's get a strong personality in there to run it, and then maybe we can make a difference. And I'm not selling this as the best thing in the world, but I can tell you that in the jurisdictions I visited, this model is successful.
Thank you. So I don't know if I answered your question, Commissioner, but I do think I think now we have other folks here. Maybe they want to say a couple of words, but I do think that the COC needs to take some consideration and take a step back and say, okay, maybe there's a better model now at this time. It's similar to what we were just doing on the CTCs. Kevin?
The only piece I wanted to add, we're focusing on kind of that frontline intervention. I think the other component, which you guys have touched on ad nauseum today, unfortunately, but the issue of that gap between your intervening for the service level, and I think the other focal point is actually the supportive housing with the intensive case management. So I think that's the other gap. Back to Commissioner Weekly's question on the courtyard. Courtyard's really a front door. The discussion point is where do they go? So that's the other piece.
And then that was the difference in San Antonio. They had all the housing was right there too. So it was a step-in model, which made good sense. They had childcare, they had education, they had the court came in. But we don't have that. And so the housing component has to be part of what we've tried to figure out. So you said you have a diversion court built into your model as well?
So I have partnerships with a city judge and I have partnerships with a county judge, and it's very informal at this point, but we do have those partnerships. We have partnerships for other nonprofits to give and receive charitable donations, I suppose. But it's not formal yet because, quite frankly, we're kind of stalled because we're city restricted because the city's funding it. Right. As soon as we develop into the county, that's where we're going to build those official relationships. But yes, it's there. We're just not there yet.
Okay, because we did create the diversion court down on the strip, but I'd like them to start using it for our parks and to our communities in the long run. But I don't. Maybe at some point, Jeff. Maybe not for today. We can kind of get an update. I was told by some of the Metro officers that it's working if they voluntarily go in. You can't make them go into services, but there's not enough of a hammer over their head, so maybe we can get a report on that as well, Mr. Chair.
It takes about 17 interactions for a homeless person to take services. About the 17th time, they'll take some kind of service.
And then to Commissioner Weekly, on the courtyard, I had talked to the school district, and they had lockers available to donate. Did those get to you?
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Say that again.
The school district, I reached out to the superintendent, and he said that they have lockers that they don't use anymore, and they were willing to give them to the courtyard because that's what they did in San Antonio, so people could lock up their belongings and such. That's available, but I didn't know that they'd move that fast to opening, so I don't know if that piece.
The courtyard, to store people's property, the courtyard kind of got overwhelmed with how much property was actually needed to be stored. So what they did was they petitioned the United States Air Force to donate duffel bags. And they purchased a significant amount of duffel bags over a donation and used ones. And basically, if you show up to the courtyard, you can store essentially one duffel bag of property at the courtyard while you look for a job, while you get treatment, whatever it might be, and then you can come get your property back. The issue with another issue with the courtyard is it's centrally located. So if the homeless person can't get to the courtyard, that's an issue. That's why we have the mobile team to take people and bring them to the courtyard. It's pluses and minuses. It really is.
Okay, we appreciate the presentation. That wraps it up. Okay, thank you. So appreciate it. It's up to you. Did you?
I know you've been here all day. I think Help of Southern Nevada, and Mike, do you just want to take a few conversations, then you can bring it back to the COC?
Okay. We'll let representatives from Help of Southern Nevada can kind of briefly respond to some of those questions.
Commission, I'm Philala Riley. I'm the CEO of Help of Southern Nevada. Were there questions, or should I?
Maybe just talk about the concept of the MORE, because the MCIT was done about 2 years ago, I think, or has it been longer than that?
It started in 2005, and we started as a multi-agency organization. It was the predecessor to our homeless services and our MCIT. It was actually called Outreach, that stood for Organizations United. Right. Shannon West was the lead on that as the regional homeless coordinator. There were 7 homeless services providers that were on the team. And I believe 5 years after that initial project, we found that the differences were when the team would go back to their home agencies, there was a lack of continuity of what the case management looked like and what was required of them. So in the past 13 years. So I would say in the past 7 or 8 years, we moved from that model to one mobile crisis team that we had control over as far as the value of the touches, the what is being recorded in our our
HMIS
Clarity, and then also it was split. So now Clark County actually funds, and so does through the COC. You fund a separate housing model that uses that housing first, as well as the mobile crisis team. We have 3 cars at any 7 days a week, 2 people in each car, and that's how many people we cover the entire county with these mobile crisis interventions.
So it sounds to me that there's a little bit of, that may be, I'm going to use Circle Park as an example. I have never seen a crisis team out there. And and Mike, we're in the neighborhood, so I don't know how the teams get deployed and
actually,
then what the outcomes are. And
so,
I'm not trying to be critical. I just think that sometimes we did something one way, then we got rid of it, then we don't want to do it that way, but maybe sometimes we come back full circle. I have no idea, because I'm not out in the field like you all are, other than when I call you when I'm at an apartment complex and something's going on.
So Mike has a slide that kind of illustrates how we are deployed. Do you have that? Is that up? No?
Mike, do we have a slideshow presentation? Kevin, do we have a slide presentation?
There was going to be one, but in the interest of time, I was just going to have him discuss it.
Well, that
So
ship sailed, so. Does anybody in the booth have the slide presentation up there?
Yeah, it's up.
Let's watch it. Slide
presentation. So I'll skip, if I can, to the slide that Falala was speaking of. I think this is essentially the main point, in that there are a lot of feeder agencies. You can speak to it better. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. It's your slide.
Well, one of you, fine. Whoever would like to do it is fine, or do it together.
I have to put my glasses on.
So as you're going through that, Mike, to put yours, I think what the other model was doing is they had, sounded like more like those providers that were actually part of the team, so that if you had an issue with somebody needing housing, you had somebody from housing. If you needed somebody for short-term detox, you had somebody. I'm assuming that's kind of what.
Yes, Commissioner, I don't think they have all those people on that team, actually. The way the MCIT is deployed, it's proactively, and it goes out and targets homeless encampments and other areas countywide, all 8,000 square miles. That's frequently, where we know of homeless encampments or homeless people, and that team serves as the funnel into our coordinated entry and assessment system, which essentially leads into our housing, long-term housing and support system. The MCIT also acts responsibly to requests from you folks, from Public Works, from Metro, and we have a formal ticketing system. I mean, again, they have 3 vehicles, 8,000 square miles, and I could show you their daily activity, their weekly activity, and it's really just a matter of, how many people we can get out to how many places. They try to get on the ticketing items. If you call in about an encampment or something, they try to get there within 24 hours. I don't know that they always do, but it's a pretty responsive. This is just an example of their weekly efforts. If you look at the kind of the drop dots, each color represents activity over a specific week, and that you can see their kind of the general services that they provide there. The monthly snapshot for their services: 283 encampments visited, 34 requests from other agencies to intervene, 132 well-check follow-ups for people that we've already placed in housing, and we go back and do another soft touch on them to make sure we haven't lost them. They do their a certified housing assessment team, so they do in the field, they do the housing assessment so we can determine the chronicity of someone in the field, and based on HUD's best practice and evidence-based models, we're trying to serve our chronic homeless population first, get them off the street. They're the most vulnerable, get them into housing. If you don't have a uniform system for assessing, you can't do that. These folks use our standard comprehensive housing assessment tool, which has been designed specifically for our community, and they give the acuity score, they put them onto our virtual queue, and then we follow up with them and work to get them quickly into some sort of permanent housing with supports. This is just a snapshot of one of our weekly team meetings, a bunch of different providers with Metro there, the types of responses that they get called out on, abandoned buildings, and just regular emergency response. They do encampments, they help with abatements. They have to be out in the deserts, in Sunrise Mountain, over in Sheep Mountains. They cover a lot of territory where we might have some folks at risk. They do storm drains, tunnels, and washes, especially in the monsoon season, which is soon coming up. They help to do the alerts to get out there and make sure that we don't have people drowning in our tunnels. This last slide is really kind of the do's and don'ts, what that MCIT team is charged with. So the things that they don't do is that they don't just respond. Somebody calls up, they don't just go out and respond to a homeless sighting. We will respond to a public request for intervention. They don't require people to accept services. They don't move people. They don't do the cleanup of the sites, and they're not Metro, so they don't enforce laws. But they do respond to those encampments. They engage people. It's a highly trained team. They're trauma informed. They're skilled in motivational interviewing. They have a great deal of empathy and compassion, and their principal goal is to engage the folks in the field and to try to get them to commit to services. And they do offer a lot of basic services as well on a daily basis, and they log all of their services into our homeless management information system. And some of those snapshots that I showed you, I can give you, pages of the service delivery that this team produces, pages of the call-outs that they have responded to from the county departments and other jurisdictional departments as well. I think the main thing is that they're trying to figure out who our most vulnerable people are and get them off the streets.
We have a couple questions, and then we'll come back to Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question is, I'm confused. So they do or they don't go out with law enforcement? Because you showed a picture of the huddle when everybody goes out. So I guess I'm trying to figure out, one, because for safety reasons, first and foremost, I mean, it's very, at times, I've rolled up on some of those, and depending on the time of day, they're not very pleasant or they're really pleasant. And so, but your huddle shows that law enforcement's part of it, but then you said that they don't work. So I'm confused.
Yeah, so yes to both. When it's a coordinated outreach or intervention, sometimes we do have law enforcement go out with mobile crisis, but for the most part, we enter encampments and tunnels on our own and establish a rapport with the clients, and usually that's when we are able to convince them to take services.
So, Madam Chair, if I could follow up. So then out of the 238 different times that you've gone out this year, I'm assuming that's a fiscal year to date, right?
That was a month.
Oh, a month? Okay,
that was
sorry.
April, yes.
My bad. So 238, you have 15 staff members. So are those all your staff members?
Yeah, so there are 13 that are field and 2 that are therapists that are at the office that are only deployed when the team requires them to. So there's the 13 of them cover 7 days a week.
So let me ask this, and I'm asking with all due respect, just because I've never seen how your process works. So what is the accountability from your staff members on ensuring that they actually follow up and do that? So what do you require of your staff members? So the reason why I'm asking, so let's say that they all don't go out to every single, and boy, I can tell you the homeless calls, or it's a community issue, right?
Mhm.
But the calls are, we're getting, between all of us, I bet you we get 10 a day, a minimum, right? And then how do you, so I guess I need to understand, how do we get someone out there? How does that process work on top of it? And then do your folks all go at once for the initial one as a coordinated effort, or on a regular basis? Are they just driving? I'm sure you're getting way more requests than you can handle.
Yeah, right now we can only handle the call outs. Like we're keeping up with those, and the call outs come from the county and code enforcement. And then of course, many of your assistants have reached out to us as well. So when it depends on how big the report is. So if we get asked to go to an encampment and they're reporting 10 to 12 people, we'll most likely deploy all 3 vehicles with the team in it. However, if it's 1 or 2 individuals, it may only be 1 vehicle with 2 folks in it.
Okay, so when, and Metro does it on as well, once a month, right? They go out once a month to certain encampments that we know that are consistent. So when you, but otherwise you wait for the county to send you a list. So I'm sure that, Mike, you get more than 250 in a month, because the encampments seem to be popping up more and more, and as the weather gets nicer, you're going to see a lot more of them. So the process for me is to call you, then you call her. Somebody evaluates whether or not it's what it takes, or, right? I mean, because it's everywhere, right? Desert Breeze. I've seen 70 tents over there not long ago in one spot. Or you're on Charleston and Nellis and you see 30, or you're on Las Vegas Boulevard and Nellis and there's 2. So, I mean, it's everywhere. So how do you prioritize? That's what I'm trying to understand, because I'm going to tell you, the constituents don't think we're doing enough, and they don't see or hear it going on, right? So they see it after they've made 15 calls asking what happened, but we need to be able to say, hey, every month on the first Wednesday they come to this area or they go to this area. We need to be able to give them an answer, because the answer no longer works in my district. Let me get back to you and we'll get someone out. So can someone kind of give us some details or break it down or follow up with us so that we can have an answer?
There is a protocol, homeless encampments protocol. It's a phone number in our office that you call. I could bring Catherine up. She could probably speak to that protocol a little more, or we can brief you on it later if you like, on how that works. But essentially, it's we get, the Public Works and Pro. They have the forms to fill out and make the calls, and they fax them to us or email them to us, and we have a system to put those in a ticketing pipeline, just like Pro would, and then we dispatch help to take care of those.
So at least what I'm hearing on that quick thing, so then it's behoove our residents to call us so that we put in the code complaint, because that's usually how it works on the other side, right? We put in the code complaint because we've had so many calls about the homeless. Then that then goes to you where there's a ticketing. So we really got to tell people to call us about the encampment so that it becomes a code violation first to get to you. So it's reactive as opposed to proactive.
Yeah, well, it's both. They do a regular routine. They're contracted to do a proactive outreach, but for encampments, and that is something that we do. We have a protocol and do a dispatch on. Now, we again, they're not intended to just do. If someone says there's a homeless person in my neighborhood, that's probably not something that the protocol would say that's a priority to go to respond to. We're looking for incidents that meet a certain criteria, and I can figure out what
Well,
that is.
the only problem with that, in my personal opinion, is it starts out as 1. No one says anything. People keep driving by. Now it's 5. Now it's 10. Now it's a huge encampment, right? So that's really the issue when that one person starts out. So I guess at some point, maybe you could send me what your pre-active part is, and then I could figure out what the reactive part is, so I can figure out for myself where I need to be. Because I will tell you, it starts out as 1 person. We ignore it. We say, oh, it's just 1. The next day, there's 2. Now they've got a friend. And then now it's 4 or 5. So, and then it's a big encampment, and people are angry on top of it. There becomes a self of fear because they don't know what happens to them. So it's that 1. If we can get them into services 2, then that helps. So it didn't happen overnight that we got hundreds of them in one spot. It grew over time.
Thank you. So with your model, you don't have actually the resource people there to take care of that individual once you encounter them. You have
If
a
they're
therapist.
available in the community, yes, we do. One of the things that we're known for, having been here 48 years, is we do actually have relationships and conversations with other service providers on a regular basis. So if we don't have the resources or the service, we know who provides it in town.
No, I totally understand that. I think what we're hearing about today, though, is a different approach, potentially, of how we look at somebody and don't create a revolving door within our own activities. And so if your team is out there because they got a call and they go out, they do the assessment, the person says, no, I don't want to go into anything, or I lost my ID and I need this. You don't have anybody there that can help with that part of it, so that we're not spending more time going back out again. And I think that was what was being said by the more component. So maybe we don't do this for today, but I'd like to really understand what's wrong with the other model, or maybe what's not wrong with the other model. But what I don't want to see is resistance as far as looking at how do we deliver a service. I'm tired of talking about the 80 to 90 frequent flyers. We've been hearing about that for 10 years now? Why are they not out of, is it a new batch of 80? I've never seen anybody tell me that they've gotten those folks into something. So I'm trying to understand and it's a difficult job, I know. I mean, I've seen your folks out there, but I just think we're understaffed, you're understaffed, so maybe it's part of the conversation is how do we really take a step back and say what piece of this is working, what piece of this is working, and how do we marry them together?
So mobile crisis, we may not have the other agencies on hand, but we do the Warm Connect. We transport clients if they are looking for those services to the agencies that provide them.
Right, but then you're off clock for that time. It's no different than Metro having to take somebody to the hospital because they were there and they have to sit in the emergency room. So I think that's where I'm trying to come with is time is the only thing you can't replace. So if you can call somebody and say, hey, or you're taking that client down to Salvation Army, and I don't know enough about how Moore does it either. There just seems to me that there could be an easier way to be able to still help these folks.
On Moore, we have an individual. They transport clients as well, just like we do on Mobile Crisis. They transport clients to who's handling the service.
Yeah, HELP is a member of that Moore team. They're a contracted vendor.
Okay.
So can I just speak real quick?
Sure.
So Kelly Robson. So just to answer your question, if somebody needs an ID, we do have a laptop and a mobile and a hotspot in the field, and we can order a birth certificate in the field. If somebody needs the homeless ID, we have the Clarity Card maker, we can make it in the field. There's a multi-array of services that we can provide them right then and there. If somebody's not shelter appropriate because they're too mentally ill, medically fragile, using, or it's an intact family and there's no shelters to go to, we can immediately put them in a Siegel Suites or the Budget Suites or wherever and do emergency lodging. So we have all of the services. It's just whether or not the clients are willing to accept those services right then and there. And then we have, as far as accountability, every place that we go to and all the call outs we do, our staff are doing a first responders report that we send back to the county. So I can tell you, as far as Circle Park, we've been out there. We've actually been out there with the MORE team because that's part of the MORE area, and we do multi-agency outreaches with them all the time because we know Circle Park is such a hot topic. But for every outreach we do and for every place we go, our staff turn in a daily activity report, and they do a first responders report with pictures, who was out there, what services we provided, what did we do, who refused, why they refused. So we have all of this stats. So it's not that we don't have the ability to provide the services right then and there. A lot of it's whether the clients are willing to accept those services from us.
Thank you. I don't want to personally belabor this, but I do think it's important. I think we need more conversation. Maybe at some point, too, we can get from the MORE project what their cost is. We get what we contribute to your costs so that we have a better understanding of where our dollars are coming and going. That might help out. Thank you.
Steve?
Thank you. Commissioner Gibson.
Just quickly, so one of the things that occurs to me is if you have people that are resisting services, the COP units could add another layer of something. They interact with the homeless and they offer them services. That's something that they're doing on a regular basis. Occasionally they have to resort to enforcement to make sure that their presence means something. But is that a layer of additional support that could be coordinated in any way between the two departments, between the Metropolitan Police Department and other social service agencies?
Yeah, we utilize Metro when we need to utilize Metro. There's many places that we'll go where people are actively shooting up or people are, just not in a good state of mind to talk to, and it may be unsafe for the team. So we will utilize Metro. We do a weekly outreach with Metro on the Strip area. So Metro's out with us quite a bit at our request, but it's not something that happens constantly.
Reasons for that I don't understand, but we don't need to belabor that point today.
I think, since we wrapped up, I haven't spoken. One of my concerns is that I know we talk about these frequent flyers and this whole deal. Some of these people, I just get a sense when I've talked to them, don't want any help. They're happy. That's the life, and I don't think you can force the services on people that don't want to accept the services. As many touches as you have, as many tries as you have, they're just resistant. I mean, they can go out on the corner and make $20 an hour, standing there, walking up the car windows, and they're happy. So I don't know how that gets addressed.
Commissioner, I would just say that the evidence suggests that it takes a while to get people to respond and be willing to take that help. But if you develop the trust and you actually can deliver on whatever it is you're promising, if you're promising someone that you can get them into a housing placement and you can get them safety and X, Y, and Z, the evidence suggests that those are positive outcomes. And it often takes 20 touches to get someone to come in out of a tunnel to believe that these folks are saying what what they say is what they mean. And we know that people don't recover from chronic disease, mental illness, when they're living in the streets, typically. They recover when they have a safe, secure place to do that.
Okay. Done. Thank you very much, everybody, for their presentation. No, we're going to do that at the end when they get the public comment. We're going to have public comment. Next item.
Item 56 is to discuss sending a 90-day notice to terminate the interlocal agreement between Clark County and the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority for the promotion of wedding tourism and direct staff accordingly.
Madam Clerk, Lynn.
I'm Lynn Goya, the Clark County Clerk, and I requested this item. I can do a brief statement, or we can just answer questions. It's been a long day. I can make a brief statement.
Presentation?
No presentation. Las Vegas has become a wedding destination in the 1930s, where we soon became known as the wedding capital of the world. That makes 87 years with weddings as one of the key economic engines within our local economy. The $2.5 million engine the $2.5 million that will be transferred to the LVCVA by the end of this fiscal year was used to spearhead the first advertising program in 20 years devoted specifically to wedding tourism. It has been rewarding to see the community get excited again about wedding tourism, an industry that generates $2.5 billion per year in economic activity, employs 16,000 people, including many very small businesses across the country. Across the county, such as photographers, cake decorators, florists, and wedding officiants. In fiscal year 2019, we intend to work directly with the wedding community to complement the LVCVA's existing branding and advertising efforts to rebuild wedding tourism as part of their existing leisure vertical. We would be happy to go on LVCVA travel marketing if invited.
Okay. How do you want to start? Questions? Who'd like to begin? Okay, let me ask a question. How much money are we talking about transferring over?
Usually is about 1.1 a year, 1.1 million a year.
Okay, and you'd want us to transfer it over, and what parameters or restrictions would you want on how you spend the money?
So we're talking about changing the interlocal, so terminating the existing interlocal. So that would be, the budget would go back to the clerk's office, and we would present that next week, our next commission meeting.
Okay,
is that what you're asking?
No, I'm asking, what could you use the money for? Could you use it for travel, for shows, for purchasing tchotchkes, for outreach, for advertising, for what? What?
Specifically, we would hire a public relations firm that would be able to do daily outreach. Currently, the LVCVA does a great job, but they don't have a person dedicated to this. It's kind of within a number of people that work on the project. So I think it is important, as you mentioned in the very first meeting, that we have like a dedicated person that would be overseeing this every day. We would work with a local public relation. We would put out an RFP for that, for a local public relations firm that could do daily social media, generate a lot of stories. And then the biggest project would probably be, again, a consumer-based web magazine.
So it would be no travel?
I don't have any intention to travel right now.
Okay.
As I was saying, if the LVCVA invited us to go on something, to put in a booth that was specifically weddings, we would do that, but that's not part of this budget.
So there is a budget?
I had put the budget in for this meeting as well, but staff recommended that we do the interlocal and then put the budget next meeting. So
Well,
yeah,
I, for
I
one,
do
and
have
I can't speak for anybody else. I'd like to see the budget so I know where the money's going before I would vote whether or not to do it, but that's just me. So.
Well, it would go primarily to build an online magazine devoted to wedding tourism, so that was a consumer-based magazine that consumers could find what was happening in Las Vegas and go to vetted vendors.
Okay. Anybody else? Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. Thanks, Lynn. And you're well aware that I am opposed to, first of all, the perception of the county clerk's office becoming a marketing and public relations arm for wedding tourism. And I know we've had a couple conversations on this. I guess the biggest question I have today is why? Why are we terminating the agreement with the LVCVA when essentially what you're asking for is to strengthen the marketing to wedding tourism? And we right now have that function with probably, if not the best, one of the best research marketing firms in the world. So I don't know where the disconnect is, but I just don't understand why we're going to create a PR arm of the county clerk that handles wedding licenses versus partnering with the LVCVA.
Well, I would like to continue to partner with the LVCVA, but from what I have understood from their conversations, including conversations that you were part of, their focus is on branding and advertising, and then those trips that you're talking about where they reach out across the world to their constituency to market weddings as a vertical. We also, I believe, strongly need something that's local, that's more guerrilla marketing, that can have a lot more local impact so that we can partner with them on those things that they are already doing and give them the tools they need so that there are things that talk about it, because we need to be able to reinvent who we are again, as Las Vegas is great doing. And the wedding industry wants to have a participation in that, as well as the clerk's office wants to make sure that the funds are being spent the most efficacious way that we can. So it's not that we want to do what they're doing.
Again, I don't understand why and how a county clerk function can either do a better job than the wedding industry, because between the scores of wedding chapels, some of the vendors, partners in that industry, the hotel industry, that most of them have some kind of capacity to do, they have to have people doing this every day. It's their life, it's their business. I still don't understand where the county clerk's office can or should control how money's spent to support that industry.
Well, I think that when I went to the legislature in 2015 to get these funds, the concept was that the county clerk would receive the funds and put out RFPs, oversee the funds. The wedding industry approached me about this and said that this was something that they felt that they needed, that the industry had been declining for at least a decade, if not closer to 20 years, and that the industry wanted these resources to work as a unit. We have gotten a lot of support. The industry is working together now, including the resort properties and the chapels and individuals throughout the county, including some of the other chambers. And so this is, I think, the community wanting to have some say over these resources and to work and complement what the LVCVA is currently doing.
And so you're suggesting, and this is the first time I've heard it, that it was the wedding industry that asked you to go to Carson City to get this legislation passed?
Not specifically. The wedding industry came to me. I've talked to you about this a couple times. Even when I was campaigning the first time, the industry said that they were looking for someone that would work with them to help rebuild the industry. And now your and Commissioner Sisolak's idea to go and get some funds. And so we did, but it's always been, the intention was to work with the industry.
It was my idea to send you to Carson City to get legislation passed at the 12th hour?
It wasn't my idea. So I'll make that straight for the...
Well, at this point it doesn't really matter, but yeah, the wedding industry did come to me. That's what I ran on my first campaign. They've been very much a part of this whole discussion, trying to get things moving. We've been doing activities, as you guys well know, throughout the last couple of years. So the industry has been trying to come together to actually have some resources so that it can market itself to complement what the LVCVA is doing.
But they do that now, Lynn. And last night, I decided I wanted to get married, hypothetically, because I've been happily married for 33 years. So I pressed Weddings Vegas, and I stopped after the 8th page. And not only LVCVA and the Visit Las Vegas, but a lot of the individual chapels, there's some sites designated, and everything else in support, photographers. So again, I just don't understand the function, why we want to create a public relations marketing arm of the county clerks. And I certainly support your office because you handle transactions, the licensing of that you can do things to support them. We do that with the LVGEA, we do that with our Chamber of Commerce's, the industries that every day promote themselves. So I can see you supporting it with some of your activities, and some of them apparently have done extremely well. I think 2 of the events generated over $3 million in media value.
20 million.
Well, let's be careful with numbers because I still don't understand the why. Now, according to, I think I've always heard, and from you and indirectly from you, that the wedding industry is down, and it is. And these are the CDC numbers, so I'm taking that's probably the gospel, and they're based on per capita numbers. But the U.S. average over the last 18 years is down. Now, you told me that Vegas is down, but weddings are up in the country.
Correct. As
No,
a percentage
not
of
correct.
it, as a
Lynn,
percent,
not correct.
as a percentage of at per
Lynn, I'm sorry,
thousand?
wait. Let him answer. Ask
Okay.
the question. Go ahead.
Well, yeah. No, according to the numbers that you told me to go look at, the wedding industry is down, U.S. average. Over the 18-year period, well, this is only through 16. There's only 4 states in the District of Columbia that are actually up. All 46 others, including Nevada, are down, which kind of lends me to believe that everything's down. Now, over the last 5 years, well, let's go back to 2007. The county clerk's office processed 108,000 licenses, and I'm guessing that information that was sent, marriage licenses. Okay, 108. I'm guessing, I'm not a marketing expert, but from 07 to 08, it went from almost 109,000 down to 95,000, probably recession, and continued a downward trend through 2013. So as we've seen, as we come out of this market, 2014, we are actually up. 2015, we were actually up. We went down slightly in 16, and the 17 numbers that you gave me were down 3.8%. So, but if you take that little window, we're doing okay, especially compared to the industry and the trends. I know that we shared this with LVCVA shared with this. Millennials don't get married as quickly or early or as often. The whole trend of the industry has gone down. So I just, and I support, understand, I support you as an elected official wanting to support the wedding industry. I don't support the county clerk function becoming a PR and marketing arm of the wedding industry. And I guess we'll agree to disagree that maybe Commissioner Sisolak sent you up to Carson City. No, he didn't. But I hope that isn't being spread around town because, and we've talked about this, you went up there and maybe it was the first time you've gone through our budgeting process and BDR process, and we have 38 departments, of which you are certainly a critical component. But to have one department go up as a maverick department and get legislation passed without knowledge of the county's lobbying team or the commission or anything like that, I was wrong. So the first time, great. When we decided to go into an interlocal with the LVCVA, lo and behold, in 2017, you go up and at the 12th hour, without knowledge of our lobbying team nor the commissioners, you changed the language because you didn't like the fact that the county commission dictated how monies would be spent. You got language changed through, I take it, a relationship with a legislator, to now put that entirely into your office, and all you have to do is report to the county commission. That's just wrong. It's wrong from so many different ways. What I'd like to see, and I ask my colleagues, I'd like to see the LVCVA come maybe in the next couple weeks or the next month, whenever we can get them onto our agenda, and give a presentation from their perspective. Because their websites and research and technology, and we were in that room when that kid that looked like he was 15-year-old started telling us how many clicks that go on at different levels, and it was way out of my realm. But that's what they do. They have teams over there that do research and social media, and some of the things that they've done for us I think have been great. So I'd like to see that happen before I can even vote on terminating the agreement. And I'll also put in that I want you to do those, as you call them, guerrilla marketing things. I think they're great. They're Vegas. But we can fund those. Those are $5,000, $10,000, $20,000 events. But to create public relations promotions for $700,000, hire a project manager for $150,000, do wedding events, including wedding-specific conferences and trade missions for $225,000, and then spend $500,000 on weddings.vegas. It's just wrong. It's wrong because if we are going to allow an individual commissioner or another department head to go do legislatively something that will promote them and their department, I mean, we're all part of the same team here. And I truly believe that you feel you're part of the county team. I would like to support you and the county clerk because this is a lot of your work. Although I disagree how you got it done, you got it done. So you've earned that ability to support the industry. I'd still, as an elected official governing one of seven, governing the county's budget, including yours, I'd still like to have a say in how those dollars are spent. That's all. So I'll hear any other comments, but I don't know if we can direct staff accordingly. I certainly would not want to vote on, how is it listed, termination, until we have an ability to get a lot more information and at least give the LVCVA an opportunity to explain what they've done. And maybe flush out Lynn's concept of some of the dollars and functions they want to spend money on, which I think there's a lot of opportunity there for a true partnership. So I would...
Okay, let me see what else we got.
Yeah.
I would, Lynn, like to see the budget. If there's a budget, I don't know if you've seen it, Yolanda, but I'd like to see what the plan for the budget is. Let me ask you a question. And I don't think hiring a local PR firm is going to get you anywhere near the caliber of marketing expertise that we have at the LVCVA. I mean, they are world-renowned and the best people in the world, and I think whoever you hire would be a step back and a step down, not to diminish them, but I just don't think you're going to get up to that level. Yolanda, could some of this money have to be used for wedding promotions?
Yeah.
We couldn't use it to supplement the passport function?
No, it was specifically approved by the legislature for this purpose. So it was specific to the use of wedding tourism program.
Okay. Anybody else have a comment? Commissioner Kirkpatrick?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to say that, you did a great job at the last one on the royal weddings, but maybe for the rest of the commissioners, we need to look at things in a whole package. So there are some things. So last time we limited it to $15,000, I think is about what we gave you. What was the dollar amount we gave you? Not very much. 12,000? 12,000. And so she's already had to redirect those dollars to even be able to do some of the things such as the kiosks. So maybe once we hear from the LVCVA and then look at her budget, there's some different things that we can do going forward for the long term for some local things that we can do. So that's all I.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Gibson.
Who is it that is the client today with the LVCVA? Are you the client? Are you the authorized person who speaks in behalf of or relative to the expenditure of those funds with the LVCVA?
No, I think that the commission is the client, the county commission.
So is there anyone that you're aware of that has that role?
I get quarterly meetings, and and I can reach out to them.
But in terms of directing when you do an advertising campaign,
Yeah,
somebody has to
interlocal
direct
said-
the activities, approve the thing. Somebody has to take that role on, but your office does not do that.
The current interlocal says that they will direct the funds. They will accept and direct the funds. The LVCVA.
Before I go back here, let me just ask, what do you think by having a local person you'd get more hands-on, you'd get more hand-holding, you'd get more control? What would you get from hiring ABC Ad Agency that you're not getting from basically hiring LVCVA?
Well, the LVCVA does a great job, but they have a lot of jobs to do, and so I think it needs more attention, actually, and I think we need some local resources. We've done most of these promotions really on a dime, and when we've reached out to the LVCVA to see if we can get back some of those funds to use in these ways, that hasn't been something that they think that the funds should be used for. That doesn't fit in with their program, let me say.
Do you feel
so
that
I think that they see themselves as the outreach outside of the Clark County, and I think that these funds were frankly designed to be used within the Clark County with the wedding industry to do promotions that can garner press and change the local perception as well. We've, I think, already moved in that direction where we don't necessarily have the really negative image of the wedding industry that was there 4 years ago. But there's a lot more that needs to be done, and I think the local community needs to be on board as well as the national, international community.
See, and that's where I thought that the funds were supposed to be used to reach out to other jurisdictions, other states, cities, countries, to encourage those folks to pick, if they're going to get married, to pick Las Vegas as a destination, not to encourage local flower shops and limousine services to be able to advertise to sell their services. I'm not understanding.
Yeah, there's a difference between advertising and public relations. And advertising, this $1 million for an international advertising budget per year is really not adequate. And that's been made very clear as well. But what you can do with public relations is create events that garner press. And that's like the Pop-Up Marriage License Bureau at the airport that got $15 million worth of press. That was like a local activity that, the industry pulled together to be newsworthy. And so those are the kinds of things the Las Vegas marries the military. The local industry can create those events that are press worthy.
Okay. Anybody else? Commissioner?
And so whenever a motion or direction is given, I'd like that. But this is just some of the things. And I'm not sure, do my colleagues get their LVCVA every 6 months? They're sending us an update. And we're getting that.
I do think we need to make sure that this, that we have a little bit of hair on fire. We are continuing to decline. It's market share that we're losing. You're correct that the wedding rate is down. That's based on population, so it's per thousand. but the actual number of people getting married every year has actually increased almost 9% or over 9% in the last decade. The actual number, not the
is that nationwide?
Nationwide, correct. So that's in the CDC.
Marriages are increasing 9% nationwide.
Correct. The number of people getting married has increased 9%. So the population has also increased, and so the ratio is going down, but the actual number is going up. So it's market share that we're losing.
I'd love to see that data.
It might be in that same table.
Not on this one.
Okay.
So some of the things that they have done, and I asked them to just send me a copy of what they sent us in February. They have engagements, video views, 5.3 million, impressions, 158 million, produced 26 articles, produced 11 videos, a dedicated website that includes wedding content, such as editorial videos, creative elements designed and produced, including online videos, social media, advertising. They've done extensive research to understand perceptions of the Las Vegas wedding industry, something you just mentioned. So they're doing a lot because this is what they do. Now, and I think this is legit, if you feel that your voice is not being heard as part of this interlocal, then I will support you in getting your voice heard. If the industry, and I don't know who the wedding industry is in your mind, but if the industry feels that the LVCVA is not supporting them, I'd like to know. I think it's important that your wedding industry is my wedding industry, so that voice is heard. But Lynn, if you feel your voice is not being heard, as far as the mission here is to increase the marriage licenses that your office process, I'm all for it. I'll let your voice be heard. But I am also going to fight you every step of the way when you start telling their research people and their marketing people what they're not doing well or what they're doing wrong, unless you can back it up with real statistics and facts. We should be building on this partnership. I want you to have a voice in that. At the same time, I want to keep this commission as an oversight of public dollars. And I've told you this before, if we're going to go down this road where this interlocal's not working, and yet the numbers are not proving out what I'm being told verbally, then I'll ask for an agenda item to roll back the $14. And I will suggest that the county going into the session in 19 clean up the county clerk's legislation. I don't want to do that, but I want you to know today that I will either get support from this board and staff or not. But if the relationship is not going to work from your opinion, that's what my position will be. I'd like to work with you. Let's get some facts out here, and let's start making sure that our facts and statements are backed up with real data. So I would move to...
I got another commissioner here first. Commissioner Weekly.
Thank you. Ms. Goya, I just want to say I hope that some of the words that Commissioner Brown stated here today, especially as it relates to the LVCVA, I can appreciate that because they do have a great team that they do this on a daily basis. But I've been one of your biggest supporters in terms of you having a voice of your department. I can appreciate the accountability and the oversight of the funding, but I know I sat here today and I listened to the homeless report, and we heard from the Continuum Care Group, who have very little oversight, and they have access to funding with very little oversight. That Metro sat right here and told us that they've not done everything that they're supposed to have done. I sat here and we had a lengthy discussion with WestCare, who we're pouring millions upon millions of dollars, and they still need to straighten up their act. You don't work for the county, you're an elected official. That's number one. And so I just feel like you do need to have a bit of a voice in terms of what you do. And so some of the things that were asked of you here today, I hope that you will continue to work with the county commission and management in terms of answering some of those questions and providing some of those facts. I can't get into who asked you to go to the legislature to get some of the things that you wanted to see changed. that's not my business, but I think what's most important is you were elected by the people, and you have to be accountable to those folks. If you mess up in your office, nobody sits up here and answers for you. You have to be accountable to those folks. And so I hope that there is a genuine effort in ensuring that you do have a voice, and I will be supporting that because, again, you're elected by the people. You're not elected by this Board of County Commissioners. Thank you.
Commissioner Brown.
I would move to hold this agenda item until a time after we invite the LBCVA marketing group to give a presentation to the commission. So let's hold it for at least 60 days, making sure everybody's calendar can get coordinated.
Okay, my fiscal 19 budget is due.
I'm sorry, we can't debate it when there's a motion to hold. I can't take any comment after he makes a motion. That's Robert's rules. Am I right, Mary?
Right, it takes precedent.
Yeah. We have a motion to hold on the floor from Commissioner Brown. Please cast your votes.
So excuse me, Mr. Chairman, could I not ask if the commissioner would amend that motion? Can I not ask a question related directly to the motion?
Yes, that you might be able to.
So I wonder if, in order to be respectful of the concerns that our clerk has, if we fixed a time certain, maybe it doesn't work, but at least we're not leaving it up to an indefinite period of time that we move this thing. So like a 30-day, I just recommend maybe we do it 30 days and then make every effort to get the LVCVA here if we can. If we can't, then at least they understand we're trying to keep it on a calendar.
I would accept that amendment. My motion would be to hold for 30 days, invite the LBCVA team either in 2 weeks or 4 weeks, or it's 3 weeks and 5 weeks. 3 weeks or 5 weeks. And also, if the clerk, and this is your call, Lynn, if the clerk wants to fine-tune her potential budget, share that with the commission. So we have a sense of what you would do if that money is going to come back, or some portion of that money is going to come back. So my motion to hold for
2 meetings.
2 meetings.
We have a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. Motion passes. Thank you. Motion was from Commissioner Brown.
Mr. Chairman, the next item is item 57, which is closed door. We do not have any closed door items. Therefore, we can move to item 58, which is the addendum item. That is to discuss drafting an ordinance to exempt lodging tax for daily and weekly camping. And this was a request by Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
That up, Commissioner Kirkpatrick. Who's made that up? Commissioner Kay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I was hoping that we could look at the camping and take the lodging tax off of camping, because more and more people are starting to camp. More and more things that we are doing has to do with camping. So I know this was part of a discussion that we had early on when the stadium was first being built, and so I want to direct staff to go and put an ordinance in place to address it, or to exempt them from our current ordinance.
Okay. What was I going to ask? I just had a moment. I can't remember what I was going to ask. Oh, this is a Mary question. Was this money pledged when we did the 2 latest bonds, the Stadium and Convention Center?
I don't know.
As part of the revenue stream, if we could get just a legal opinion from bond counsel, I don't think it was, or I think it's de minimis, and it wouldn't make any difference even if it was.
Either de minimis, depending on how you define camping positions.
Right. And as a discussion item, Commissioners, is it your intent that it's retroactive to this time if you produce an ordinance?
Yeah, that would be great.
So the same
Well,
way
I
we did.
keep asking how to do things around here, and I get no, no, no. So now I'm going to go retro and tell me how we can say yes. So.
Like we did on the building thing, remember?
So could we get some more direction? Is it just for camping? Is it in camping outside the resort corridor? What are you thinking of?
Well, in my mind, camping is camping, right? As overall. So whether you're a snowbird and you're coming here, you're camping. We have Bunkerville. We have a lot more camping coming about, right? So Bunkerville is building a campground. It's a family pastime, and I don't know why we got to charge, regardless of what kind of camping it is.
It is a tax ordinance, so I'm sorry if I'm being annoying, but it's just like for RV vehicles.
It's for any kind of thing you sleep in except your car, I think. Or does it include your car?
Well, it wouldn't be a room, right?
Nowadays, we have people camping in their cars because they can't afford to live anywhere. I mean, but we don't charge a tax on them. But I mean, if it were me personally, I would like to do the daily weeklies because at some point, those folks too, it's getting more and more expensive to live in there. And a 13% increase is hard. So I would like to. We can always pull it back, right, Mary? We can always. I would like to do. I'd like the board to let us go the whole enchilada and then bring it back as we can, just so we have a starting point. So I'm not trying to be difficult either. I'm hungry, ready to smoke. It's like 3:00. I've been good girl. So I just am saying let's go broad and then we can pull it back as the commission
I would
looks at
echo
it.
definitely the daily weeklies because I have a great deal in my district. So at least see what the numbers come down to.
Does this need a business impact statement, Mary?
I think if we take that broad approach, and then you guys could whittle it down if you prefer.
Okay. And the intent is that it is retroactive till May, whatever today's date is, 15th. This might take some time.
Some of that money may have gone to other entities that has been paid in the past.
But if you do it from today, I would assume.
Today, sure.
Right?
Or,
If you did it from today, where the discussion has, because so one, I felt like we discussed this in the past, but I wanted to be consistent with the rules for the new year. So if we did it from today, we would knowingly know that there's a potential that we could not collect that in the future. So I don't know if you put it in like an escrow or do something with it. Please. I'm not difficult either. I'm sorry.
Okay? Bob, you good with that? Mary? Yeah. Okay, and if you could get a bond council ruling at the same time, if it's substantive or not. Okay, that's a discussion item. Now.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes your agenda.
This is the second time set aside for public comment. Anyone wishing to address the board on any issue, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments are limited to 3 minutes.
Beatrice Turner, and what you give me, a half a minute?
3 minutes.
3 minutes, okay.
Everybody's going to get 3 minutes.
1 minute for Mr. Gibson. I want, Beatrice Turner, I want you to know the lady did get off of the unit, and she will be moving from where she was living at in Henderson, where you went out there to her unit. She will be moving. And all that could have been avoided because the chairman of the Housing Authority Board, she don't like that city councilman from Henderson, so she messed around with it because that lady could have been moved and it could have been over. Okay, I wanted you to know that. And she should be moving soon. And my next one, next minute, it goes to you, Commissioner. You know, I happened to be sitting down looking at TV and seeing a commercial you had did. Then I seen this other commercial. And I want you to know that everything you said on that commercial, you know, it was the truth. It really was. It was the truth. Everything you said on your commercial. And now that I see Dina Titus came out this morning and I saw that commercial, it's the truth. And I want to say to you, the Bible says, thou shalt not oppress the poor because he is the defender of the poor. And how you have oppressed the poor when it comes to the housing authority, and to keep that witch Dora LeGrand on the board and everything, and then that merger that you the one pushed, and it have hurt many people. And I got this in the mail yesterday for you, but this here. And I should get about 7 or 8 of these come in the mail. And this what's gonna happen to all of them, because not with Beatrice and her family be voting.
Ms. Colvin's bringing one.
Is it on? Boop, boop, boop.
It's on.
Marzette Lewis, again, President of Wake Up. Westside Action Alliance Corps, uplifting people. I've been trying to uplift folks since 1965, when my baby went to kindergarten. And nothing has happened yet. Before we had streets, sidewalks, curbs, and gutters. But now it's about time for me to leave that school district alone and work with I always did work with the whole community. Susan Bragan, Commissioner Bragan, she knows that. I work with everybody. It wasn't no one entity. I was with the library. I was with the Clark County commissioners. I was with the Las Vegas city councilman, the assemblyman up in Carson City, taking flights up there. Now I'm tired. I worked with the school district for all these years and this community, but now I'm gonna have to take some of that energy away from the school district, because I did about all I could do. And what I went out to do, the whites was in with me, because they did not want their kids in West Las Vegas for that 6th grade center. 1 year, that kids was busted in. 11 years, our kids was busted out. I had to get this little bit in. Well, I've talked some about those foster kids, and what I know you folks don't know a thing about, absolutely nothing, because you're sitting behind these desks at night, don't know what's going on in the community at night. When we're fighting in the streets, I've gone down to West Care, 4 o'clock in the morning, picking up kids, bringing to my house to keep them being thrown out in the streets. But what I want to say now is about me and my body. And I hope you'll give me, since all these other folks can come in and talk 2 and 3 hours, I want you to put us on the agenda. Put me, I don't know about anybody else, but I want to have an agenda item about the homeless and about these doctors and what is happening to the doctors. I got an occupational therapist, I got a physical therapist, I have a nurse, I have a blood person. All these people come to my house because they told me from Medicare I could not get one of those little scooters, because I got an island in my kitchen to go around. I have not cooked a meal in my house in 3 years. Since my husband died, will be 4 years in July, because I haven't been able to function. And I know you're going to sleep, and I know you're tired, but I have to say it. My husband was military for 20 years. We retired from the military at Nellis Air Force Base. I've been give me some more time here.
Okay, if you could wrap it up in like another 20, 30 seconds.
Okay, I've been from Germany to Spain to England, you name it. Marzette Lewis have been in these places, from Holland to North Dakota, the coldest places, Germany, the coldest places in the world. I was with my husband all the way. My son worked for the city for 25 years as a fireman, and when he went through everything that he could go through at 25 years, and when he passed the chief's test They told him they didn't want no more black chiefs. They had enough.
Okay, I've got to wrap it up. Thanks, Ms. Lewis.
Wait, you got to hear about the doctor.
No. Ms. Colvin will get that microphone from you there.
You got to give me some medicine. I'm not
Okay.
supposed to be talking to you.
Thank you. Okay.
Now send the police. I don't care who you sending.
Okay. Okay, I've got to be fair to everybody. Okay. No, Jessica, go. Okay. I've got it. Okay, I'm sorry. I got to wrap it up. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak during? Do I have anyone else wishing to speak during? No, you can't transfer your time, but you can go. Come on down. No, you can't transfer time. That's not the rules, though. Okay. He's coming out there. He's coming out. You're not going to jail. He's coming out. Larry's coming out there. Larry's coming. No. Okay, come on. Just come on. You're up. Go ahead. Okay, Cyrus, no, come on. Cyrus, go ahead. Larry's taking care of it. Go ahead. You're up.
I just hope I don't do this 60 years from now, okay? I just want to talk.
I ask you to identify yourself for the record, okay?
My name is Cyrus Hojadi, 89166. One of the concerns I have, on my daily basis living here, and I have to say I really enjoy driving on the freeways. They're amazing for the most part. It's just the road traffic. Many times I drive around, traffic lights don't work properly. When I'm stopping in the middle of the intersection of Flamingo and Colville or whatever, I wait in 3 o'clock in the morning on a red light. I'm waiting for Mr. Nobody. So I'm hoping if you could have a sensor traffic light system instead of a time traffic light, which what it seems. And really the construction's been an issue. I'm driving around. These cab drivers are rude. Many times I've been close to getting to an accident. And but other than that, the capacity of the roads I think are in very fine shape. I just think the traffic lights are really, really a problem. And so hopefully, and for the most part, I think the pavement quality is pretty good. Some areas I think they need some work. Some areas I've seen, like in Flamingo and Sahara on I-15, there's weeds growing around. I don't want it to look like a prairie. So just please do something about the construction and the traffic lights, because I think that's just a real main source of congestion here. And other than that, do something about the jaywalking. You have people that even dress up dark and they just cross in the middle of the road. And I mean, this is just, and my goodness, this is just very unsafe. But other than that, I just want to say there are elections coming up, and 90% of the candidates, including both of you, have great ideas. And all I can say is, regardless of what happens, I know that on the issues of land banking and a few others, I'm going to win. And we're going to boom again. We're going to bring Resorts World back. We're going to bring the Drew. We're going to bring all these projects back. It's going to look amazing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak during public comment? Looking. Yes, no? Okay, seeing no one, we are in recess until tomorrow morning, 9 a.m.
They have to sit out till they're asymptomatic. Some athletes will have balance issues, so we have to get them in for physical therapy, for vestibular therapy.
Okay.
So we use some of the local physical therapy clinics, and there's physical therapists that specialize in treating the balance disorders that can result from concussion.
Interesting.
So it's variable. Every concussion's different, so no two concussions are the same.
Yeah, it's like there's no simple way to do it. It's just kind of really focusing on what that person's issues are.
Yeah, correct. And that's the challenging thing. You'll get questions from coaches, from general managers, from
fans,
media. When's this player coming back? When's this player coming back? And you can't tell them. The players will be asking you, and you can't tell them, obviously, because of HIPAA specifics for what I do, but you can't give them a time frame because every concussion is different. You really have to take it day by day, week by week. It's really that process. You never know how long a concussion is going to last until after the fact. And I always tell the athletes and coaches that information. And most coaches now are pretty well versed in the protocols, and they're pretty familiar. Once it's a concussion, you just let me know when the athlete's going to be back. They're not pressuring you.
So has that changed over time, where maybe when you first started, it used to kind of be like, we need to get this guy back, and you felt pressure to like make a certain call, and now there's a little more understanding that these things take time?
Yeah. So when I started out, they had 3 different scales for concussion grading. It was grade 1, 2, 3 concussions. There was the neurologist had their own scale. Colorado Medical Society had their own scale, and then eventually we standardized everything where there's no grading scales. A concussion's a concussion. But the first initial guidelines that came out about 12 years ago or so said you could return professional and college athletes to play if their symptoms lasted less than 15 minutes. It was considered more of a getting your bell rung or a ding concussion, is what the terminology was for that. Now, the more recent guidelines that have come out over the last 8 to 10 years have said any concussion, there's no return to play in the same game for any concussion at any level. So that's taken some pressure off, because once you make the diagnosis of a concussion, and then the player's out.
Yep.
And sometimes you can't make the diagnosis during the game. The symptoms don't appear till after the game. So, but if you're strongly suspicious the athlete is concussed, or you're concerned for it, you'll hold them out. If in doubt, you'll hold them out, because the more severe concussions I see are the ones that occur where you get one hit to the head and then the athlete stays in the game and gets another hit to the head. Those are the ones I see. And they can last for months, or I've even have had athletes come in with symptoms for over a year, 1 to 2 years, or more permanent symptoms when they get 2 hits to the head before the brain has recovered from that first hit. That first hit. But the pressure's been much less. And the NCAA has had independent medical care guidelines where they have recommended that physicians basically have the final say. The sports medicine staff, physicians, athletic trainers all have the final say, and independently of any pressure from coaches. Not to say it doesn't happen, but those guidelines have been helped out. I think most coaches are very aware of concussions and the potential medical legal risk with it. There's been a number of high-profile lawsuits regarding it. So, I can say I've not received pressure from a coach or concussions in a long time. I can't even remember. It's not happened since I've been in Las Vegas. Just our coaches I work with are all very, very understanding of concussions and the way they're treated and the protocols. So.
Nice. You're listening to Nevada Health, and we're talking with Dr. Will Rosenberg about sports medicine. How else have you seen sports medicine change over your career?
I think there's been a lot more of an emphasis on performance, sleep, psychological issues. Seen many more issues with stress, time demands, anxiety, depression with the student athletes. Seen a fair amount. You see a fair amount of those disorders come up, and I think student athletes are more vocal about those now. I think there's less stigma associated with with those, and I think our time demands on student athletes has increased too, as far as off season time, as far as workouts. It used to be in summers it was you'd come in maybe a couple days a week, and it was very light. There wasn't much going on, and now many sports are year round. So I see a lot more time demand and stress on the student athletes, more overuse injuries, and that's at every level. That's from high school up to college. There's many more overuse injuries than I'm seeing. So I think that the time demand and then the need for sports psychological services are in a couple areas that have changed quite a bit over the years. And then performance, we're more in tune with nutrition,
right?
We're more in tune with doing the right things, sleep. That's much different than back. You talk to guys who played in the NFL in the '80s, and people were smoking and drinking alcohol in the locker rooms, and guys were staying out all night, and not taking care of themselves. And I think if you see like what Tom Brady does, he's on a strict diet, vegetarian. I mean, he really takes care of himself, and it's paid off. He's only had one knee injury in his whole career, so the only that's been pretty much the major injury, and he's playing into his 40s. So I think you're seeing guys stay healthier, and guys and girls staying healthier longer into their careers. And
so do you think it's so you've seen players become bigger, faster, stronger over the years, and is it sort of just because all these things are coming together, like the training is getting better, people are starting to understand things about nutrition and recovery?
I think that's played a role in it. Yes, I think weight training is more year round, and I see a fair amount more injuries, and I see more when I do the physicals every year. I see more college athletes coming in that have more injuries out of high school.
Oh, really?
I've seen quite a bit of that, and I think some of that's to get back to the overuse. But I think to get back to your question, I think it is more with the training and a little bit maybe with the sports specialization. They have, they're not. You don't have the athletes doing football, basketball, track. So they're not losing that weight, in high school when they're doing track by running a little more. They're preparing for football season year round, and same thing with baseball and the other sports. So.
Do you find it's hard to get players to buy into like the nutrition and sleep and everything, or is it becoming easier?
It's a little tough. It's probably tougher at the college level, I would tell you, than the professional level.
Yeah,
it's easier with the circ artists I take care of, with the professional athletes. It's a little tougher with college. We're getting better at it. We're providing more meals. The NCAA loosened up some of their rules so we could provide more meals for the athletes. Good. So we have nutritionists working alongside with our strength and conditioning staff and work to help plan out the meals and provide more meals for the students. But a lot of student athletes, they don't have a lot of money. I can remember when we were in college and when I was in medical school. I mean, you're scraping by, so it's a lot easier to go to In-N-Out Burger and get a $5-6 meal versus you go somewhere and eat a healthier meal. So to eat healthier, unfortunately, costs more money. So that's the challenge. Whereas the hockey guys, I mean, it's not as big of an issue. Or your professional athletes, they have more resources and we have dietitians and nutritionists working alongside for the Golden Knights. So, and then you'll have meals at the arena that it's not just the kind of grab and go that football is. And the post game meals, for when you're traveling at the college level, tend to be more the fast food variety. So
that all makes sense. What are some of the main ways you think that leagues can reduce injury rates?
I think in the NFL you're seeing less hitting.
Yeah.
And I think giving guys more time to recover. During the week, I think that's helped. I think even with the NHL level, you're seeing that too, less hitting in practice. And, the challenge is with the NFL. I mean, like I said, guys are getting bigger and stronger and faster, so there's going to always be injuries. But I think better recovery. I think less injuries. You're seeing it in baseball where they're resting guys' arms. And even coming out of college, they're resting the arms. Guys getting minor leagues, major leagues, and they're trying to shut them down for a period of time. So I think giving the body time to rest, proper training, teaching better mechanics, better tackling techniques. You're seeing that in the NFL. So I think those are ways. The NFL's taken a number of steps to reduce that. I mean, you could go so far as say, does a regular season need to be shorter in the NBA or NHL? It probably won't happen because of interest in money, but that would potentially be one way to reduce.
Kind of talk about that debate, because there is, how many games do they play in the NBA now?
NBA is 82.
82.
NHL is 82 as well. NHL is 82 plus 7 preseason plus postseason that can go for a couple months.
So it just becomes a question of, you have this season across however many months it is, and these guys have to go hard so many more times. It just increases that likelihood, or is it just like the stress eventually builds up, or what's the argument for reducing games?
Well, I think just less exposure.
Yeah.
And, less travel.
Mm-hmm.
Because travel is a big issue. If you look at what Golden State's doing, I think that they're transporting the players' beds from hotel to hotel so they can sleep in the same bed. And,
oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Talk about travel. How do you try to fix that? Like, what a person with your job, how do you try to account for that, or can you?
It's tough. It's tough, guys, especially at the professional level with the NHL, NBA, where you're not just traveling once a week.
Yeah.
You're traveling multiple time zones.
Yeah.
It's difficult. Your sleep schedules get disrupted. it's challenging. And guys are playing at night, so you get done with the game and they're all adrenaline's going and they have trouble, calming down, going to sleep after the game. You're alert, awake after the game. Your sleep schedule's all disrupted because on the days when you're not playing, you're getting up for morning skate and you're on a more regular schedule. But then when you play, it's you're playing late at night, playing across time zones. So you got those two factors. So it's difficult. That's the challenge. And I think what you're seeing in the NBA, you get near the end of the season, they're resting more guys, which I know a lot of the fans don't like because you're paying the same price for a ticket to see LeBron or Steph Curry. But I think you're probably gonna see more and more of that.
Yeah,
it's just such a long season.
It's definitely a weird conundrum because it makes sense for the team if you're trying to make it to the playoffs to rest your best player or win a championship. You rest your best player in the middle of the season, and you make it that way. He's fresh for the playoffs. But like you said, as a fan, it's like I paid all this money to watch Steph Curry play, and he's just sitting for no reason.
Sure.
What are the talks? What kind of solutions? Is there any talk of solutions for that? Like, do guys do that in the NHL as well?
You'll see some of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you'll see some of that. And in the regular season, you're gonna be more cautious getting a player back.
Yeah.
From an injury than you will in the playoffs.
Yep.
But there is some of that. Probably less than in the NBA.
Mm-hmm. But
there is some of that. Yeah. We're not far enough into our season yet to have done that. But from my previous time working with hockey, you'll see that near the end of the season. You might have a guy be a healthy scratch, for instance, to try to give him a little time to rest and recover, and get him ready for the playoffs.
Yeah. What? Tell us about what you do with circ performers. Like, how are they? Are they that much different from your other, like your field sport and court sport athletes?
A lot of the injuries are similar.
Yeah.
You see a lot of spine injuries.
Okay.
You'll see knee, ankle. The difference is when you're making an evaluation, whether say for a concussion, for instance, and you have an acrobat.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you have to make sure that the balance and everything is and we do that for every athlete, make sure the balance is back to normal, but you have to really make sure the balance is back and there's no deficiencies or deficits.
It becomes a little more important when you're on a tightrope.
Correct. Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely. Or if you have an acrobat with a knee injury,
yeah,
for instance, you may be able to get that individual with that knee or ankle injury back a couple weeks earlier if they were playing football or basketball. But if it's an acrobat, you have to be a little more cautious and take a little more time to get that artist back, that circ artist back.
That makes sense.
Yeah, just because your margin for error is less, and there's a lot more liability, and they're performing 2 shows a night, 5 days a week.
Mm-hmm.
Which is an amazing amount of shows per year.
Yeah,
a lot of exposure to injury. So that's the other challenge too. It's not like with these artists, they're trying to make a living, so it's not like you can just pull them out for one game, give them a rest. If you pull them out for a week, they miss 10 shows.
Yeah.
And then there has to be adjustments from the performance side of things in the show and the act, and so there's different pressures. So it can be a little more challenging because the show must go on.
Yeah.
With as they say with those injuries. So but the good thing about circ artists is they're all very motivated.
Yeah.
Most of them are very motivated to get back. So it's a good population to take care of.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm going to throw out a few sports, and I want you to tell us what the most common injury is and why.
Okay.
All right, football.
Football, boy, I would say concussion.
Mm-hmm.
Although that's becoming less frequent because there's less hitting.
Yeah.
And I'd say knee injury, knee and shoulder.
Okay.
So it's kind of those 3. So you have a lot of shoulder dislocations, or instability where the shoulder shifts out. We call it a subluxation, where it partially shifts out of the joint. And then knee injuries, your various ligament injuries. So I'd say between those are the 3. And you get a fair amount. You get some ankle injuries too.
Yeah,
well, so
a lot with that sport.
Yeah, a lot. It's all over the board with that. So I know it wasn't one injury, but yeah, you get a fair amount. Although I've seen the number of concussions per year go down
Okay.
each year, and I think that's a function of less hitting. And
Yeah.
when I was in college, they would hit. I didn't play football, but just having some friends who did play, they would hit every day pretty much.
Yeah.
And they would go starters against starters, and now most teams are only hitting maybe once or twice a week.
Yeah.
In practice.
All right, soccer.
Soccer would be knee injuries, for especially in female soccer players. Be ACL injuries, MCL injuries.
Why is that, especially in females?
I'd say more because if they ever jump, when they land more in extension. There's some theories on the notch where the ACL sits might be a little narrower. There's also theories that estrogen levels may play a role in ligament laxity. So and I think there's a few more collisions in the female and women's soccer players.
Interesting.
From what I've seen, it seems like there's more collisions in the game. I'd say the same in women's basketball too. Get into another sport, I see more concussions in women's basketball than I do in men's.
Really?
It seems like there's more collisions in the game.
So what are the big ones for basketball injuries?
For basketball, it's a lot of ankles. I'd say mostly ankle, foot injuries.
Just like landing after rebounds and stuff like that.
Yeah. You'll see some ACLs in basketball as well.
Okay.
And that I probably see more women basketball players or female basketball players get ACL injuries or knee injuries than men's players in games. So in the men, it's a lot of ankle and foot.
Yep.
And overuse injuries, stress fractures.
Yeah.
Baseball, elbow, and shoulder.
Just throwing.
Yeah, elbow, shoulder, mostly overuse.
Yeah.
See a lot of guys come in from high school with overuse injuries. They've had UCL, the ulnar collateral ligament injuries, and in the elbow. They got bone spurs from instability in their elbow, and then shoulder. You see a fair amount of labral tears. So
yeah. So these guys are throwing, let's say, 90 miles an hour even. Like, is a human arm even designed to do that?
Well, there's adaptations in the shoulder. So you stretch out the joint capsule of the shoulder in the front.
Yeah.
So you can externally rotate or basically cock your arm back more.
Yeah.
And then the back of your shoulder gets a little tighter, so they lose a little bit of internal rotation or the ability to fall through. So there's adaptation. Some physicians think that slap tears are labral tears. You hear the word slap tear thrown out a lot. So it's a type of a labral tear in the shoulder. The labrum is a cartilage that helps hold the shoulder joint in place. Some physicians will think that that's an adaptation, actually getting a slap tear. And shoulders can actually be more difficult to treat than elbows and throwers, because if many times you do surgery to try to fix that labral tear, you say you have a pitcher with chronic shoulder pain and shoulder issues, and you fix the labral tear, they lose range of motion and they're never able to get back to their prior level of throwing. Whereas with Tommy John surgery for the ulnar collateral ligament, which is where we reconstruct the ulnar collateral ligament, the success rate on that is 83% in one of the studies that came out a few years ago.
Nice.
So that's pretty good rate for so 83% of the athletes can get back to their prior level of throwing, which is pretty good. It's not 100%. And I always have to remind throwing athletes, because there's this belief out there that if you do Tommy John surgery, you're going to come back and throw harder. And that's not always the case. I mean, there's risk of injuries to one of the nerves in the elbow, the ulnar nerve. So there are some risk, obviously, with surgery from that, but better success rate with the elbow than shoulder injuries.
So you say you work with a lot of weekend warriors. What kind of injuries do you see in them? And how can the average person prevent the common sports injuries that you see?
So I'd say proper conditioning. The main thing I see with weekend warriors is people training for marathons.
Yeah.
And they go too quickly when they advance their training. So they start out and then they advance their running programs, for a marathon, and too quickly they don't do the gradual increase. And
how much do you want to increase a week in general?
It depends on your prior level of functioning. I would say less than 10% or so.
Okay. So like if you can run 5 miles now, you maybe would do 5.5 next week. And then
you could do like maybe 5.5, 6, 7. It depends on your prior level of functioning and how much, if you've had a prior risk of stress fractures, if there's vitamin D levels come into it too. If your vitamin D level is low, there's some thought that may be associated with stress fractures. So, and I think proper shoe wear. So it's
Oh,
important. You know, Nikes are, people go get the Nikes, not to pick on one brand, but people go get the Nikes because they look good, or whatever brand of shoe because they look good, and they may not have the proper arch support. I think it's
Right.
important to either be fitted for a shoe, go to a shoe store where they have salespeople that are knowledgeable in fitting you for the particular shoe that you need for your foot type, and have the proper arch support, because that's a big factor in quite a few injuries that I see kids come in with these shoes, and you can fold them in half and they got zero support and whatnot. So you'll see that in a lot of your stress fractures in the leg and feet. So and then diet can play a role too. Especially with the number of female athletes. There's a condition called the female athlete triad, which means they don't get enough calories, enough energy in. They get decreased bone mineral density, and then they start having irregular menstrual cycles. So that's a key role too. I see a number of female athletes, they don't eat enough. And
Interesting.
They may eat a couple thousand calories, but they're burning so many calories, they don't take into account that they need probably 3,000 to 3,500 calories a day, where the average American adult needs around 2,000.
Yeah.
So that's a big thing. If you don't get enough calories to maintain your menstrual cycle, you're not getting enough calories to maintain bone mineral density, and you can start developing a decreased bone mineral density and set yourself up for a number of stress fractures. And I see that fairly commonly in distance runners.
Really?
Distance runners, track athletes.
Yeah, because especially on those like long days training for a marathon, they could be doing like 20 miles. It just takes a ton of energy to fuel that.
Sure. Yeah. Yes.
What else do you tend to see with the weekend warriors?
I'll see some knee and shoulder, a lot more overuse injuries. You don't see as many shoulder dislocations. You'll see rotator cuff injuries, and some guys in their 30s, 40s.
Yeah, from like bench pressing a lot.
Oh yeah. Back injuries.
Yeah,
we'll see back injuries, more of that, bulging discs. More of the things that we see with as we age. So more of the wear and tear type injuries, arthritis. See more osteoarthritis. I see a lot of knee arthritis, ankle arthritis. So more of the wear and tear. Type injuries in the weekend warriors. So.
Well, we appreciate you taking the time to come on the show.
Yeah, well, thank you for having me.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
In an emergency, you may need to leave your home fast. That's why the best time to prepare for an emergency is before one strikes. Your plan should include up to 10 days of food, water, and special need items for every member of your family, including your pet. Most people shelters don't allow pets. To learn more about emergency preparedness, download our free Southern Nevada Community Preparedness app to your smartphone, or visit the Office of Emergency Management pages of Clark County's website for more tips.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Water. Without it, life as we know it would cease to exist. No one understands this better than those who live in the desert. Southern Nevada's water supply originates in the Rocky Mountains. Snowmelt drains into the mighty Colorado River, which winds its way through the southwest states to Mexico. Along its course, a series of dams and reservoirs manage the river's flow, delivering water for nearly 35 million people and more than 5 million acres of irrigated cropland. Many communities are dependent upon the life-giving waters of the Colorado River, but none more so than the city of Las Vegas.
Las Vegas is located in the Mojave Desert. Without a reliable water supply, Las Vegas simply can't exist, so there's nothing more important than being able to guarantee that.
Nearly 90% of the Las Vegas water supply comes from Lake Mead Reservoir, fed by the Colorado River. But Lake Mead's water level has been dropping, putting Southern Nevada's water system at risk.
Since 1999, the Rocky Mountains has been going through a very severe drought. We've always known that droughts are part of the natural cycle. What's most concerning about the current situation is that we're seeing a natural drought combined with the beginning of climate change.
The lake is now at less than 50% of its capacity, the lowest level since the reservoir first filled in the 1930s. The low water levels of the lake threaten critical infrastructure used to access and deliver water to southern Nevada.
If the lake continues to drop, our upper two intakes will no longer be able to pull water. So in the face of these declining reservoir elevations, we're constructing a third intake into Lake Mead in order to access water from the coldest, deepest part of the lake.
With the drought continuing unabated, construction of the third intake is a race against time.
I feel pretty honored to be down there, you know. It's not easy work, you know, but by the end of the day, you feel like you've accomplished something, and you know, a little sweat never hurt nobody.
Intake number 3 will draw water near the bottom of the lake. Its construction will be one of the most challenging tunneling projects ever attempted. To build it will require excavating a shaft more than 600 feet deep. A tunnel boring machine will be lowered to the bottom of the shaft and excavate a route 3 miles long under the lake. The intake structure will be built suspended from a barge near shore, then tugged out on the lake, lowered into a pit, and secured with concrete. Finally, the tunnel boring machine will connect with the intake structure, allowing the lake water to flow through tunnels and pumping stations to reach the water treatment facilities. Each phase of the project is a daunting challenge, made all the more difficult by the intense pressure working so deep underground and below Lake Mead. The tunnel boring machine will face up to 15 atmospheres of water pressure, higher than any previous tunneling project has ever encountered. The geology of the area poses another great challenge. Unstable rock conditions riddled with faults act as conduits for water to travel into work areas.
This semi-concrete
To overcome the obstacles of the harsh environment, it will take ingenuity and creative solutions. But it is the perseverance of crews working day and night over the course of 7 years that will lead the team to success. Working underground is dark, dirty, and wet. It takes an exceptional mindset to do this work.
I like this kind of job. I love being underground. Drilling and shooting dynamite, TVMs. I like it.
To excavate the shaft, workers apply a drill, blast, and muck technique. The first step is to drill long holes into the rock face. Workers then insert dynamite into the holes. After the dynamite charges detonate, the crews muck out the rock debris and load it into buckets for removal to the surface. Bucket by bucket, the workers slowly make their way deeper into the earth. Each bucket holds 8 cubic yards of rock and weighs 35,000 pounds when loaded. Working day and night, it takes over a year to reach the full depth over 600 feet below ground. At the bottom, workers excavate a large chamber and starter tunnel, which makes room for the incoming tunnel boring machine. Then, on June 28, 2010, the workers get a shock.
You know, it was like 5 of us down here, you know, working on the ground. And I seen the water changing color. That's what I knew something was gonna happen. You know, so I called those guys on the top. I had that basket ready.
A torrent of mud, gravel, and water surged into the work area.
a little bit scared. Well, I won't deny it. Everybody was scared. But thank God we all got my guys out. Everybody's safe. That's what mattered.
Over the next 4 days, water and approximately 6,600 cubic yards of mud and gravel flowed into the starter tunnel, bearing equipment and bringing the project to a standstill.
I personally have never seen anything like this myself.
Engineers launched studies to investigate and identified a series of near vertical faults that channeled the material into the work site.
This just goes to show that despite your best efforts and the best information you have on hand, that things that are underground are almost impossible to completely predict. And Mother Nature is a powerful entity, and sometimes she wins.
The inflows are a major setback. Crews spend the next year recovering and pursuing a new route for the tunnel that skirts the problematic fault zone. Meanwhile, crews excavate another tunnel to join the shaft to the existing tunnels and pumping stations that convey water to the treatment facilities. On the surface, the German-made tunnel boring machine is assembled.
This machine is named Kokopelli, which is a southwestern Indian spirit, or god, if you will.
Kokopelli is a technologically advanced and robust piece of machinery designed specifically for the conditions of this drive.
Normally a tail shield could be as little as an inch thick. This one happens to be 3 inches thick just because it's got to be able to withstand that pressure. And that goes throughout the machine. All the steel structure of the machine has to be built in order to take that pressure. So this machine weighs about 900 tons.
Lowering the TBM sections down the shaft requires precise maneuvering.
The shaft is a 30-foot diameter, and the TBM is 23.5, but if you look at it as a square from above, it's only got about 1 to 4 inches of clearance. So it'll take about 12 hours to descend to the bottom.
While underground crews prepare the TBM at the beginning of the route, marine crews are busy working at the intake site. 2 miles offshore, they are excavating a deep hole in the lake bed where the intake structure will be placed. Working out on the lake comes with its own set of trials.
Part of the challenges that we face is the weather, the high winds, which also create 3 to 4 foot seas when it's 30-mile-an-hour winds like it is today.
Marine crews have removed 14,000 cubic yards of overburden from the lakebed floor and are now blasting away the bedrock. Over the course of a year and a half, they will detonate 24,000 charges. Throughout the marine work, a remotely operated vehicle acts as the eyes of the crew working above. The ROV makes it possible to avoid dangerous deep water dives during the intake operations.
It's basically a camera platform that we can fly around and observe what's going on. It has a small manipulator on it that allows us to do a certain amount of operations with it.
Today, that comes in handy.
Okay, get ready to drop the charges. We're going to be checking the detonation cords and make sure that they're all connected, that nothing came loose while we were coming down. Whoops.
A detonation line of one of the charges has become caught on an edge of the transport frame. If the ROV can unhook it, the crew will save hours.
It should go pretty easy.
Mike, is it wrapped around it or just hung up on the little level?
Okay, it should be clear.
Just
Let me
save the
creep
name.
up it a little bit.
You ready?
Fire in the hole!
Every day, the hole underwater becomes a little deeper and wider. Off-site, crews are manufacturing the concrete ring segments that will be installed by the tunnel boring machine and serve as the final liner of the tunnel. The segments are manufactured to tight tolerances. They must vary in size by no more than 1.5 millimeters. The precise size of the segments is crucial to the performance of the tunnel, as the rings must fit together and create a watertight seal that is strong enough to withstand the intense hydrostatic pressure. In all, over 14,000 segments will be cast for this tunnel drive. "600 feet underground, the TBM Kokopelli has begun mining. The concrete ring segments will make up the tunnel liner installed within the protective shield of the machine. When ground conditions are favorable, meaning the rock formation is cohesive and groundwater minimal, the machine will mine in open mode. The material is carried through the machine by a screw conveyor and deposited on a conveyor belt to transport it through the tunnel. When ground conditions are poor and groundwater is flowing at high volumes, the TBM can switch into a closed or slurry mode. In closed mode, bentonite slurry is pumped to the face of the machine, and the excavated material mixes with the slurry and is pumped back to the surface where the bentonite is extracted and reused. Every 6 feet, the TBM stops and crews work to install another concrete ring. The tunnel boring machine pushes off the newly completed ring to move itself forward, then excavation begins again.
Right now we're having problems with our water.
Dwayne West is one of 3 qualified operators of the TBM.
The hardest part of this job is watching everything all the time. I mean, you've constantly got to be watching your pressures on everything, your grout, your thrust cylinders, your articulation, your cutter head. Then you're looking at the VMT to make sure that you're staying on line and grade. So you're steering and making adjustments there. And when there's problems, trying to figure out the problems. Interpreting the pressures on your screens will tell you what the ground conditions are like outside. Sometimes it's very hard to interpret that information. Hello.
Even under ideal conditions, the TBM operator's job is stressful.
There's a restriction somewhere because we're flooding everything down here. It's blowing off.
And on this drive, conditions are proving to rarely be ideal.
Yep, people are working on it, Chris. It's been very difficult because of the pressures. It's the highest pressure machine's ever been at in the world to mine through the ground. Normal jobs I've been on before were anywhere from 3 to 6, 7 bar. We were encountering up to 13.8 bar. So it's definitely abnormally high.
We had to mine at average of 12.5 to 13 bar to 13.9 and 14 bar for a long stretch. All these mechanical parts and hydraulic parts and structure of the cutter head